Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Chengdu Region, New Barktown. Xia Fan, have you made your choice yet? Chikorita, Cyndaquil, or Totodile? Inside Professor Utsuji's lab, the kindly professor smiled at the dazed boy standing before him. The three-starter Pokémon blinked up at him, waiting patiently. Xia Fan, however, wasn't really there. His mind reeled, not from the excitement of picking his first Pokémon, but from everything that had happened in the last few hours. 2 days ago, Tianxin Technology had launched the long-awaited Pokémon AR game cabinet. As a loyal Pokémon fan, Xia Fan had gotten one on release day. But when the game launched at exactly 7 p.m., things went horribly wrong. Everyone who logged in was trapped. No logout, no pause, no escape. After spending 2 hours coming to terms with being stuck inside a fully immersive game, Xia Fan, like the others, followed the standard quest line to Professor Utsuji's lab. And just as he was about to choose his starter, a system window popped up. Mythical Beast System Binding Successful. 4 abilities were bestowed upon him. Master's Blessing. Any Pokeball thrown by Xia Fan has a 100% success rate, but only on legendary Pokemon. Inheritance of the Divine. Each captured legendary grants him one of its abilities. Charisma Aura. His Pokemon experience limitless growth in stats once bonded. Mythical Perception. Within a 1-mile radius, he can sense the presence of legendary Pokemon. The system's announcement had stunned him, but what truly shocked him came a moment later. He sensed one, right here in New Barktown. Hey, stop spacing out. There are others waiting behind you. Someone snapped from the line of impatient players. Xia Fan blinked back to reality. Professor, instead of choosing a starter, I have a few Pokeballs. I want to catch a wild one. Professor Utsuji looked genuinely surprised. You'd rather go out on your own than take one of the starters? I'm sure, Xia Fan nodded firmly. Seeing the boy's determination, the professor eventually relented. He handed over 5 standard Pokeballs. If things don't go as planned, you're welcome to come back and choose a partner. Thank you, Professor. Clutching the Pokeballs, Xia Fan turned and dashed out of the lab, completely ignoring the players scoffing behind him. Ha ha ha. Is he serious? Going out with 5 Pokeballs, thinking he's got a Master Ball. Let him. He'll come crawling back. Wait, I'm following him. This could be comedy gold. Outside, Xia Fan followed the pull of his mythical sense, weaving through the streets and across a grassy field where kids were playing with various Pokemon. Nidoran, Oddish, Growlithe. Then he saw it. A Pidgey. It was small, unassuming, and playing happily with the Oddish. But as Xia Fan approached, all the Pokemon scattered, except the Pidgey, which tilted its head curiously. Xia Fan froze. His heart raced. This was it. The feeling was overwhelming. It's Mew, he whispered. It has to be. No way my mythical perception would misidentify a normal Pidgey. He took a deep breath. Behind him, laughter erupted again. The players from the lab had followed and were now rolling with laughter. You're not seriously trying to catch that Pidgey, are you? Xia Fan didn't respond. He grabbed a Pokeball from his belt and hurled it at the Pidgey. A red beam of light shot out, engulfing the bird. The ball dropped to the ground. It wobbled once, twice, thrice. Click! Everyone fell silent. Xia Fan didn't even wait to gloat. He grabbed the Pokeball and sprinted off, leaving behind a trail of stunned silence. 10 minutes later, deep within a quiet forest grove, Xia Fan finally stopped. Breathing heavily, he looked down at the Pokeball in his hand. Please don't be just a Pidgey. He pressed the center button. With a ping, the Pokeball opened, and a pink cat-like creature floated gently into the air. Big blue eyes, triangular ears, a playful, innocent look. Mew. The mythical Pokemon hovered in front of him, meowing softly, curiosity in its gaze. Xia Fan fell to his knees, trembling with emotion. I really did it, he whispered. My journey starts with a legend. And just like that, the world of Pokémon had changed. For Mew, it's really Mew. Xia Fan's eyes gleamed as he nearly leapt into the air with excitement. This wasn't just any legendary Pokémon. This was the mythical Pokémon, said to contain the genetic blueprint of every species. Mew is believed by many scholars to be the ancestor of all Pokémon. With the power to turn invisible at will and mimic any move, it was the stuff of legends. Ding! Legendary Pokémon Mew successfully captured. Please select one skill to acquire. A translucent blue screen opened before Xia Fan's eyes, visible only to him. Phantom Pokémon Mew. Gender: none. Ability: synchronize. Transfer status conditions like poison, paralysis, or burn back to the attacker. Held item: Lumberry. Automatically cures confusion or any major status condition once during battle. Available skills: Earthquake. Shake the battlefield with a mighty tremor. Mega Punch. A powerful physical strike. Ancient Power. A 10% chance to raise all stats. Aura Sphere. A focused blast of energy that never misses. Future Sight. A delayed psychic strike hitting after a few turns. And many more. So many powerful skills. Xia Fan's eyes danced across the list. Yet, he made his decision instantly. I choose Transform. The moment the words echoed in his mind, a strange sensation washed over him. It felt like his body momentarily melted and reformed, as though his very existence had shifted. Suddenly, he understood something. No, everything. This wasn't just a mimic skill. With Transform, he could become any Pokémon, use all their skills, and even copy Mew itself. He turned toward the real Mew with a mischievous grin. In the next second, Xia Fan shimmered. His human shape faded, replaced by a floating pink feline identical to Mew. Startled, the original Mew jolted backward in mid-air, blinking wide-eyed. Then it tilted its head and floated closer, sniffing curiously. Meow. Are you one of us? Xia Fan blinked. He could understand it now. Meow. I'm human, but you can think of me as your kind from now on. We'll face the world together. He smiled warmly, hoping to gain the Pokémon's trust. Meow. Then how did you turn into me? Xia Fan hesitated for a beat. Then, shamelessly made something up. Meow. Because I possess divine power. Otherwise, how could I have caught you with a single Pokeball? Mew's eyes widened in awe. Meow. Whoa, Master. You're amazing. Believing him completely, Mew danced in the air, circling around him in excitement. Meow. Come play with me. I know a place with delicious berries. Xia Fan chuckled, but gently shook his head. Meow. Not yet. We need to make money first. We're broke. I don't even have enough to travel far. Meow. Money? What do we need that for? Meow. So we don't starve. You're going to help me earn it by battling. You could transform into a Pidgey and defeat others easily. Just use hypnosis. No need to hurt them, just knock them out. Mew puffed its cheeks, reluctant. Meow, but I hate fighting. Meow. You don't have to beat them senseless. Just win. You're powerful enough to end it quickly. After a pause, Mew sighed and nodded. Meow. Okay, Master. I'll do it for you. With a twirl, Mew transformed into a small Pidgey and perched proudly on Xia Fan's shoulder. Xia Fan reverted to human form with a smirk. Let's go win some cash. New Bark Town, Challenge Lawn. The quiet town was suddenly bustling with excitement. New players, after getting their starters, were eager to test their skills and earn some pocket change. Friendly battles had become a local trend, with bets ranging from 100 to 500 yuan per match. But someone had raised the stakes. 2,000 per match. A teenager in a red hoodie shouted, leaning against a tree. Reverse Attribute Challenge. My Pokémon is Fire-type. Who wants to try their luck? His announcement drew a crowd immediately. A girl in the front frowned. You're offering a Reverse Attribute Challenge. It was almost unheard of. Most players battled using the same type for fairness. Grass versus grass, fire versus fire, water versus water. Choosing a disadvantage on purpose sounded insane. The boy nodded. Yep, If I lose, I'll transfer the money instantly. If I cheat, you could do anything you want of me. He flashed his phone with a confident smile. That cocky grin was enough to stir the crowd. Players surged forward, all eager to snatch an easy win. Finally, the girl who had questioned him was selected. Let's go, Totodile. A red flash lit up the field as the water-type Pokémon emerged, hopping energetically and roaring playfully. Wally! Wally! The girl knelt and gave it a quick hug. Your turn, she said, glancing at her opponent. The boy gave a smug smirk. Come out, Typhlosion. Flames erupted from the Pokeball as the fire-breathing beast landed, its mane of fire blazing in the sunlight. The air grew noticeably hotter. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even the girl looked stunned. Hey, you? How come your Pokemon is Typhlosion? She thought it was Cyndaquil at first, but she never expected that what the other party took out would be the final evolution of Cyndaquil. How could a Totodile possibly beat this? There's a world of difference between evolution and non-evolution. What's more, this confrontation took place after 2 evolutions. Even with the attribute restraint, it is still not enough when facing Typhlosion. Unless his Totodile is also the final evolution for Alligator. Why can't I be Typhlosion? The young man said jokingly. Why? You don't dare? Let me tell you, you only have 2 options now. The first is to admit defeat and transfer 2,000 yuan to me. The second is to let your Totodile fight with me. Let my Typhlosion enjoy the thrill of the battle, and then transfer the money to me. You are shameless and despicable. You actually set a trap here on purpose. The girl was furious. If he told her earlier that his Pokemon was Typhlosion, she would never come near him even if she was beaten to death. Then it's your own fault for wanting to take advantage of others. The young man sneered, then took out his phone. Don't talk nonsense if you don't dare to play, then just transfer the money. What I hate most is people who don't admit their losses. As he said that, he snapped his fingers, and Typhlosion beside him took a step forward, staring at the girl fiercely. The flame on his neck was a little hotter than before. Seeing Typhlosion's ferocious look, the girl gave in, took out her cell phone, and transferred out 2,000 yuan of her only 3,000 yuan. After receiving the money transfer from the girl, the young man continued to shout out his challenge. Come on, come on. Who else is willing to fight me? In this match, 20 of you can fight me alone. The bet is 2,000 each for you and 200,000 for me. As long as you win, I will give you 20,000. The onlookers looked at each other, and some people began to get excited and started asking if anyone was willing to join them. 2 minutes later, 20 Totodile stood opposite the boy. Brothers, let's use water gun together later. I don't believe that no matter how hot the flame of one Typhlosion is, it can't withstand the attack of 20 Totodiles. A young man shouted. That's right. Let him know the consequences of arrogance. The others echoed. The boy looked at them, the corners of his mouth raised again. He put his hands behind his back and took out 2 more Pokeballs. 2 red lights flashed by, and a bay leaf, the evolved form of Chikorita and Croconaw, the evolved form of Totodile, appeared. For a moment, everyone was shocked again. The boy actually had 2 other starter Pokemon besides Typhlosion. Why, that's not fair. Suddenly, someone couldn't help it. 1 Typhlosion is enough to make people jealous, and you can even come up with 2 other evolved forms of the 3 great creatures. How do we fight this, you tell me? Seeing them glaring at him, the boy said with a mocking expression while playing with the Pokeball, It's not unfair. As I said before, you have 2 choices now. The first is to admit defeat and transfer $2,000 to me. The second is to let your Totodile fight me and let my Typhlosion, Bayleaf, and Croconaw enjoy the thrill of the battle before transferring the money to me. You're dreaming. The leading young man shouted angrily. Brothers attack together. Even if he has 3 of the 3 great families, don't forget that we have 20 people. We may not necessarily lose. The young man's words inspired the others to fight, and they began to command their Totodile to attack the boy's 3 great families. Facing their attacks, the boy looked disdainful. Croconaw's scary face. A roar came out of its mouth, and Croconaw showed a terrifying face and glared at the Totodile around it that were attacking it. The Totodile were immediately frightened and stood there in a daze, feeling terrified. Bayleaf poison powder. A large amount of green pollen was emitted from Bayleaf's neck and drifted towards the Totodiles. In Krakenaw's astonish, the Totodile who were unable to escape were poisoned again. They looked extremely uncomfortable and shouted Valavalai in pain. Typhlosion flamethrower. The next second, a scorching flame spit up from Typhlosion's mouth. The Totodile, who were experiencing the double torture of fear and poison powder, fell to the ground one after another. Very weak. In less than a minute, all 20 Totodiles fell to the ground. Their owners quickly picked up their respective Totodile and looked for help. Hey. Don't leave until you've transferred the money. A flame spit up from Typhlosion's mouth, blocking the men's way. You! Those people looked at the boy with rage. What are you talking about? You should accept defeat. Friendly reminder, this is different from the handheld game. If your Pokémon dies, it is really dead, and even gods can't save it, the boy said with a smile. The next second, he thought of something and quickly changed his words. Oh no, there's still a way. Unless you are lucky enough to encounter the legendary beast Ho-Oh, it has the ability to revive. Those people gave in, walked towards the boy unwillingly, and took out their mobile phones to transfer money. After they transferred the money, the young man continued his previous trick and shouted to the remaining onlookers, "This time you can all come together. As long as you beat me, I will give each of you 2,000. I will never break my promise." But this time, no one was willing to take advantage of it. Seeing that no one responded, the young man said, "How about this for 1,000 per person? If I lose, I'll give you 4,000 each. And if you lose, you only need to give me 2,000. However, the more the boy said this, the more vigilant the crowd became, until a boy wearing glasses walked out of the crowd. The boy with glasses said, "You are a beta test player, right? Do you think it's fun to come in New Barktown and bully us new players?" The young man leaning against the tree was stunned when he heard this, as if he had not expected that someone could guess his identity. The onlookers immediately asked the bespectacled boy what was going on with the beta test players and why they didn't know about this kind of thing. When the game was still in beta a year ago, Tiantian Technology distributed 10,000 beta testers to the world, allowing them to experience the game first and give feedback. The boy with glasses finished explaining and turned to look at the boy. As a beta tester, blocking new players in the Novice Village, aren't you afraid that Tiantian Technology will reclaim your account? The boy sneered, "Recycle? Boy, you may have forgotten that the game has crashed and cannot be exited. This means that no one can stop me from doing this. But no matter how badly the game crashes, it will be fixed," said the boy with glasses. The boy laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "To tell you the truth, the game cannot be repaired. We will all be trapped here forever." After saying that, the young man stretched out his hands and clapped them. "Come out, Zichio, Xiling. Now that someone knows about our existence, it won't make much sense for me to continue teasing them like this." After a while, a man and a woman walked out from the crowd. They each took out a Pokeball and released their Pokemon, a Charizard and a Venusaur, the final forms of the Kanto region's 3 main pets, Charmander and Bulbasaur. As soon as these 2 Pokemon appeared, they walked to both sides of the crowd, blocking their way. "Okay, I won't waste any more time. I came here to block you this time for only one purpose, which is to rob you while you are still weak." The young man smiled at the people in the crowd and said arrogantly, "Everyone, I won't rob you of your extra money. 2,000 per person will be enough. I will let you go immediately after the transfer. If you don't transfer the money, then release your Pokemon for us to kill." Under a tree in the distance, Xia Fan looked at the players who were surrounded not far away, with a raised brow. When he first saw Typhlosion, he thought that someone was just like him and was lucky enough to get a system. As a result, he didn't even dare to come out and challenge others to make money. He wanted to find out the situation first. But now, after hearing the bespectacled boy mention the existence of the beta test players, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he doesn't have any plugins, and he is the only one who has this thing. Pidgey. At this time, Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder shouted. Xia Fan looked at it in confusion and changed back to human form. He couldn't understand what Mew's growl meant. Mew, you should be able to communicate with me telepathically, right? Xia Fan said. Mute Woe, who was created with Mew genes, can speak telepathically, so it would be unreasonable if Mew couldn't. Yes, Master. An ethereal and pleasant voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind, making him like Mew even more. Master, are they bad people? I hate people who use Pokémon to bully others. Mew, who looked like a Pidgey, tilted his head and asked Xia Fan. Hearing Mew say this, Xia Fan's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Yes, Mew. Are you willing to teach them a lesson with me? People like them deserve a good lesson. Yes, Master. Very good, Mew. Then you will fight them according to my command. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth. With Mew beside him, he didn't think he would lose to those beta test players. After all, no matter how powerful their Pokémon are, can they be as powerful as the legendary Pokémon? And it's Mew, who is known as the ancestor of Pokémon. Even though Mew is not as good at fighting as Mewtwo, it is definitely easy for him to beat them. Thinking of this, Xia Fan walked towards them decisively. However, he stepped back just as he took the second step. He hid behind a tree and used the skill transform to turn himself into a middle-aged man. Master, why are you doing this? Mew wondered. I'm doing this to better save people. Xia Fan said calmly. Mew, let me tell you, saving people also requires methods and ways, because people's hearts are complicated. If I take you with me to fight them off in my true identity, if someone finds out that you are Mew, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble afterwards. So it's best to change to a false identity. Even if they find out, it won't affect me at all. Mew tilted his head and blinked. You'll understand later. Xia Fan smiled and said nothing more. He picked up a stone and threw it at Bayleaf, who was chasing people away not far away. Bayleaf, who was hit on the head, turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking towards him with a Pidgey. He shouted angrily and then stretched out his vine whip to hit him. Pidgey Hurricane. Mew fluttered up from Xia Fan's shoulder, first flapping his wings to blow away the vine whip from Bayleaf, then flew to the Bayleaf sky, flapping his wings quickly. Soon, 4 strong storms swept towards Bayleaf in all directions, leaving Bayleaf no chance to escape. Bayleaf screamed and fell to the ground under the skill Hurricane, losing his combat ability. Flying-type skills have a natural restraint on it, a grass-type Pokémon. Bayleaf. The battle between Mew and Bayleaf naturally attracted the attention of the 3 beta testers, especially the youngster who was the dominant one among the 3. Seeing that his Bayleaf was defeated by a Pidgey that had not evolved yet, he was immediately very angry and waved his hand to let Typhlosion pass. Then he took out the Pokeball and took back the Bayleaf, looked at Xia Fan, and said coldly, Uncle, are you trying to meddle in other people's business? Ha! I'm just so happy to see the prey. Xia Fan clapped his hands, acting like a naughty boy. You 3 are so powerful. Can you compete with me? You want to have a bounty fight with us? The young man raised his eyebrows. He thought the uncle was here to stop them from robbing. But it's okay this way, as I just haven't felt the addiction to Pokémon battles yet. Okay, uncle, how big of a bounty fight do you want? The young man said with a smile. Xia Fan spread his hands. Everything, bet all our money. If you win, I will give you all the money. If you win, give me all the money. The boy frowned and asked, Are you sure? Sure. The 3 of them looked at each other, and finally the girl next to the boy spoke up. Then tell us how much money you have. If all the money you have on your body is less than. Don't ask me how much money I have. Before the girl finished speaking, Xia Fan interrupted her with a proud look on her face. Because I want to fight 3 men alone, I just want to ask if you dare. The 3 of them looked at each other again. Xia Fan's words made them a little confused. Could this person be cheating? How could such a good thing happen in this world? The girl asked cautiously. Zichio is right. I suspect that man might be an internal test player like us. Maybe his friends are hiding in some corner, ready to rob us. The man who had been silent among the 3 spoke. After listening to this, the boy turned his head and looked. You don't even dare to fight 3 against 1. Are you a man? Do you have some blood in your veins? If you still don't dare, then the 3 of you can come together, and I will fight you with a Pidgey. At this time, Xia Fan said again, his eyes going straight to the young man in the middle. After all, he was young and easily got carried away. When Xia Fan said this, the boy could no longer bear it and said angrily, "Come on, come on. Anyone who loses and refuses to admit his defeat is a coward." After that, the boy turned to his companions and said, "You are not allowed to help me. I will use Typhlosion to roast his Pidgey and eat it." Typhlosion's sunny day. Typhlosion let out a howl, and the flame on his neck suddenly became hotter than before. It seems more dazzling than the sun. The surrounding temperature instantly rose to a level that could roast people. Typhlosion Flamethrower. As the temperature rose, Typhlosion began its offensive under the boy's command. A mouthful of flamethrower that was even stronger than before was spit out from Typhlosion in the air. With the blessing of the skill Sunny Day, this flamethrower was even more powerful than before. Once Pidgey is hit, he will instantly fall to the ground and lose his combat effectiveness. Pidgey, quick attack, dodge, rush to its head, and accumulate energy in your mouth. Xia Fan commanded calmly. Boom! A Z-shaped spark flashed by, and Mew easily dodged the attacking flamethrower and rushed towards Typhlosion. With sharp eyes, like a proud god of war, Normal arrived above Typhlosion's head in an instant. At the same time, a dark energy ball condensed in his mouth. Pidgey, use the Destruction Ray. What? How is this possible? The boy was wondering what skill Pidgey was condensing, but when he heard the words Destructive Death Ray, he was suddenly shocked. Typhlosion, get out of the way! Typhlosion was about to jump away upon hearing that, but it was too late. Facing Mew, who had turned into Pidgey, its reaction was still a little slow. A beam of black energy came out of Pidgey's mouth, accompanied by a loud noise. The next second, a violent explosion sounded and thick smoke filled the surroundings. No one knows what the outcome of Typhlosion will be. Only when a breeze blew by did they see Typhlosion lying on the ground, unable to move, and the flames on his neck had all Typhlosion. The boy panicked and rushed forward to check Typhlosion's condition. Don't worry, he's not dead. He's just been beaten and can't fight anymore. My Pidgey is much more humane than you. Xia Fan reached out and stroked Mew, who was back on his shoulder, not forgetting to flatter him. Boom! Mew cried out in delight. Why? Why can your Pidgey use skills like Destruction Ray? The boy collected Typhlosion with a Pokeball, stood up, and looked at Xia Fan coldly. He found it hard to understand how a Pidgey could use an ultimate skill like the Destruction Ray. Guess? Xia Fan asked jokingly. You. The boy suddenly became angry. Xia Fan, don't talk nonsense. If you don't dare to continue fighting, then transfer the money to me immediately and get out of here. The boy gritted his teeth and turned to look at his companions. Although he didn't want to ask for help, he only had one Croconaw left. He didn't think his Croconaw could defeat Pidgey, which could use the Death Ray, so he had to ask other Pokemon to team up. More importantly, he didn't believe that the Pidgey could use the Destruction Death Ray several times in a row when it was beat up. The boy's companions saw the look in his eyes, understood what he meant, and immediately recalled their respective Charizards and Venusaur, no longer caring about the novice players they had captured. Without Charizard and Venusaur blocking the way, most of the novice players immediately dispersed, except for some brave guys who couldn't resist their curiosity and stayed to see how the godlike Pidgey would fight against the two giants of the Kanto region's big three, Charizard and Venusaur. The battle is about to begin. On the left is a trio of beta test players. Charizard flapped his wings and flew in the air, spewing out ember from his mouth. Venusaur stretched out its vines and waved them in mid-air, waiting for its master's order to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Croconaw opens its huge mouth full of fangs, waiting for the enemy to fall to the ground, and then swallows it. On the right, there is only Xia Fan. In front of him was Mew, who had turned into Pidgey. The two of them, one man and one bird, were looking at the three Pokemon opposite them with great calmness. Croconaw's scary face. The boy gave the order first, attempting to use Croconaw's hideous face to make Pidgey fall into a brief state of fear and lose the ability to move. However, he thought too much. Facing Croconaw's ferocious face, Pidgey did not react at all. Instead, he flapped his wings and hit Croconaw with a yawn. The sarcasm was palpable. Croconaw looked at Pidgey's expression and suddenly fell in a great rage. Without waiting for the boy to give further orders, he rushed towards Pidgey without saying a word. Oh no, this is the skill taunt. The boy was shocked, not even bothering to think about how a Pidgey could use taunt, and quickly shouted for Croconaw to come back. However, this is Mew's taunt skill. How could he shout it back? At this moment, Croconaw's mind was filled with Pidgey's mocking expression. He just wanted to bite Pidgey into pieces and swallow him into his stomach to relieve his hatred. Charizard, go help Croconaw. Once that Pidgey uses Destruction Death Ray, you spit him with Flamethrower. The young man's companion, the man named Zichio, said hurriedly. Charizard roared and rushed over with the flap of his wings. Venusaur, Sunblaze, as soon as that Pidgey starts to attack, you and Charizard will attack it together. The young man's companion, the girl named Xiling, also spoke up. The giant Venusaur nodded to show that it understood, and then the sun's light began to gather with tangible force towards the huge open petals on its back. Looking at Charizard and Venusaur, and Mew who was gathering strength to attack him, Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth, whispered a few words at first, and then began to shout orders. Pidgey, double team, charge at each of them. Mew screamed, and then its body split into three, rushing towards Croconaw, Charizard, and Venusaur respectively. Croconaw Water Gun, Charizard Flamethrower, the young man, and the man named Zichio quickly gave orders. A column of water and a burst of fire instantly separated the two Pidgeys. Fake Body. Everyone quickly turned their eyes to Pidgey, who was running straight towards Venusaur. Since those two are fake bodies, the real body can only be this one. Then they heard Xia Fan's voice. Pidgey, destroy the Death Ray. The young boy and a man named Zichio quickly looked at the girl. Xiling, quickly order the Sun Flame to fire while it is still gathering energy, said the young man. Brother Su Zheng, don't be impatient. Sun Flame takes time, but I promise it will be faster than its Pidgey. The girl said, wiping the cold sweat from her face. 2 seconds later, Venusaur condensed a ball of light that looked like a small sun. Venusaur, Sun Flame, quick, the girl ordered hurriedly. The next second, a strong and dazzling beam of light rushed towards Pidgey, who was gathering energy in the air. For a moment, everyone seemed to see Pidgey being melted under the beam of light. Oh, what a pity! Such a powerful Pidgey is gone. It only blames itself on following the wrong owner. The onlookers sighed. How great it would be if they had a Pidgey like this. They would definitely treat it like an ancestor and make it their main pet. He was able to learn such a magical skill as the Destructive Death Ray without evolving at all, and he was able to fight against the final evolution of the Big Three in this way. What will happen if he evolves in the future? I'm afraid I could fight even if I met a divine beast, and maybe I could win. Haha, it's over. Your Pidgey is gone. According to the bet, you should transfer all your money to me. Seeing the annoying Pidgey disappear into thin air, although he felt a little sorry, the boy still laughed, taunted Xia Fan, and stretched out his hand to let him fulfill the bet. Do you really think it's over? Looking at the young man's complacent look, Xia Fan calmly said something that puzzled everyone. What do you mean? The young man's Su Zheng smile suddenly stopped, and he frowned. Clatter! Xia Fan raised his hand to the sky, and a crisp snap of his fingers was heard in everyone's ears. Then, a loud noise was heard in the air. Everyone looked up. In mid-air, they actually saw a Pidgey swooping down towards ground, spitting out a beam of black energy from its mouth. Its target was the Venusaur on ground that was about to claim credit from its master. Before anyone could react, there was a loud explosion. Afterwards, all people saw was a Venusaur lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. How is this possible? Why is it up there? Su Zheng was horrified. He couldn't understand why Pidgey, who had clearly been melted by the flames of the sun, would rush out from up there. Because sunshine and flame just hit substitute. Xia Fan said jokingly. The secret he had told Mew before was to have it use the skill Substitute when using Shadow Clone to create a fake body that could withstand damage, so as to achieve a lifelike effect. The main body lets Mew use its own invisibility skill to lie dormant in mid-air, waiting for the opportunity for him to order the launch of the destructive Death Ray. Substitute. It can actually use the skill Substitute. Su Zheng could no longer describe his shock at the moment in words. Is this a mythical beast or a Pidgey? In addition to being able to use the destructive Death Ray, it can also use the skill Substitute. The qualifications are so exaggerated that it is unbelievable. I kill you. At this moment, Venusaur's master, the girl named Ziling, suddenly roared, gnashing her teeth and rushing towards Xia Fan. But the next second, he was grabbed by the man named Zichio. Sister, calm down. Quickly take Venusaur back to the Pokeball and send it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. His words woke the girl up, and she quickly used the Pokeball to retrieve Venusaur, then turn around and left. Hey, what do you mean? You're going to run away because you lost, right? Xia Fan couldn't bear it when he saw someone trying to run away, so he quickly called out to stop him. If you dare to run, I will beat your two companions half to death, believe it or not. Xia Fan, who has become a middle-aged man, does not look like the kind of person who is easy to get along with. He had a ferocious look on his face. As soon as the threatening words came out, the girl stopped. Seeing that, Xia Fan's ferocious expression faded away, and he said with a smile, "Of course, if you are willing to admit defeat on behalf of your companions and transfer the money to me in advance, I don't mind letting you leave." The three of them looked at each other, constantly hesitating between admitting defeat and not admitting defeat. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't let him scare you. Finally, Su Zheng, who was in the leadership position among the three, spoke up, "With your brother Zichio's Charizard and my Croconaw present, we may not lose. Don't forget, it's just a Pidgey that has never evolved. It's not a legendary beast. It's impossible for it to use the Destruction Beam as a small skill like Solation. No matter how talented or savvy it is, it should still have racial limitations. Using it twice is already exaggerated enough. I really can't imagine it still has the energy to use it a third time. Even if a miracle happens and it uses it a third time, its power should be much less than before. If it encounters Charizard's flamethrower, it will definitely be roasted to death." Having said that, Zichio and Ziling still saw the cold sweat on Su Zheng's face, but the two siblings did not refuse. They also did not want to go 3 against 1, and in the end, they couldn't even beat Pidgey. The battle continues. Croconaw stand back and let Charizard take over the battle. Su Zheng gave the order, ordering Croconaw, who had recovered from Taunt, to retreat to the auxiliary attack position. Facing the flying-type Pidgey, its attacks would be difficult to hit, so it would be a wise choice to let Charizard and Pidgey face off. Charizard charge. Get close to Pidgey and use Wing Attack. After becoming the main point, Charizard's master, Zhang Zichio, began to give orders. Charizard roared, spread its broad and hard wings, soared into the sky, and rushed towards Pidgey. Xia Fan saw this and raised the corner of his mouth. "Pidgey, Steel Wing." Boom! Pidgey spread his wings, and his thin wings suddenly became as hard as Orberg, reflecting the sunlight. Pidgey charged at Charizard without fear. A crisp tackling sound was heard from under its and Charizard's wings. Pidgey is not at all inferior. The onlookers could no longer sit still. Steel Wing. It can actually use Steel Wing. Oh my god, is this a Pidgey or not? It completely challenges my understanding of Pokémon. I don't care. I will catch Pidgey next Pokémon. As for the rival trio, they swallowed and didn't know what to say. A Pidgey that is only slightly larger than a sparrow can actually collide with a Charizard that weighs nearly 200 kilograms and not be at a disadvantage at all. Come on, tell me how to fight this. Charizard smokescreen. Zhang Zichio, who no longer knew how to win, began to give random commands, hoping to use smoke to confuse Pidgey's vision before attacking. Charizard howled, and under the next wing tackle of Pidgey, thick black smoke came out of his mouth. Idiot! Xia Fan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sneer. How useful could this skill of confusing the perspective be for a flying Pokémon? Instead, it gave him a chance to end the fight. Pidgey, tactic number 1. Tactic number 1. The trio felt a tightness in their hearts. This mysterious name made them feel uneasy for some reason. Charizard, stay away from the smoke and prepare flamethrower. Zhang Ziqiu ordered quickly. Charizard did as he was told and moved away, with flames starting to form in his mouth. And the next second, 3 Pidgeys rushed out from the thick smoke, each of them gathering the energy of destructive death light in their mouths, and rushed toward Charizard. Everyone's eyes were confused again. However, some people reacted in time and said quickly, "It's a double team. 2 of them are fake." Zhang Ziqiu heard it and quickly ordered, "Charizard, flamethrower, spray all 3 together." Upon hearing this, Charizard suddenly spewed out the fire that had been brewing in his mouth. Spit at the 3 Pidgeys. The one closest to it was vomited away in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the second one was vomited out and disappeared. In this case, the true body can only be the last one. Seeing this, Zhang Ziqiu hurriedly said again, "Charizard, spit all the flames at the last one." Charizard then concentrated all of his strength into this final spray of flamethrower. With a loud bang, the last one also disappeared. Fake. Still fake. The 3 of them suddenly felt uneasy. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the thick smoke, and a black beam rushed out from it, directly hitting Charizard, who had already been silenced. Charizard flew backwards dozens of meters, smashed down many trees, and then collapsed to the ground, losing his combat ability. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Pidgey flew out of the smoke like a god of war, staring sharply at the only remaining Croconaw. The Croconaw also looked at Pidgey, but this time it no longer had the ferocious expression it had before. Instead, he looked at Pidgey with fear. Several big brothers were killed by this dead bird, and it was very panicked. After a while, the Croconaw suddenly turned around and ran behind its owner. It was afraid of fighting. Xia Fan yelled, "Are you still fighting?" The trio looked at Xia Fan with gritted teeth, asking even though you know the answer. The last Pokémon, Croconaw, was already in shadow, so how could they defeat it? Seeing this expression, Xia Fan walked towards them proudly. At this time, Mew also flew back to his shoulder and communicated using confusion. "Master, how is my strategy?" Xia Fan touched its head lovingly. "Great, very good. The number 1 tactic was executed very well." Tactic number 1 was actually what he arranged with Mew while the 3 people were discussing whether to continue the battle. It was to use the method that defeated Venusaur before at the right time. Leaving your contact information so we can fight again later. When the 3 beta test players were transferring money, Su Zheng said unwillingly, "Contact information?" Xia Fan, who was monitoring whether they were hiding anything, was smiling brightly at this moment. He had guessed that someone would ask this kind of question, so he immediately said the excuse he had prepared in a very cool tone. "Only the winner who has defeated me is qualified to have my contact information, and the loser, that is you, just need to know that I'm a member of the Temple of the Gods." The Temple of the Gods. The trio was stunned and looked at each other, asking if they had heard of it before, but they all shook their heads. Xia Fan, knowing that they would have such expressions, continued to talk nonsense. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. After all, your level is not qualified to contact us. But it doesn't matter. Now that our Pantheon has been born, the world will see the power from the Pantheon in the days to come." This time the trio was even more confused. Is this the gaming organization added by Tiantian Technology? Su Zheng pulled his companion aside and whispered, "I don't know." The brother and sister Ziqiu and Ziling shook their heads. "Are you a player?" Su Zheng asked Xia Fan tentatively. "Player?" Xia Fan had a puzzled expression. The next second he said with an expression as if he understood, "Yes, I am a player of life. The mission of our Pantheon is to control the world and bring peace to it." Okay. After hearing such immature remarks, the trio decisively labeled Xia Fan an NPC, because only the villain organizations in the game would talk about saving the world all the time. Thinking of this, the three of them suddenly began to feel much better. It is not shameful for a Pidgey to lose to an NPC, but it is shameful for a Pidgey to lose to a player. The existence of this NPC is definitely used by Tiantian technology to protect the players in the Novice village from being bullied, and to fight against old players like them who want to rob new players. The three of them just happened to run into the gun muzzle at this moment. "Senior, can you tell me how you trained your Pidgey?" At this time, the boy with glasses who had previously revealed the existence of the beta player suddenly came over and said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up and they all came over. When a powerful NPC like Normal appears somewhere, he definitely comes with some kind of game mission. And the person in front of them could defeat the final evolution of the big three Pokémon with just a Pidgey, so maybe he was here to teach them how to train Pokémon. Xia Fan, the person involved, was stunned. He actually thought about this question. It would be unreasonable for such a powerful NPC to appear in a place like this without bringing some important information. Fortunately, Xia Fan was quick-witted and reacted quickly, and he quickly got over his momentary shock. "Since you asked, I'll tell you." Xia Fan continued to talk nonsense in the tone of an NPC. "It's very simple. First, you have to eat and live with it, and then train with it. For example, when it practices destroying the Death Ray, you have to prepare a ton of water and drink and vomit with it. When it practices Steel Wing, you accompany it to hit the tree. When it practices Substitute, you practice Schizophrenia to teach it how to control its own substitute. It practices." Everyone felt confused before they even finished listening. The NPC in front of them was talking about training Pokémon. When practicing the Destruction Ray, I had to drink a ton of water with him. When practicing the Steel Wing, I had to crash into trees with him. What's even more exaggerated is that when practicing the Substitute, I had to suffer from schizophrenia with him. What kind of magical training method is this? Fortunately, the chaotic mood of the crowd did not last long, and they finally heard an important message from Xia Fan. "I caught this Pidgey on the night of the Mickey Festival on August 10th in Akrutique City." Akrutique City? Everyone's eyes lit up. Isn't that a city closely related to the mythical beast Ho-Oh? Thinking of this, everyone began to keep the matter of going to Akrutique City on August 15th firmly in mind. They believed that since the NPC told them about this, according to the game routine, there would be a Pidgey with the qualifications comparable to a divine beast appearing in Akrutique City on August 15th this year. Xia Fan looked at the secretly excited expressions of these people and quickly pursed her lips. He wanted to laugh and could hardly hold back his laughter. So, after checking whether the three people really transferred all the money to him, Xia Fan took a deep breath. Pidgey flying. After saying that, in front of everyone's eyes, Xia Fan grabbed Mew's thin ankle and flew up and down away from New Bark Town. Poor Pidgey. Someone couldn't help but sigh. The others nodded. It was really hard for Pidgey, a bird as big as a human head, to fly away from New Bark Town with such a big and burly owner. Pidgey took Xia Fan and finally flew into the woods. As soon as they entered the woods, Xia Fan asked him to let him go down. After going down, Xia Fan leaned against the tree, untied the transform, and laughed. Mew also untied the transform and turned back into his original form, standing by and looking at his master in confusion. It doesn't quite understand Xia Fan's sense of humor. "Master, where are we going next?" After Fan had laughed enough, Mew used confusion to communicate. "Mew, do you want a Pokemon friend to play with you?" Xia Fan asked while rubbing her stomach, which hurt from laughing. "Yes, of course." "Very good. Then we'll go back to the professor to get the Pokemon Pokédex, and then start looking for legendary beasts to be your friends, such as Ho-Oh, Lugia, Mewtwo, and so on." Xia Fan said excitedly. Collecting legendary Pokemon is the dream of every Pokemon trainer. "Master, they won't play with me." But Mew just shook his head after hearing this. "They're all very arrogant. If I enter their territory, they will chase me away. Don't worry about that. Your master is very powerful. If I encounter..." Xia Fan waved his hand, but suddenly stopped halfway and turned back to ask, "What do you mean by that? Have you encountered other divine beasts? Can you tell me where?" I met a Pokemon made with my genes on a small island. It was fighting with its friends, but it saw me and started to attack me. It was so fierce. Mew recalled with a look of disgust on his face. Mutwo, Brother Meng, Xia Fan said excitedly when he heard it. Who else but Mutwo could be the Pokemon created with the Mew gene? However, his excited reaction caused Mew's dissatisfaction, and he looked at him angrily with a pout. Xia Fan coughed twice and changed his words. Oh no, it should be called Mungdi. Compared with you, Mutwo is just a younger brother. Not worth mentioning. Having said that, Xia Fan couldn't help but add another sentence. Do you know where it went after the fight? Don't worry, if I run into it again, I will definitely give it a beating and make it call you daddy. After the battle, it left with its companions, and I don't know where it is since then. Hearing this, Xia Fan smacked his lips in boredom. Not knowing where it was just like not saying anything. What other mythical beasts have you encountered? Xia Fan did not give up. I encountered a Pokemon on my way to play that had a body that glowed with 7 colors and formed a rainbow wherever it flew. Others called a Ho-Oh. Then do you know where it is? Xia Fan became excited again. You shook his head. I don't know, I just met him on the road. Xia Fan smacked his lips in boredom again, then asked again without giving up. Mew closed his eyes and thought about it, then suddenly said after a minute, I saw a creature called Rayquaza in Fengyuan region. It seemed to live in a place called Sky Pillar. I went there to greet it, but it was so rude and ignored me. My brother Lai. Xia Fan became excited again, but the next second he saw Mew looking at him with a pouting face and jealous eyes again. He could only say righteously once again, well, you're right. How rude. Not even responding to a greeting. How unreasonable. Who are you talking to? Mew. Don't worry. When a master tames it in the future, he will definitely teach it manners and make it call you big brother when it sees you. Mew nodded in satisfaction. Are there any other mythical beasts? Xia Fan rubbed his hands. Unfortunately, what Mew said afterwards were things he met while playing, and his specific place of residence was unclear, so the matter was left unresolved. After Xia Fan transformed back to his original appearance, he returned to New Barktown to find the professor to receive the Pokémon Pokédex and some equipment, and then began his journey with Mew. Chengdu region, Violet City. Xiaohuan, how is this beef noodle? Isn't it delicious? In a corner of a beef restaurant, a young man had just finished eating beef noodles and was holding his stomach to enjoy it, while there was another bowl of beef noodles next to him. However, no one was eating that bowl of beef noodles, but one could see that it was decreasing little by little. Tasty. Mew's happy voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. If it tastes good, eat more. We have plenty of money, so we can have as much as we want. After we're full and take a rest, we'll go get the first badge. Xia Fan laughed and touched the air. It has been a while since he came into this world, and his relationship with Mew has grown deeper and deeper. Basically, every time I go to a place, I have to find a famous restaurant to have a big meal first. For the convenience of communication, everyone now calls Mew Xiaowan. Then I also want a bowl of beef noodles and a beef patty. The voice in my head sounded again. Okay. Xia Fan nodded with a smile, stood up and walked to the front desk to ask the boss for another bowl of noodles and 2 beef patties. A few minutes later, the waiter came over. Mew, who was eating beef noodles in an invisible contest condition, stopped eating immediately and waited for the waiter to put down the food and leave before he continued eating happily. Xia Fan watched the beef noodles begin to disappear bit by bit, smiled and shook his head, too lazy to say anything else. Mew is very obsessed with eating. Under normal circumstances, he is willing to transform into the appearance of other Pokemon. Only when eating, even if it is troublesome, he will change into his original appearance and then start eating, because it feels that this is the only way it can be considered as having eaten. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan and Mew, who had eaten and drunk their fill, left with their hands on their stomachs, satisfied. They then planned to take a leisurely stroll to the gym entrance and then begin the first gym challenge. Half an hour later, Xia Fan and Mew walked slowly and arrived at the flying gym in Violet City. As soon as I reached the door, I was stopped by a yellow-haired young man. I'm sorry, there are still 20 people ahead of you waiting to challenge you. You can choose to come back in a day or two when there are fewer people, or get a number plate and wait for the challenge. 20 people. Xia Fan's mouth twitched. Could they all be players who think the same as him? If so, then if he comes to challenge again in a few days, he'll have to wait even longer in the queue. What does it mean to collect the number plate? Do we enter in order? Xia Fan asked. Yes. The blond young man nodded and took out a card with the number 21 from his pocket. When the challenges of the first 20 trainers are over, the number on your card will flash. You just need to get to us within half an hour and hand me the card, and then you can take on the challenge as you wish. Then I'll get the number plate. Thank you. Xia Fan thought about it, nodded with a smile, and took the number plate. After leaving the gym, Xia Fan prepared to wander around the city for a while. As a result, when passing by a park not far from the Pokémon Center, he saw a group of people fighting in pairs. Two of them seemed to have just finished a battle, and each took out a digital card and handed it to the other. The style of the digital card looked the same as the one he got at the gym. Xia Fan walked forward and looked for a while, then found a bystander to talk to. He then realized that these people were the ones who had challenged the gym before him, and they were using the battle method to get the digital cards in front. The rule is that the owner of the number card at the back who wants to challenge the one in front needs to pay 3,000 yuan as a challenge fee, and then both parties use a Pokémon to decide the winner. The loser has to give the other party 3,000 yuan, and the winner does not have to pay and can directly exchange number cards with the other party. Xiao Huan, let's do this too. You first put the Pokeball in, and then follow my instructions to transform. After learning this, Xia Fan decisively chose to join in. After taking out the Pokeball and muttering to himself in the air, the Pokeball opened automatically and an invisible object drilled into it. 1 minute later, Xia Fan found the trainer of the number card 18. According to the rules, he could challenge at most 3 numbers, namely 20, 19, and 18, and could not challenge the one with the highest number card all at once. At this time, the trainer with the number card 18 has just failed in challenging the number card 15. According to the rules, if he wants to challenge again, he needs to accept a challenge from a number card behind him. If he wins, he can challenge the number card in front again. If he loses, he will exchange number cards with the one behind him. Come on, I won't let you take my number card. The trainer holding the number card 18 is a young man with an annoyed look on his face. He was originally the holder of the number card 6, but after joining this for greed, he fell all the way to his current position and cannot go back even if he wants to. Seeing his expression, Xia Fan smiled, took out a Pokeball from her belt, whispered a few words, and pressed the switch of the Pokeball. Come out. Pikachu. A red light flashed, and a yellow electric mouse with a signature red spot on its cheek appeared. Pika! Pika! Pikachu! As soon as Pikachu appeared, some girls who were watching the show immediately screamed. In this city, wild Pikachu is rarely seen, so it is considered a rare Pokémon. On the other side, the young man was stunned. After seeing Pikachu, he immediately felt like vomiting blood. Because his Pokémon is a water type, it is just restrained by the electric type Pikachu. But he had no choice but to take out the Pokeball. Come out, Totodile. A red light flashed, and Totodile appeared jumping up and down. Totodile rushed over to Watergun, get close and bite. As soon as he appeared, the young man hurriedly gave orders, hoping to catch Fan off guard. Wally, Totodile said, and a mouthful of water gun suddenly came out of his mouth, and he rushed towards Pikachu while spitting. However, he was overthinking. After Xia Fan saw a water gun, he knew what he was going to do. Pikachu, quick attack, avoid the water gun, and move closer to Totodile. Xia Fan gave the order decisively. A spark flashed by, and Totodile's water gun was easily dodged, and it approached Totodile at a very fast speed. When he was 1 meter away from Totodile, Xia Fan gave the order again. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, connect to Iron Tail. As soon as the words fell, a lightning bolt as thick as a human thigh suddenly burst out from the surface of Pikachu's skin, which was running at full speed, and struck Totodile, and the tail behind it also transformed towards Orberg at the same time. At such a close distance, Totodile couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. 1 second later, a severe electric shock sound came out of Totodile's mouth. 2 seconds later, Spark disappeared. Pikachu jumped into the air, turned 360 degrees in the air, and then used the skill Iron Tail to hit Totodile's belly heavily. It was directly shot into a park pond several dozen feet wide. The onlookers who were watching the excitement hurried over to see what was happening and saw Totodile staggering, shouting Wally, and then falling into the pool, losing his ability to fight. The young man could only reluctantly exchange number cards with Xia Fan, put Totodile into the Pokeball, and run to the Pokémon Center. Let Totodile recover before looking for someone to fight. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan found the owner of the number card 15. It's a girl. She was challenging someone, the Grass-type Bayleaf challenging the Fire-type Charmeleon. A few minutes later, the result was naturally a defeat due to attribute restraint. After transferring the 3,000 challenge fees to the other party, she saw Xia Fan standing aside and Pikachu on his shoulder. "You want to challenge me?" the girl said with a raised eyebrow. Xia Fan nodded. "Let's get started." The girl motioned for Fan to go to the other side. "Why don't you send your Bayleaf to the Pokeball for treatment before coming back?" Xia Fan asked in surprise. The Bayleaf was badly beaten by Charmander just now. "No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like we can fight again." "Who said I only have one Pokemon?" the girl said with a smile, taking out a Pokeball. "Come out, Brellum." A red light flashed, and a Pokemon the size of a kangaroo with a mushroom-shaped head appeared. "Sorry, I still have a Grass-type Pokemon. It won't be too late to go to the Pokemon Center after I win your money to make up for my loss just now." The girl looked confident about her Brellum. Xia Fan shrugged. Since she was so confident, she could only feel embarrassed. "Come back, Pikachu." Walking to the other side, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and took the Pikachu off his shoulder. After whispering a few words, he pretended to take out a new Pokeball from his backpack. "Come out, Kalava." The next second, a Kalava with flames spiking from his waist and head appeared. After coming out, Xia Fan said in an embarrassed tone, "Sorry, I still have a fire Pokemon." Hearing this, the girl almost vomited blood. This is really like shooting himself in the foot. This guy actually has fire-type Pokemon. If I had known earlier, I would have gone directly to the Pokemon Center. Maybe this guy would find it difficult to wait and go find the challenge of number 16. But it was too late no matter how she thought about it. With the idea of striking first, the girl immediately began to give orders. "Brellum Stun Spore." I saw pollen with a strange fragrance emanating from Brellum's head floating towards Kalava. "Kalava, quick attack dodge, exhale, smoke from mouth." There was a flash of fire, and Kalava disappeared from where he was, appearing on a rock, and black smoke came out of his mouth and began to cover the battlefield. Brellum used Iron Head to interrupt it. Although she didn't know what Xia Fan was going to do, the girl knew that if she didn't do something, she would definitely be waiting for death. Brellum heard the master's order, took a step, and the next second, it was as if it had stepped on a spring and bounced towards Kalava. The mushroom head emitted a strong cyclone under the powerful impact. Xia Fan said calmly, "Kalava, quick attack dodge, and smokescreen doesn't stop until the entire venue is covered." After saying this, Kalava began to dodge around the challenge venue. Brellum is hot on their heels. About 6 seconds later, the entire competition venue was shrouded in smoke and was completely invisible. Kalava and Brellum awaited instructions from their respective masters. But Brellum's owner was confused because she couldn't see the situation inside clearly, and she didn't know how to command Brellum to fight next. Only Xia Fan said calmly, "Kalava, implement tactic number 2. "Tactic number 2? The girl opposite frowned slightly, looking uneasy. After a while, she heard the miserable growl from Brellum in smokescreen. I was suddenly extremely anxious, but there was nothing I could do. I could only stand outside and wait. As Brellum's miserable growl grew bigger, the girl couldn't stand it anymore and finally shouted that she gave up. Xia Fan then shouted to Smokescreen, "Kalava is ready." As soon as the words were spoken, there was no more miserable growl of Brellum inside. After a dozen seconds, the smoke dissipated. A scene that made the girl stunned appeared, because Brellum was completely unharmed, just standing there at a loss. Kalava was lying on the ground, beating yawn. What's going on?" the girl asked in shock. Xia Fan smiled and didn't answer in a hurry. Instead, he used a pokeball to collect Kalava before speaking. It's very simple because the screams just now were all made by Kalava. My Kalava has a talent for language and can mimic many Pokemon's growl. The screams just now were all made by it. The girl felt like something was stuck in her throat. Is there such a thing? She couldn't accept it. It was as if nothing had happened to Breloom, and she was the one worrying for nothing. A few seconds later, the girl, who was getting angrier and angrier, said angrily, "Just wait. I will definitely get back at you." After saying that, she took out the number card 15 and exchanged it with Xia Fan, then left angrily. This feeling of being teased made her feel that it would be worse than being beaten up. We have to go to the Pokemon Center later anyway. Looking at the back of the girl rage, Xia Fan expressed that he couldn't understand why the Pokemon was safe and sound. So why did he have to beat them up to be satisfied? A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Xia Fan sighed, picked up the token, and began to look for the owner of the number card 12. But his answer just now was nonsense. Where did Mew get the talent for cross-species language? The real situation was that Mew used the transform skill in the smoke to change from Kalava to Breloom, and then screamed until the other owner couldn't stand it and surrendered. This is the so-called number 2 strategy, which is one of the strategies he came up with. This is also Mew's favorite tactic, as it allows him to avoid causing damage to other Pokemon. Xia Fan, the owner of the number 12 card, searched for 10 minutes and finally found it after asking the owner of a card whose number had just dropped from 12 to 14. The challenger with card number 12 is a bit smart. As long as he knows that the opponent's Pokemon restrains him, he will challenge someone else and only challenge those who are restrained by him. When Xia Fan found him, he was challenging number 11 because the owners of the number cards at numbers 10 and 9 were both water-based, while he was fire-based and did not dare to fight. Just like that, while challenger number 12 was still dueling, Xia Fan could only stand by and wait. After waiting for 2 minutes, I didn't get the challenge of number 12, but the challenge of number 17 came. Since number cards 14 and 16 went to the Pokemon Center, he could only challenge Xia Fan. Xia Fan agreed. After all, there is money to be made in being challenged. 2 minutes later, the two found a place to fight. The boy with number 17 couldn't wait to take out the Pokeball. "Come out, Croconaw." Xia Fan looked at Croconaw opposite him, and then looked at the challenge field with the number 12 on the card not far away. I found that the battle over there seemed to be in a stalemate. Even with the advantage of attribute restraint, the battle could not be resolved in a short time. So I started to feel like playing. After picking up the Pokeball and mumbling a few words, he said, "Kalava, come out." The Pokeball glowed red, and he once again had Mew appear in Kalava form. When the boy on the opposite side saw that Xia Fan also sent out Kalava, he excitedly said yes, and then he hooked his finger at Xia Fan taunt. "Come, baby." Xia Fan looked at his confident look and couldn't help but said with a joking expression, "Kalava, smokescreen, connect to play number 2. He planned to replicate the winning method he used last time, play a trick on the boy, and see how he would react when he finally knew the truth. 10 seconds later, when the smoke enveloped the entire challenge venue, the boy on the opposite side first taunted Xia Fan with confidence, saying that since he couldn't see anything either, even if his Croconaw ran rampant in it, it would still be able to crush Xia Fan Kalava because of the attribute restraint. Xia Fan smiled, but said nothing, because the next second, Croconaw's tragic growl began to be heard from the black smoke. Xia Fan then made a circle and came to the boy's side, and began to admire his unprepared and panicked expression. How is this possible? The boy was full of disbelief and couldn't understand why there was Croconaw's miserable growl inside instead of Kalava's. After a few seconds, he began to give panicked orders. "Croconaw, use the water gun. Spit in the direction it hits you." I was unmoved in the smoke and could only hear Croconaw's miserable growl, which was getting more and more miserable. Xia Fan saw that it was time to speak, and immediately said, "Little brother, should you admit defeat and transfer the money quickly, or wait until he can no longer shout before transferring the money?" The boy gritted his teeth and hesitated until the growl in Croconaw really started to make quieter and quieter sounds, and finally he couldn't stand it anymore. "I give up," the boy said unwillingly, picked up his phone, and transferred 3,000 yuan to Xia Fan. After dozens of seconds, the smoke dissipated. When the boys saw Crocodile and Kalava were unharmed, he was stunned just like the girl before. Hey, what's going on? The boy was so shocked that he stuttered. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and took Mew back, then repeated what he had explained to the girl before. The scream just now was made by Kalava. My Kalava is quite gifted in language and can mimic many Pokemon's growl. It just lay on the ground and mimicked Crocodile's growl scream, but didn't attack it. So when you ordered Crocodile to attack the Kalava that heard it, it was unmoved and didn't know where to attack. The young man took a deep breath after hearing this, and then he suppressed his rage and said, "Just wait. I will never be fooled by you again. After I complete a challenge, I will challenge you again. Don't worry, my Crocodile will definitely beat your Kalava even worse than before in the next match." Xia Fan shrugged, didn't say anything, turned around and left calmly. If he could still fight himself, he would not let Mew transform into Kalava, but directly transform into a grass-type Pokemon that counters Crocodile. At this moment, Mew's voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. "Master, let's use tactic number 2 in the next game. It's more fun." Xia Fan smiled, picked up the Pokeball, and whispered, "Then let's just keep using strategy number 2 until someone doesn't fall for it." "Okay." Mew responded happily. Back to the challenge venue of number card 12. It just so happened that the battle between the two had just ended. The trainer with number card 12 defeated the trainer with number 11, and the two exchanged their number cards. This means that Xia Fan's challenge target has become the trainer who fell from number 11. "What Pokemon are you?" When the trainer heard that Xia Fan wanted to challenge him, he did not rush to agree, but asked tentatively. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, picked up the Pokeball, murmured twice, and said, "Come out, Magikarp." A red light flashed, and a red carp with a gold bottle cap on its head appeared. When the trainer saw it was Magikarp, he excitedly accepted the challenge, ran over to the other side, took out the Pokeball, and released his Pokemon without saying a word. "Come out, Ariados." A red light flashed, and a red poisonous spider appeared. But the next second, the trainer paused, because the Magikarp on the opposite side disappeared, and Kalava stood there instead. "Where's your Magikarp?" The trainer frowned. "Of course I took the Magikarp back. I took out the Magikarp just to say that I had it, but I didn't say that I would use it. I'm not stupid." Xia Fan joked. "Little guy, you're still trying to play tricks on him. If you just took out Kalava, this guy would probably just run away under the pretext of going to the Pokemon Center and wouldn't be in such a hurry to fight him." The trainer felt like he had something stuck in his throat. Finally, he couldn't find any words to refute and could only admit defeat, and the battle lasted only 2 minutes. Ariado's trainer was just like the other two. After hearing Ariado's miserable growl from the smokescreen, he immediately panicked. In addition, Xia Fan was standing by and saying some disturbing words. In the end, he was scared and exchanged number cards to admit defeat. After the smokescreen dissipated, I looked at the intact Ariados and listened to Xia Fan's explanation. Ariado's trainer was so angry that he vomited blood. He said something harsh and left. "You are so cruel, kid. I admit defeat this time. I hope you can continue to use this clever trick to win in the future." He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would jump up and strangle the B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** card. Very good. At this rate, it won't be long before we get the number 1 card. Xia Fan, who got the number card number 12, was in a good mood and started looking for a trainer with a number card number 9. After searching for about 5 minutes, I finally found it in the corner at the very edge of the park. The trainer with the number 9 card is currently battling against the trainer with the number 7 card. Xia Fan waited quietly by the side. But after waiting for a while, a man and a woman came over. "Brother, do you want to have a fight?" The boy pushed Xia Fan's shoulder. Xia Fan turned his head and raised his eyebrows, because he saw that the girl next to the boy was the Brellum trainer who was fooled by Mew using the number 2 strategy before. "Are you unwilling to accept your defeat and are looking for someone to retaliate?" Xia Fan looked at the girl jokingly. The girl said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask you if you dare to have a fair fight with my brother." Xia Fan shrugged. "Of course, But since it's a duel, there should be some stakes, right? Is it a bounty or a number card? Let me tell you, if it's a bounty, I hope it's 10,000, so that the duel will be more interesting. If it's a number card, I will only accept challenges with number cards from 1 to 8. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan saw the boy calmly take out the number 2 card. I don't know if this one is qualified to challenge you. The boy said sarcastically, the owner of the number 1 card has entered the gym to challenge. As long as you can beat me, you will be the next one to enter the gym to challenge. Of course, if you lose, I don't want you to pay me. I just want you to exchange your kalava with my sister's brelum. How about it? Do you dare? Xia Fan chuckled after hearing this. After all this time, I didn't want to retaliate, but I was attracted by his kalava. Of course you can, but it'll cost extra money. If I win, in addition to the number 2 card, I'll also get the bounty. Xia Fan couldn't help but feel a lot of bad thoughts. If they dare to ask for his Mew, he will not stop until he has tricked these 2 siblings to death. How much? The boy did not refuse, but asked the amount. All of it. If I win, I want all your money except the number cards, Xia Fan said. How about it, do you dare? After all, I'm using my main Pokémon and your sister's useless Pokémon as a bet. After saying that, Xia Fan looked directly into the boy's eyes. As long as he showed the slightest hesitation, he would immediately provoke him. What surprised Xia Fan was that the boy agreed without any hesitation and very decisively. This reaction made Xia Fan hesitate, and her eyes began to shift back and forth between the boy and his sister. This girl wouldn't have given all the money to her sister, otherwise why would she agree so readily? The boy saw the suspicion in Xia Fan's eyes, then took out his cell phone and showed her his savings of 148,000 yuan. Xia Fan immediately accepted the challenge without hesitation. Not making money is a sign of cerebral palsy. Since he didn't give the money to his sister, that means he has a Pokémon under his command that he thinks is very powerful. Otherwise, he would never dare to be so arrogant. However, no matter how arrogant he is, can he be as arrogant as Mew? Unless he also has a divine beast. But this is impossible. If he had a divine beast, he would not be interested in this kalava. Just like him, with the legendary Pokémon system, he only sees legendary Pokémon, and other Pokémon are just trash in his eyes. That's right, they're all small fry. The mentality is so arrogant. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan followed the brother and sister to an empty space, and the boy took out his Pokémon first. Come out, Feraligatr. A red light flashed, and a blue-skinned, upright crocodile with a sturdy body, a mouth full of fangs, and serrated red bone plates on its head, back and tail emerged. It is the final evolution of the water-type Totodile among the 3 starter monsters in the Chengdu region. It has extremely terrifying bite force, and it is rumored that a light bite can kill rival. No wonder he is so confident. Xia Fan chuckled and released the kalava that Mew had transformed into. Kalava, as before, used the smokescreen skill to cover the entire competition area. Xia Fan ordered. Kalava responded and began to spit out black smokescreen from his mouth. Boy, are you just being clever? Do you think your trick will work on me? The boy said sarcastically. His sister had already told him how Xia Fan had outwitted her, and if he still fell for it, he would be a fool. Feraligatr, agility, use Aqua Tail when you get close to Kalava. The boy gave the order. Although he felt that he would not be fooled, he would not sit there stupidly and watch Kalava cover the entire venue with smokescreen. Feraligatr whimpered upon hearing this, and followed his master's instructions, prostrating himself on the ground with his hands. Looking at Kalava spitting out smokescreen not far away, its eyes suddenly became sharp, and the next second, like a ferocious hunting dog, it suddenly rushed towards Kalava at a terrifying speed. Almost instantly, Feraligatr rushed to Kalava. At the same time, its tail smashed towards Kalava like a huge wave. With that kind of momentum, it's not hard to imagine that once it hits Kalava, it's very likely that one hit will make it lose its combat effectiveness. It's over, the boy said coldly. When he saw that Xia Fan did not order Kalava to dodge, he thought that Kalava was frightened by Feraligatr's rapid speed and immediately felt that he had won. Great, in this case, this Kalava with special skills will be mine. But the next second, the boy's cold expression froze. Because Kalava in the field easily avoided Feraligattor's Aqua Tail. As nimble as a loach, no matter how hard Feraligattor swung his thick tail, he just couldn't hit it. What are you pretending to be? At this time, a sarcastic voice came from the boy's ear. He turned his head and saw Xia Fan looking at him sarcastically. You don't think my Kalava won't dodge if I don't give the order, do you? Xia Fan chuckled. Stupid head, you should train your Pokémon to think independently. Don't let them just follow your instructions to fight. Sometimes you should let them think about how to fight on their own. Then what are you pretending to be? The boy got furious when he saw Xia Fan started to criticize him just because Kalava dodged a skill. Feraligattor, Ice Fang, attack with Aqua Tail. Feraligattor let out a howl, and his big mouth full of fangs began to cool down. This skill has freezing and fear effects. Once it bites the enemy, there's a certain chance that the enemy will fall into a contest condition of freezing and fear. When the cold reached a certain level, Feraligattor launched another attack according to his master's instructions. The chilling fangs, combined with the raging tail, suddenly produced a more terrifying destructive force than before. A rock that Kalava used to avoid attacks was instantly turned into rubble under the combined attack of its giant tail and fangs. Unfortunately, even with Feraligattor's terrifying destructive power, it couldn't hurt Kalava at all, because he's so good at hiding. He can always dodge Feraligattor's attacks with incomprehensible moves. The body is flexible, not like a mouse, but more like a cat. Finally, Feraligattor got angry. Due to the easily irritated nature of his own race, during one attack, his fangs accidentally bit his own tail as Kalava dodged. He then went crazy and no longer followed his master's instructions to use Ice Fang and Aqua Tail on Kalava. Instead, he stood up and continuously used Water Gun on Kalava. No matter what the boys ordered, she wouldn't listen. At this time, Kalava's smokescreen finally covered the entire challenge venue. No one can see clearly what will happen inside, and no one knows whether Feraligattor's Water Gun can hit Kalava. Kalava, tactic number 3. Xia Fan finally gave the order again, issuing an attack order to Mew, who had transformed into Kalava in the smokescreen. Tactic number 3? Humph. You think you can fool us again just by changing the name? You're dreaming. The girls who were watching from the sidelines could not help but sneer when they heard Xia Fan's instructions. Xia Fan shrugged. Whatever you say is what it is. After a while, Feraligattor's miserable growl began to sound in the smokescreen. The girl didn't believe it and walked over to the boy. Brother, don't panic. It must be that guy's Kalava playing tricks again, and mimic Feraligattor's growl is playing sympathy, trying to trick us into surrendering. Of course I know that. It's not like my Feraligattor is the only one in smokescreen that can't see rival clearly. The same is true for Kalava. The boy didn't panic and had a confident expression. Besides, I'm also a Feraligattor. How could I be beaten like this by Kalava? More importantly, Feraligattor is already in rage contest condition. Its aggression and destructive power will be better than before, so it's even less likely that I will be beaten into a growl. So confident. Xia Fan also came over at this time. Don't you think that the miserable growl in there really looks like it came from your Feraligattor? The boy sneered and looked at Xia Fan sarcastically. Why, you want to trick me into giving up? I tell you, this is impossible. My Feraligattor, I am very confident in its strength. As soon as the words fell, an explosion was heard in the smokescreen, accompanied by Feraligattor's screams. Keep acting. The boy laughed. Boy, you know what? Your Kalava acting is really good. You know how to use a skill and then continue acting. The girl nodded and said, Brother, you are right to think so. It must be his Kalava who played the role. Seeing the confident look on the brother and sister's faces, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and decided not to persuade them to admit defeat anymore. He actually wanted to say that tactic number 3 was different from tactic number 2. This was not a fake fight, it was a real fight. In Smokescreen, Mew will transform into other powerful Pokémon that can counter Feraligattor, and then use various powerful skills to attack Feraligattor. You say, in this situation, how could Feraligattor not scream? A few seconds later, a dark cloud suddenly formed in the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning. aiming directly at the area below that was shrouded in black smoke. This is the ultimate move, Thunder, that only Electro Pokémon can use. With a bang, after the lightning struck, Feraligatr even more miserable growl was heard from the smokescreen. Broken. Xia Fan was shocked. He thought that Mew might have been so excited in the fight that he forgot what he had told him to do. This is obviously a skill that Kalava should not be able to learn. So how could he use it so openly? If you need to use a skill, you should use Thunderbolt, which cannot be seen outside the smokescreen. Xia Fan turned to look at the brother and sister, thinking about what to say to them later. Sister, that was a thunder skill that only electric Pokémon can use. After the lightning struck, the boy gradually began to feel that something was wrong. Is thunder a skill that a fire-type Pokémon can use? It seems so. The girl responded hesitantly, also feeling that something was wrong. She turned her head to look at Xia Fan and found that he was grinning evilly and looking at them in a mean way. The girl saw it and said quickly, "Brother, don't believe it. That is definitely not thunder. It must be that Kalava who used a skill like illusion to create a fake thunder." The boy frowned and said, "But illusion is a skill of the psychic department. Is that a skill that Kalava can learn? Anyway, it's definitely that Kalava who's acting in a way we don't know about. If you don't believe me, look at that guy's expression. He's obviously expecting us to admit defeat to him. The more he behaves like this, the calmer we have to be." The girl turned the boy's head away. As expected, the boy saw Xia Fan's frivolous expression. Then I felt that what my sister said made sense. Don't be fooled by Xia Fan. A few more seconds passed. Many pieces of rubble nearby gathered towards Smokescreen Sky, forming a huge boulder that was 2 meters high. The ground shook violently as the boulder fell, followed by Feraligatr's miserable growl. This is the rock-type skill, Rock Throw. The boy hesitated, his heart starting to beat again. Don't panic, brother. It's definitely an act. The girl encouraged. The boy turned his head and looked at Xia Fan again. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, not only will you lose your money and number cards, but Feraligatr's closeness to you will also plummet. Xia Fan joked. After hearing this, the boy stood on the same side as his sister and told himself not to be fooled. Xia Fan sighed and mourned for Feraligatr in Smokescreen. Brother, I tried my best to save you, but you can't blame me if your master didn't listen. Another 10 seconds passed. There was a loud noise and a violent explosion in the smokescreen. The sound lasted for 3 seconds. Among them, Feraligatr's miserable growl only lasted for 2 seconds. Xia Fan heard something was wrong and quickly said, "Kalava is fine." The noise ended, and there was no more movement in the smokescreen. At this time, the girl laughed and pulled the boy to laugh at Xia Fan with her. "Ha ha ha ha, I can't go on like this." However, the boy did not respond, but looked at Smokescreen with a worried look on his face. Xia Fan frowned slightly, wondering why this girl would have such an idea. You're not possessed by a demon. You've even used the destructive death ray, and you still think I'm acting? Half a minute later, the dark smoke gradually dissipated. I saw a Feraligatr lying on the ground in a very miserable state. The sight of his skin torn and flesh exposed was horrible. However, he had not fallen into a coma. Instead, he fell to the ground and looked in the direction of his master with a resentful look. As for Kalava, he was naturally standing next to Feraligatr intact. "Thank you for your hard work, Kalava." Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and put it back, then turned to look at the brother and sister. At this moment, the two siblings were stunned when they saw Feraligatr's miserable condition. How could this happen? Isn't this an act? The girl's face turned pale, and she muttered to herself. The boy said nothing, slumped on the ground with a pale face. Feraligatr's resentful eyes made him fall into extreme self-blame. "You can't blame me for this. I've already reminded you. It's you who refused to admit defeat." Xia Fan walked over, picked up her number card, and exchanged it with the boys. Then he picked up the phone in his pocket and transferred money to himself. The boys did not stop this series of actions. He just stared blankly at Feraligatr, whose skin was torn apart not far away. After transferring the money and returning the phone, Xia Fan saw that the boy still had no reaction, so she couldn't help but push him and then gave him a reminder. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want it to die, then send it to the Pokémon Center for treatment. I'm kind-hearted and left you 10,000. Don't thank me too much. After saying that, Xia Fan turned around and left quickly. He was afraid that the two would react and ask him how Kalava used Thunder, Rock Throw, and the Destruction Ray. After walking away, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and muttered to himself, Xiao Huan, what's wrong with you? Look how badly you beat Feraligatr. And why did you use Thunder? What if someone finds out? Fortunately, your master was smart and fooled those two guys. Mew's voice immediately sounded in my mind. Master, I'm sorry. It's because this Feraligatr is too resistant. I transformed into many Pokemon and fought for a long time, but it could stand up again and again. In the end, I had no choice but to use Thunder, Rock Throw, and Destroy to kill it all. Is it so strong? Xia Fan raised her eyebrows and looked back, only to find that the boy had already put away Feraligatr and was running toward the Pokemon Center with her sister. Mew said this, and he felt that this Feraligatr had the potential to become a demigod. Just this unyielding will is amazing. It's just that his master is not very good. I just hope he doesn't bury this Feraligatr with great potential. Xiao Huan, you must be tired after fighting for so long. Let's go eat something. It's up to you what and where to eat. No longer thinking about Feraligatr, Xia Fan looked around with a smile, then released Mew. A red light flashed, and the cute Mew floated out. It circled around Xia Fan. Master, let's go eat beef noodles and beef patties again. I want to eat more. Mew said excitedly. Okay, but you'd better hide quickly. It will be troublesome if someone recognizes you. Xia Fan touched Mew's little head intimately. The next second, the cute Mew disappeared from Xia Fan's sight. But then, there was a sense of gravity on his shoulders. Let's go. Mew's voice urged in Xia Fan's mind. An hour later, Xia Fan and Mew, who had eaten and drunk their fill, left the restaurant. Just 10 minutes ago, the number 2 on Xia Fan's hand began to flash. According to what the yellow-haired young man at the gym entrance said, he and Mew needed to get to the gym within 30 minutes. Although 10 minutes had already passed, it would not be a problem to get to the gym in the remaining 20 minutes. 18 minutes later, Xia Fan arrived at the gym. Halfway through, he made Mew transform into Pikachu and stand on his shoulders. This gym is a flying-type gym, which happens to be a counter to the electric type. It's better not to use clever tricks like Tactic Number 2 to embarrass yourself against gym owners and other top figures in the Pokemon world. More importantly, whether or not you will be fooled is another matter, but the most dangerous thing is that Mew's identity may be easily exposed. It's just like the principle of not showing off your wealth. Before you become someone really powerful, sometimes it is better to keep a low profile. Arrived at the door of the gym, Xia Fan showed the number card to the yellow-haired young man. The yellow-haired young man was a little surprised. He remembered that the boy in front of him should have a number 21. But although he was surprised, the yellow-haired young man did not ask any more questions. He knew that Xia Fan could get the number 2 card, which meant he defeated those guys in the park. Go in, the owner is waiting for you inside. The yellow-haired young man put the Xia Fan in. The battlefield inside the gym was a square, where a young man with short blue hair was waiting for Xia Fan. He stood on the fighting platform, looking a little tired. The constant challenges from the trainer over the past 2 days had made him very sleepy. So when Xia Fan came to the platform opposite, he didn't say too many polite words, but directly released his Pokémon, an evolved form of Pidgey, Pidgeotto. My name is Faulkner. Let's start the challenge. The young man said directly after giving his name. Go ahead. Xia Fan looked at the very tired young man. He had been looking forward to challenging the gym, but suddenly he felt bored. He shrugged and signaled Mew, who had transformed into Pikachu, to jump into the battlefield. Pika! Mew flipped over Xia Fan's shoulder and jumped into the battle arena. Pidgeotto Gust. Faulkner was the first to order. BB. Pidgeotto flapped his wings quickly, creating a strong twister that attacked Mew. Pikachu Dig Dodge. Xia Fan said. Pika. Mew, who transformed into Pikachu, had electricity flashing across his hands. He quickly dug a cave in the ground and crawled inside. The twister blew past, and Pikachu hiding in the cave was safe and sound. The young man opposite saw this, and a hint of surprise appeared on his tired expression. It's rare to find a Pikachu that can learn Dig. Pidgey, lower altitude. Use wing attack and wait for it to show up. The young man began his second order. Pidgey followed his instructions and flew low, fully spreading his wings, hovering over the entrance of Pikachu's cave, waiting. At that moment, he caught off guard. Xia Fan's mouth curled up slightly. This instruction was exactly what he wanted. He looked at Pidgey, watching it flying at the lowest altitude, and gave the order quickly. Pikachu discharge. The next second after the voice fell, Mew, who received Xia Fan's command, instantly poked his head out of the hole, and Jellicent's cheek suddenly burst into a dazzling thundershock. It was like a thundershock feast with a very wide range, and Pidgey, who was flying at low altitude, was immediately enveloped in it. 2 seconds later, Pidgey, who had no resistance to electric skills, fell into the ground. The electric current remained between its wings, but it did not lose its fighting power. Facing Pikachu, it tried hard to flap its wings and fly again. It's okay, Pidgey. On the platform, Faulkner decisively used the Pokeball to take Pidgey back. As the gym leader, he knew that his Pidgey had no chance of winning and would only be ravaged if he continued to fight. You win, the flying medal is yours. Faulkner took out a box from his pocket and waved to Xia Fan on the opposite platform, motioning her to come over and get it. Is it over already? Xia Fan was very surprised. He remembered that the gym leader should have to take out at least 2 Pokémon, but he had just finished killing one. With doubts, Xia Fan walked down the platform and went to the opposite side. After arriving at Faulkner's side, Xia Fan asked the question in her mind, "Where are your other Pokémon?" Faulkner pulled out 5 Pokeballs from his waist and threw them out. "Come out, everyone." 5 red lights flashed, and Beautifly, Pidgey, Skarmory, Pidgey, and Pidgey appeared in the air. As the first stop of the Chengdu region's challenge gym, you only need to defeat my Pidgey and Pidgey when you come here. Beautifly, Skarmory, and Pidgey are not what you need to face. Your Pikachu is amazing. With the ability to learn Discharge and Dig, you already have the power to defeat my Pidgey and Pidgey, so there's no need to fight any further. Faulkner explained. The meaning is simple. As long as you have the strength to defeat his Pidgey and Pidgey, you can get his medal here. As for the other 3 that have finally evolved, they're not for them to challenge. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this and reached out to take the medal. At this moment, the yellow-haired young man guarding the gym entrance ran over and came to Faulkner and said, "Gym Master, one of the 3 sacred beasts, Suicun, the Incarnation of the North Wind, has appeared on Route 32. It's fighting someone. Do you want to go take a look?" "Suicun, are you sure?" Faulkner's expression was shocked. He was so tired that he could hardly open his eyelids just now, but the tiredness disappeared instantly and turned into excitement. He turned around and was about to apologize to Xia Fan and ask him to leave. He had important things to do and would not chat with him. However, as soon as he turned his head, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were choked, because Xia Fan, who was standing opposite the last moment, now appeared at the door of the gym holding Pikachu, rushed out like mad. It's like the family won the lottery. "Brother, which way does Route 32 go?" "Here." "Okay, thanks, brother." On the streets of Violet City, a young man got directions from a passerby and ran wildly in one direction. He kept muttering to himself, "Suicun, you'd better hold on and don't let anyone catch you." Violet City, in the dense forest on Route 32. At this moment, a Pokémon that was completely blue, slender, had white diamond-shaped spots on its torso, and a huge hexagonal sky blue crown on its forehead was being surrounded by several Pokémon under a tree. "Suicun, give up resistance. Following us is the best choice." A young man on the back of a Charizard reached out his hand to the Suicun under the tree. "Follow us. We will take you to the top of this world, and your companions Raikou and Entei will join us soon, so you don't have to worry about being alone." Next to a Blastoise, a girl also stretched out her hand. Opposite these two stood 3 Pokémon that had evolved to their final forms. They are Venusaur, Nidoking, and Agron. There's also a person standing next to each of these 3 Pokémon. Under the big tree, Suicun looked at them coldly, and mist suddenly appeared under his feet. You still want to use this trick to escape? Do you think we will let you get away like this again? Charizard, flap your wings and blow away all the damn mist. The young man on Charizard's back sneered. Since you are unwilling to obey, we can only beat you until you lose your fighting power and then forcibly subdue you. Brothers, start. As the young man finished speaking, Charizard flapped his wings to blow away the mist that had just appeared under Suicun's feet. After that, the others began to order their Pokémon to attack Suicun. First, Nidoking and Agron used the skill Take Down together to attack Suicun. Then there are Ivysaur and Blastoise using Vine Whip and Bubble respectively. For Pokémon are surrounding Suicun, attacking from both sides. Suicun looked at them indifferently, without any panic on his face. He retracted his head and then spit out an extremely cold beam of light, which he spit towards the 4 Pokémon one by one. The 4 Pokémon were instantly frozen, but Charizard escaped because he was in mid-air. Suicun took advantage of the moment when the 4 Pokémon were frozen, stepped forward, and leaped towards the tree not far away. A gust of north wind blew by, and Suicun's figure was so graceful at this moment that it made people intoxicated. But beautiful pictures can easily make people want to destroy them. Suddenly, a flamethrower was spit toward Suicun that was flying in the air. Suicun, who was hit hard, slammed heavily into the ground. The 4 Pokémon that were frozen just now also broke free at this time and looked at Suicun with anger. At this moment, a young man arrived not far from where they were fighting. He looked at the Suicun that had been hit hard, and without saying a word, he wanted to rush over and throw a Pokeball. However, just as he was about to rush into the battlefield, he was spit back by a Quagsire's water gun. Get out of here. This Suicun belongs to our blue and white club. If you dare to take another step forward, don't force us to take ruthless action. A white-haired young man shouted at Xia Fan and other Pokemon trainers who had rushed here. Outside the battlefield where Suicun was beat up, there were more than a dozen people like the white-haired young man. They were guarding outside, preventing people like Xia Fan who had the same ideas about Suicun from entering. Xia Fan, who was awakened by the water gun, frowned, looked around, and then retreated and ran into a forest where no one could notice him. A second later, Xia Fan, transformed into a young man, walked out from behind the tree. He pulled out a Pokeball from his waist and muttered before shouting, "Come out, Salamander." A red light flashed, and a 4-legged, dragon-like Pokemon reappeared. Xia Fan jumped up and let it lead him in. "You're looking for death, kid." When the guys guarding outside saw Xia Fan's move, they immediately guessed what he was going to do. They shouted, and at the same time, let their Pokemon use skills on the violent salamander. "Destroy the Death Ray," Xia Fan said coldly. The violent newt retracted its head, and a powerful energy immediately gathered in front of its mouth. After flapping its wings to dodge several skills from below, a beam of black light accompanied by a loud noise was spit out from the mouth of the violent salamander, sweeping directly across the ground. In a short time, most of them fell down. Xia Fan rode the violent salamander and rushed into the battlefield. The situation inside the battlefield at this moment is a little different from before. Suicun, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, seemed to be enraged after being hit by Flamethrower, and used sheer cold to spit Charizard to the point of death. The remaining 4 people were shocked. I didn't dare to go forward easily. Seeing this scene, Xia Fan was overjoyed. As long as he was not caught, it would be a great opportunity for him. Xia Fan jumped off the violent salamander, took out a Pokeball from his waist, and was about to throw it. The people below were startled when they saw Xia Fan suddenly appear. He quickly ordered his Pokemon to stop it. Although they know that throwing Pokeballs directly is a bit stupid, they're afraid that someone will get lucky and get 1 Pokeball. In that case, they will be so angry that they will vomit blood. However, a noise was heard, and Xia Fan, who had already anticipated that he would be beat up if he rushed in, had already given the order to Mew, who had transformed into a violent salamander, to destroy the Death Ray. A beam of black light swept towards the 4 Pokémon, forcing them to switch from offense to defense. Xia Fan, who was still in midair, threw the Pokeball in his hand towards Suicun at this time. Unfortunately, just when the Pokeball was about to slip out of his hand, the Suicun below suddenly let out a roar. The sound was harsh and made people extremely uncomfortable. Xia Fan's body froze in midair, and the Pokeball that he was about to throw at Suicun also went astray at this moment. Owner, Mew saw Xia Fan frozen in midair and about to smash heavily into the ground. So he quickly stopped the destructive death ray in his mouth and caught Xia Fan just before it hit the ground. A second later, Xia Fan recovered from the stiff contest condition and hurriedly looked down. But Suicun was nowhere to be seen. He looked around and found that Suicun had appeared 100 meters to the north, running at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, he didn't care whether he used the transform skill in front of others. After ordering Mew to stop the people below, he jumped from Mew's back again and turned into a Dragonite in midair. It flapped its wings and chased after Suicun at high speed. Below, the 5 people and the trainers who were rushing over here not far away were stunned when they saw this scene. A big question mark came to my mind. Oh shit, what did they see? Is that guy a human or a Pokemon? How did a human transform into a Pokemon? Some reacted quickly and released their flying Pokemon to chase Xia Fan and Suicun without saying a word. Mew also quickly used skills to attack him. However, attacking is easy and defending is difficult. No matter how hard you attack, it is just one, not a group. There are countless people coming here, all with the mentality of conquering Suicun. When they came to their senses and tried to chase Xia Fan and Suicun, although Mew was able to stop most of them, there were still a few that slipped through the net and drove their own Pokemon to chase after them. Therefore, in less than 10 seconds, someone broke through the defense line set up by Mew and chased in the direction of Xia Fan and Suicun. Oh, well, brother, don't run. How about we talk? In the dense forest, Xia Fan transformed into Dragonite, howled, and tried to communicate with Suicun using Dragonite's voice. There was no other way. The guy below was too good at running. He had to trick it down first and then surprise it. After a while, he heard the telepathic message from Suicun in his mind. Are you a human or a Pokemon? Why do I feel the aura of that human just now on you? Hearing that Suicun was willing to communicate with him, Xia Fan was delighted and immediately used the same tricks he used to fool Mew to continue fooling Suicun. Ouch, I am a human, but I am not an ordinary human. I am blessed with divine power and have the ability to transform all Pokemon in the world. My responsibility is to protect you. As long as you are with me, your power will grow infinitely. In order to prove what he said, Xia Fan transformed himself into Suicun in midair, jumped to the ground, and ran behind Suicun. Just like that, 2 Suicuns ran simultaneously in the dense forest. The picture is extremely beautiful. However, just when Xia Fan thought Suicun would believe him, a powerful hydro pump attacked from the front, aiming at him who was chasing from behind. Frightened, Xia Fan quickly jumped towards a high tree trunk and brushed past the edge of the powerful hydro pump. If it was a moment later, he would have been hit directly and forced to cancel the transformation. The next second after he dodged, Suicun's voice rang in his mind again. Despicable human, do you think I will believe your lies? Although I don't know how you have the power of transform, you will never make me your subordinate. Xia Fan was stunned. From Suicun's words, he interpreted that he seemed to be regarded as a member of the same group as those guys before. In that case, there's no point in saying anything more. We can only use fighting to slow down the fast-moving Suicun and then throw the Pokeball. Thinking of this, Xia Fan decisively pulled his head back and fired a bone-chilling ice beam forward. For a moment, all the land ahead that was swept by the ice beam was instantly frozen. Unfortunately, this did not hit Suicun, who was the best at running among the 3 sacred beasts. Gradually, Xia Fan, who was chasing behind, began to realize that even though he had transformed into Suicun, his running speed was still slower than the opponent. If he continued running like this, he would be left behind sooner or later. After a while, Xia Fan transformed from the cool and elegant Suicun into the extremely cute Mew. From Mew's many skills, Xia Fan directly uses teleport. In an instant, he disappeared from midair. The next second, he appeared dozens of meters away. After 8 consecutive teleports, Xia Fan finally appeared right above Suicun again. At the same time, a blue aura sphere condensed in both hands. Xia Fan threw it towards the running Suicun without hesitation. Suicun felt the fluctuations in the sky and looked up. When he first saw Mew, his pupils shrank, and he was very surprised. Then he saw the aura sphere that was attacking him, and he panicked again because he could not avoid this attack and could only stop and take it. So the next second, Suicun stopped, raised his head, and a semicircular transparent protective shield emerged. Aura sphere hit the shield and the attack was directly negated. But Xia Fan was not angry. Instead, he was overjoyed because what he wanted was the moment when Suicun stopped and used skills to resist the aura sphere. In a flash, Xia Fan decisively canceled the transform and threw the Pokeball. But at this moment, a beam of scorching flames suddenly struck Xia Fan's back. He was knocked to the ground without any defense and almost had his transformation canceled. Go Pokeball! Then a Pokeball was thrown downwards before Xia Fan could come to his senses. A red light flashed, and Xia Fan, who was still in Mew form, was taken in directly. In midair, 5 young men appeared, riding 5 flying Pokémon, led by a silver-haired boy standing on Dragonite. He looked at the violently shaking Pokeball below with an excited expression and kept muttering, Umitba, God bless, Jade Emperor bless, I must succeed, I must let me catch Mew. Due to their excessive focus on Mew, the boys and their companions no longer paid attention to another legendary Pokémon, Suicun. His eyes were fixed on the shaking Pokeball. 2 seconds later, the red light reappeared, and the Mew that was caught in the Pokeball reappeared. When Mew came out, he looked around angrily and found that Suicun was gone. He was so angry that he hammered ground with both hands. Looking up, he found several unfamiliar teenagers looking at him with greedy eyes. You bastards, I'm going to beat you to death for throwing Pokeballs at me. Xia Fan was so angry that he kept muttering to himself while gritting his teeth. Damn it! He was about to capture Suicun, but these guys came out and attacked him, throwing Pokeballs at him. It is true that you can tolerate your uncle, but not your aunt. Brothers, surround Mew and don't let it run away. This is our biggest unexpected gain in the Chengdu region. Don't let it go. This is probably your only chance. It will be almost impossible to run into Mew like this next time. In midair, the young man, standing on Dragonite, gave an excited order. The other boys nodded in agreement and commanded their Pokémon to surround Xia Fan. Xia Fan looked at them coldly and was about to condense the aura sphere with his hands again, but suddenly he sensed a powerful and hot creature rushing towards him not far away. Then he turned his head and looked towards the cliffs of a high mountain in the northwest. A huge Pokémon with orange-red hair and lion-like features appeared there. The next second, the Pokémon jumped off the cliff. Just like a hero saving a beauty, his tall and straight figure fell from a high altitude in front of Xia Fan. And when it landed, flames came out from under its feet, looking very majestic. At the same time, a deep voice resounded in the minds of everyone around it after the Pokémon landed. Entei, don't be so shameless. We just gave up on catching you, so take this opportunity to get out of here and don't bother us. We, the Blue and White Society, are determined to get this Mew. The leading boy on Dragonite shouted. The scene suddenly became cold. Xia Fan looked at the scene, first taking a close look at the heroic Entei, then at the bastards who were so greedy for him. After a quick brainstorm, Xia Fan made a decision. The next second, he, who had seemed energetic before, suddenly became extremely weak. After meowing, he fell to the ground, as if he would die soon. Entei looked back, and that mighty and unyielding face immediately became furious, and suddenly a beam of fire that seemed to be able to melt everything in the world burst out of his mouth. The faces of those boys changed drastically, as if they recalled a nightmare, and they hurriedly ordered their Pokémon to retreat tactically. But when the flames died down and they approached again, Entei and Mew had disappeared. Call someone. Call all the members of the Blue and White Society in this area. Mew is seriously injured now. If he needs to recover, Entei won't be able to run far with him. So, you must find Mew again during this time. The Dragonite boy was furious. Rage gave orders to the other teenagers. Senior, are you okay? In a secret cave, Entei placed Xia Fan on a rock from his back. He looked very worried about Xia Fan's weak appearance. I feel like I'm going to die soon. Xia Fan lay motionless on the rock, his eyelids so weak that he seemed unable to open them. Then can you still use Recover? Rumor has it that you can use all Pokemon's moves, but I'm too weak to use any skills. Now it's hard for me to even speak. I see. Entei anxiously paced in the cave, thinking about how to rescue Xia Fan. At this time, Xia Fan spoke again. Entei, now, there's only one way to save me. What method? Senior, please tell me quickly. I will definitely help you do it. As the most enthusiastic Pokemon among the three sacred beasts, Entei immediately became excited when he heard that there was a way to save the Pokemon. But what it didn't know was that the Mew in front of it was secretly ecstatic when it saw its excitement. It didn't expect it to be so easily fooled. Look for Ho-Oh. As long as it takes action, I will definitely be healed, Xia Fan said with his dying breath. Ho-Oh senpai. Entei was stunned. His expression, which had been excited just now, suddenly became embarrassed. Seeing it like this, Xia Fan frowned and propped himself up, wondering, what's wrong? Aren't you, Suicun Raikou, its messengers placed in the world to observe humans? It should be easy for you to call it. After saying this, Xia Fan felt something was wrong and quickly lay back on the rock, pretending to be about to die. Fortunately, Entei, who was in trouble, did not turn his head to look at him. Otherwise, you will probably be suspected. No, Senior Mew. It's not that I don't want to contact Senior Ho-Oh. It's just that although the three of us are its messengers, we can't contact it directly. Only when it wakes up from its slumber and patrols the world and summons us can we see it. Entei lowered his head, not daring to face Xia Fan. After all, I had just promised someone in person that I would definitely do it no matter what method I said, but I was immediately slapped in the face. After hearing what Entei said, Xia Fan couldn't help but pursed his lips and sighed in his heart. One of the main reasons why he pretended to be dead was to see if he could trick Entei into calling out Ho-Oh and then take the opportunity to capture him with one shot. In this case, he not only subjugated Entei and Ho-Oh, but Suicun and Raikou could also be said to have become his subordinates. Then, Xia Fan came back to his senses and was about to ask Entei to help him call Suicun and Raikou, but he choked on the first word he said, because Entei has disappeared from the cave. Shit, could it be that he noticed something and ran away? Xia Fan was so angry that he vomited blood. If this Entei really ran away, he would definitely not be able to help but give himself a big slap in the face. He tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. Why did he bother others to call Ho-Oh over? He might as well just throw the Pokeball over to capture it first. Although this might cause it to become disobedient after being captured, it was better than getting nothing. However, this depressed feeling did not last long, as Xia Fan suddenly sensed Entei's presence again. After a while, outside the cave, Entei let a group of Pokemon in. There are Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Vileplume, Kangaskhan, Ursaring, and other Pokemon. But these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that 2 Miltanks followed in. The first time Xia Fan saw the 2 Miltanks, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he saw Entei leading the 2 Miltanks to the rock where he was lying. Senior, their milk has therapeutic effects. You can try sucking it to see if it has any effect on you. Degree. Xia Fan's face froze, and cold sweat continued to flow down his cheeks. Especially when the 2 Miltanks surrounded it on the left and right. Mooing, he broke out in a cold sweat. You tell me, how can he, a human being, lie on 2 Pokemon and suck their milk? And no need, senpai, I suddenly feel much better than before. It seems that I can use Recover in no time. Xia Fan was terrified and quickly stood up to prove that he was much better. But there was a pair of cow hooves that were obviously faster than him. With a snap, Miltank on the left suddenly hugged him into his arms. Without giving him any chance to refuse, she fed the milk into his mouth. Xia Fan's eyes widened, and he immediately started whimpering. Entei nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Then he saw Xia Fan waving at him continuously, thinking that he was inviting it to drink with him. "Senior, you can drink all this milk by yourself. The more you drink, the faster you'll get better. If you think it's not enough, I can find a few more for you," Entei said in an understanding and kind tone. "Woo, woo, woo." Xia Fan kept shaking his head. Actually, he wanted to say that he was fine and wanted the cow to go away. He really wants to die now. He really wanted to remove the transform and tell Entei that he was a human. But if he did that, a loyal and honest tough guy like Entei would definitely feel severely deceived and hate him. Even if you catch it with a poke ball, it probably won't listen to him. Fortunately, Mew is not here, otherwise my reputation in his eyes would be ruined. Xia Fan sighed in his heart. This was the only thing he could be thankful for. If you saw what he looks like now, he might as well just die. It would be a social death. However, it may be that what you think about at night will appear in your dreams during the day. It may also be that the flag was set too early. It is more likely that an inexplicable force has taken effect in the dark. Xia Fan's thought had just occurred to him within 3 seconds. Outside the cave, a violent salamander suddenly rushed in, looking excited. "Master, I followed your scent and finally found." The voice stopped abruptly before it was finished. The newt stared with wide eyes at Mew, who was lying on Miltank and sucking milk. The shock on his face was palpable. The Mew lying on Miltank sucking milk suddenly felt hot all over when he saw the violent salamander rushing in. Shame, disgrace, embarrassment, humiliation, and a whole series of suicidal feelings instantly flooded his heart. The scene was extremely quiet for a moment. "Is your master here?" The silence was broken first by Entei. It looked at the salamander that suddenly rushed in with confusion. The other Pokémon also looked at it in confusion. Mew opened his mouth, wanting to point out Xia Fan as its owner. But suddenly, Xia Fan, who was lying on Miltank to suck milk, came to it through a teleport, hugged its neck, and shouted excitedly, "Meow, master, I miss you so much." After saying that, Xia Fan affectionately rubbed his head against Mew, who was still in the form of a violent salamander. Mew was immediately confused. He lowered his head and looked at Xia Fan in shock. Why does the master call it master and even use its appearance? Entei and the other Pokémon were also in a mess at this moment, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Mew, who claims to have all the Pokémon genes and is considered by many anthropologists to be the ancestor of Pokémon, actually calls a violent salamander his master? There is something wrong with this world. Or maybe they heard it wrong. There is actually a strange incident where ancestors call their descendants masters. Then, Entei felt something was wrong and asked in surprise, "Senior, are you feeling better?" "Meow, okay, great. Miltank's milk is very effective. I feel much better now," Xia Fan said quickly, and at the same time communicated with Mew telepathically in his mind, telling it not to be surprised, to stay calm, and to act with him according to what he said. After hearing this, Entei nodded to Miltank with satisfaction, and then asked, "Senior, why did you call a master?" And when it came in, it said that its master was here. "Meow, because my master is a human." As for why the master still said that his master was here, it must be that he was too excited and said something wrong. Xia Fan said calmly, and at the same time, telepathically asked Mew to quickly transform into his original appearance to prove his words. A flash of light passed by, and Mew cooperated with Xia Fan to transform from a violent salamander into a human. Human, Entei and the Pokémon around him immediately bared their teeth and became alert. "Meow, everyone, don't be like this. My master is very good. He is very kind. He will not hurt you, and he will protect you," Xia Fan quickly explained. But Entei frowned after hearing this, and looked at Mew, who had turned into Xia Fan, with even more disgust. "It hates humans. especially after being captured by those guys not long ago. Hypocritical human. Although I don't know how you bewitched the senior, I advise you to let him go, otherwise I will not forgive you. Entei's face was gloomy, and flames began to overflow from his mouth, as if he was going to spit out a mouthful of fire if he didn't agree. But 2 seconds after he finished speaking, several Apoms suddenly ran in from the cave entrance. They called out to Entei excitedly. Why, Lord Entei, some humans have come with many powerful Pokémon and are searching in the forest. I heard them discussing capturing Lord Mew. Apom's words made Entei's expression even darker, and he turned to look at Mew again. Human, these people are here for Mew Senior, and you don't have the ability to protect it. If you care about Senior, I hope you will release it immediately and let me protect it. Entei said. After saying that, it led a group of Pokémon out of the cave, leaving only the 2 Miltanks behind. However, when it passed by Mew, it said something. Mew is still injured. Let him rest here. I will stop those people. We can talk about other things after we come back. But if you want to run away with me, I swear, I will find you even if it takes my whole life to make you pay for your actions. After that, Entei led the Pokémon away. Mew's face turned red, and he glared at Xia Fan angrily. It felt so aggrieved, extremely aggrieved, as it was being hated by others in front of its owner's face, while its owner was enjoying the love of others in front of its face. What's more important is that when he was fighting for his master was hiding here drinking milk. It's really infuriating. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Once they go far away, we will change them back immediately. When Xia Fan saw Mew like this, he quickly comforted him through telepathy. A few seconds later, Xia Fan watched Entei lead the group of Pokémon away. A cloud of thick white mist then came out of his mouth. Envelop yourself and Mew in it. 2 seconds later, the thick white fog in the cave gradually dissipated. Xia Fan returned to his original appearance, and Mew also took the opportunity to finally return to his original appearance. I want milk too. As soon as he changed back to his original appearance, Mew immediately said. When Xia Fan heard this, he was speechless. It seems that you were not feeling aggrieved because you took the blame for yourself, but because you saw me drinking milk while you didn't, right? Go ahead. Xia Fan sighed. Mew then excitedly pounced on the 2 Miltanks and drank milk. Looking at the way it was sucking milk hard, Xia Fan shook her head helplessly, then smacked her lips, unable to help but savor the taste of the milk. You know what? It tastes quite fragrant and delicious. You stay here, I'll go find Xia Fan said. Mew nodded. The 2 Miltanks didn't stop Xia Fan from leaving. Master Entei just told them to protect Mew. As for the human, he could do whatever he wanted. Xia Fan left the cave, turned into a Pidgey, and used the perception of the divine beast to rush to Entei's location. A few minutes later, Xia Fan came to the river 4 or 5 kilometers away from the cave. It is here that Entei leads a large group of Pokémon to fight against nearly 100 Pokémon trainers. The fight was intense at the moment. However, after watching for a while, Xia Fan felt some differences in strength. Entei is very strong, as if he has the courage of 10,000 men. But after all, he is the only one who is strong. The other Pokémon he brought with him are basically no match for the Pokémon under the command of trainers. Some of them were even captured by Pokeballs after being injured. In other words, as the game goes on, Entei's teammates will become fewer and fewer, while the opponent's teammates will increase. Entei, there are only 2 options before you. Either obey me and hand Mew over to our blue and white society, or wait for us to capture Mew after we have beaten your companions and you half to death. In mid-air, a young man standing on Dragonite said coldly. You're dreaming, Entei roared, using the stomp skill on an Onyx that charged towards it and then spit burning sacred fire at the Dragonite boy. Unfortunately, the Dragonite boy had anticipated this and had prepared Dragonite to dodge in advance. The powerful sacred fire could only spit out nothing. The beat-up Entei Pokémon around it then continued to attack it. As expected, it is the toughest Pokémon among the 3 sacred beasts. On a tree, Xia Fan, who had turned into a Pidgey, couldn't help but feel admiration when he saw Entei below being beaten up continuously, but still gritting his teeth to insist on protecting Mew. If you don't make a Pokemon like this truly obey you, believe in you, and recognize you, then even if you use a Pokeball to forcibly capture it, it's just a formality. When it comes to a real fight, it will absolutely ignore you, and may even help others fight you. It's time for me to take action, Xia Fan thought to himself. The next second, a white light flashed, and Xia Fan changed from Pidgey to Mew again, rushing towards the battlefield, while condensing an aura sphere with both hands and throwing it at a Tyranitar that was about to launch a destructive death ray at Entei. There was an explosion, and the aura sphere interrupted Tyranitar's destructive death ray, but also attracted the attention of many people. They looked up, and when they saw Xia Fan transform into Mew, they became excited to the point of going crazy. They all shouted, "Mew has appeared. Come on, brothers, let's go together. We must not let it run away again this time." Then dozens of long-range skills were launched towards Xia Fan. Fortunately, Xia Fan dodged with a teleport, then Taunt hooked his finger at them, and then ran in the completely opposite direction of Cave. Brothers, chase them. Don't worry about Entei. Capturing Mew is the top priority, the Dragonite boy quickly ordered. When the group of people below heard this, those who had Flying-type Pokemon immediately released their Flying-type Pokemon, and those who didn't have Flying-type Pokemon immediately released Pokemon that could run fast on the ground. In short, a large group of people chased in the direction of Xia Fan like crazy. But the fastest runner is still Entei. In less than 5 seconds, it caught up with Xia Fan right below. "Senior, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest in the cave?" Entei communicated with Xia Fan telepathically. His tone was very flustered. Xia Fan looked down with a very cool expression, then replied calmly, "I am not your senior. I am its master. Mew is still in the cave. Don't follow me. I will lead all these people away. If I can't come back, I hope you can help me protect Mew." After saying that, Xia Fan used teleport to run in another direction. Entei was stunned, looking at the place where Xia Fan disappeared, stunned. Xia Fan's words caused a drastic change in its perception of Xia Fan. After a while, Entei was awakened from his daze by humans who wanted to capture Mew. Those people were shouting loudly that Mew was running over there, and brothers should chase him. After hearing this, Entei couldn't help but think of several possibilities of what would happen if Xia Fan was caught. The first one is to kill Lashout. The second method is to cut it into pieces and conduct experiments to study why it can turn into Pokémon. The third method is to torture him to death to resolve the rage that failed to catch Mew. The second possibility is the most likely and the worst. After a while, another idea came into Entei's mind. That is to rescue Fan. But as soon as the idea came out, it retreated, because it is not sure that it can rescue Xia Fan from those people, and it is easy for it to be affected by flash fire, which may also kill the real Mew Senior. 5 minutes later, Entei made his decision. Sorry. Feeling guilty, Entei murmured in his heart and turned to run towards the cave where Mew was. And in the air, more than 10 miles away, Xia Fan, flying in the sky, looked at the guys chasing him closely from behind. He couldn't help but let out a hint of sarcasm. "Catch me? You're thinking too much." After a while, Xia Fan couldn't help but murmured, "However, Entei should feel deeply guilty about me now, although this method is a bit despicable." That's right. What he said to Entei before was said intentionally. The purpose is to create a temperament in front of it that is willing to give up everything, even life, to protect Mew. Because he believed that for a Pokemon like Entei with a truly manly character, once he heard what he said, his status in his heart would definitely soar to the sky, and maybe even be comparable to Ho-Oh. More importantly, Pokemon like Entei will definitely have an ideological struggle because of what he said. It's a dilemma between saving him or not saving him. If he rescued him, he would be in trouble after it followed him, because he would try to drive it away and tell it that it would sacrifice itself and Mew as well, making all his efforts in vain. If he simply chose not to save him, that would be the best outcome for him, because he believed that Entei would feel deeply guilty about him. This feeling of guilt for not helping a Pokemon in danger must be very painful for a Pokemon like this one that likes to protect the weak. Therefore, as long as it has this sense of guilt when I go back to it next time, even if I use a Pokeball to capture it by force, it will definitely not have that much resistance in its heart. Instead, it will gradually accept it and listen to what I say, because I have already established myself as a very good master in its heart. When Xia Fan was muttering that his behavior was a bit despicable, he suddenly felt a wave of hot air coming from the front, and he immediately came to his senses and looked. The next second, Xia Fan's pupil shrank, because a Charizard and a Flygon appeared right in front of it, and both Pokemon used Flamethrower on it. The two beams of Flamethrower were only half a meter away from him at this moment. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Xia Fan quickly used Teleport to teleport from his previous position to a position 10 meters in front of the left and continued to run. At the same time, he condensed an aura sphere with his hands and turned around to throw it towards the position of Charizard and Flygon. After running for 10 minutes, 10 more Pokemon appeared in front of Xia Fan. There are 5 in the northwest and 5 in the northeast, and they seem to want to join forces with the guys behind to attack it. Mew, give up resistance. You have no way to escape. At the back, the Dragonite boy stood with his hands on his hips and laughed excitedly, as if he would become Mew's master soon. Xia Fan looked back, cursed idiot, in his heart, and then rushed down, because it saw a cave entrance in a mountain range right below it. When the Dragonite boy saw the laughter stop abruptly, he quickly ordered to split up and have one group follow him while the other group follows the mountain range, finds the exit and blocks it to prevent Mew from escaping. It's a little bright here. Is there a Pokemon using a flash skill? Rushing into the cave in the mountains, Xia Fan was a little surprised at first glance, because at first he thought it would be pitch black inside, but he didn't expect it to be very calm. This distracting thought did not last long in Xia Fan's mind. After all, his most urgent task now is to quickly get rid of those guys chasing him. After a while, Xia Fan came up with an idea when he drifted to a pool of water in the cave. He first looked around, and after making sure that there was no one around, he quickly transformed into a middle-aged man who looked like an adventurer. Then he stood there and waited. After waiting for less than 5 seconds, he heard footsteps. Xia Fan began to shout loudly. Is there anyone here? Come quickly. Trainers with water Pokemon, come quickly. In less than 3 seconds, a group of people rushed in front of Xia Fan. The leader was the Dragonite boy who wanted to catch him. The Dragonite boy asked urgently, Uncle, have you seen Mew? Where is it? Tell me quickly. How do you know I saw Mew? Xia Fan looked very surprised. Stop talking nonsense and tell me where Mew is. The Dragonite boy grabbed Xia Fan's collar and said viciously, It rushed into this pool of water. I just called people to tell trainers with water-type Pokemon to come quickly and capture it. Xia Fan said nervously. When the Dragonite boy heard this, he immediately pushed Xia Fan away, took out a Pokeball, and pressed the switch. A red light flashed, and a Golduck was released. Golduck, Mew is in this pool. Chase it quickly and don't let it run away. The Dragonite boy ordered, then looked behind him. Those people released their respective water Pokemon. 2 seconds later, a group of water Pokemon, led by Golduck, dived into the water. After they went in, Xia Fan approached the Dragonite boy again and said, Handsome boy, if you guys catch Mew, can you let me take a picture with you as a souvenir? The Dragonite boy glanced at Xia Fan and snorted, then mocked. You? Do you think you are worthy of taking a photo with Mew? Get out. Get out of here right now and stop getting in my way. This place is not for people like you. How can you say that, kid? Xia Fan became anxious when he heard it and wanted to argue with the Dragonite boy. But the next second, he felt the cold gaze of the person behind the Dragonite boy. It felt like I would be beaten up if I said one more word. Xia Fan sighed, stood in a corner, and waited silently without saying a word. But after standing there for a few seconds, the Dragonite boy pointed at him and said to the people behind him, You guys throw him out. A minute later, no matter how Xia Fan begged to stay, he was eventually thrown out of the cave. Get lost. If you dare to come in again, I will break your dog legs." When throwing it out, the young man who threw it humiliated him. Xia Fan had no choice but to act aggrieved and left reluctantly. However, as they got further and further away from the cave, Xia Fan's frustrated expression gradually began to turn into a suppressed smile. A cave in the dense forest south of Violet City. Entei lay at the entrance of the hole, shrugged his face, and looked at Mew, who was still sucking milk with relish. After a few seconds, Entei suddenly stood up. He looked directly at Mew, as if he wanted to have a conversation with it. But the next second, Entei sighed again and closed his mouth, which was about to open. He continued to lie at the entrance of the cave with his face shrugged, like a guard dog. Since returning here, it has been wondering whether it should tell Senior Mew that its master has chosen someone to lead away those evil Pokémon trainers in order to protect it. But if you tell Senior Mew, it will probably run out to look for its owner and be captured by those evil trainers. But if you don't tell it, the senior will eventually find out something is wrong. Although when it just came back, it told the first lie in its life to Senior Mew. It means telling it that its owner has gone to get food for it and should wait here. It also knew that this lie was a bit lame, but fortunately Senior Mew did not suspect it. But it also knows that lies are lies and will eventually be exposed. What should Mew do when its owner never shows up? For a moment, the double guilt of lying and not helping the person in need weighed on Entei, making him feel very uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you before. You're different from those guys. You're a good master, and you deserve Mew Senpai," Entei murmured in his heart, recalling what he said to that person when he first entered the cave, and felt a surge of self-blame in his heart. "If I can see you again in the next life, or if you can come back alive, I can give you a chance to conquer me." That being said, Entei also knew that this was impossible. After all, if a human with the ability to transform into Pokémon was caught, he would definitely be studied as an alien. When it just came back, it also asked Senior Mew why its master could transform into a Pokémon. Senior Mew explained that it was the power of God, and said that this was the greatest secret of its owner, and that other humans must not know it. Otherwise, they would definitely be caught, sliced up, and tortured to death. Also tell it that its owner is responsible for protecting these Pokémon, which humans call legendary Pokémon. Protect them from human oppression and from evil trainers who want to use their power to change the world. No, I have to save him, even if it means sacrificing myself. After a while, Entei, unable to bear the self-blame and guilt in his heart, decided to go and rescue Fan. "You stay here. If I can't come back, you will listen to Senior Mew from now on. I believe it will be willing to protect you." Entei found the Pokémon in this forest that he protected. Among them are Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Bullshit, Gligar, Nura, Ursaring, and other Pokémon that have evolved to the ultimate level. Just like entrusting them with final wishes, he told them dozens of meters away from the cave entrance what they should do after he left. These Pokémon listened to Entei's instructions and looked very reluctant, because Entei is like their elder and has been selflessly protecting them from being disturbed by human trainers since coming to this forest. "You don't have to be like this. I'm just saying this. It's not that I really can't come back. Believe me, I will come back." Entei comforted them, and then found a few agile and high-flying Pokémon, such as Apom and Pidgeotto, and let them take on the task of reconnaissance. Once they find a human trainer approaching, they will immediately come back to inform the Nidoking and Nidoqueen, allowing them to take Mew away and find a new hiding place. 10 minutes later, just as Entei arranged everything and was about to leave, a figure appeared. This is Xia Fan. He was strolling leisurely in the forest, holding a beef patty in his hand. Entei was immediately shocked. "I thought I'd seen it wrong." He blinked several times to make sure he saw it correctly. Then he took a step and flew 20 meters to appear in front of Xia Fan. "You came back alive?" Entei was so excited that his words were a little incoherent. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Why did this sound so uncomfortable? If I don't come back alive, should I come back dead? Entei shook his head. No. I was wondering how you managed to get rid of them. And I don't see any injuries on your body." Xia Fan smiled, with a Solation expression. "Getting rid of them is not. However, When Xia Fan saw the surprise in Entei's eyes, he stopped talking and looked like he was hurt. Ahem, isn't it very easy to get rid of them? Xia Fan said the most pretentious words in a weak voice. When Entei heard this, his expression of surprise immediately turned into heartache. Having said that, the man in front of me must have gone through a lot of hardships to get rid of those people. Sit on my back and I'll take you in. Entei signaled Xia Fan to sit on it. Is this okay? Xia Fan looked hesitant. Entei nodded. It's okay. Of course I can tell you're a good human trainer. I was presumptuous to say that to you before. Xia Fan finally sat on it. He sat on it amidst the odd looks of many Pokémon, because this is the first time they saw Entei-sama willing to let a human sit on it. Even Pokémon doesn't have this treatment. Oh no, Lord Mew had it before. 10 seconds later, Xia Fan was sent into the cave by Entei. Then he came down with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. Just now, I was sitting on Entei's back and enjoying the odd looks from the Pokémon. To be honest, that feeling was not as pleasant as normals. Master, you are finally back. As soon as Mew saw Xia Fan coming back, he immediately jumped from Miltank to Xia Fan, with a strong smell of milk. Where's the food? Entei said you were going to get some food, but why are you only holding the beef patties we had this morning? Food! Xia Fan looked at Entei in confusion. Entei then used telepathy that only it and Xia Fan could hear to explain to Xia Fan everything that it and Mew had said. After listening to this, Xia Fan started to laugh with Mew, saying that he hadn't found anything delicious, and he would take it to eat delicious food when they reached an area where humans lived. After saying that, Xia Fan immediately whispered softly in Mew's ear, asking it to repeat to him telepathically everything it and Entei had said. Mew then told Xia Fan what he had told Entei, that the master possessed divine power and was responsible for protecting the legendary Pokémon. After hearing this, Xia Fan almost gave Mew a thumbs up in front of Entei. Mew is a good kid. It was worth it that he kept brainwashing it with these words. This kind of self-flattering words will be 10,000 times more effective if they came from Mew's mouth than if he said it himself. So, suppressing his excitement, Xia Fan prepared to confront Entei directly and make it his own Pokémon. But just as he was about to speak, Entei pushed a Miltank in front of him. I see you're still injured. Drink some Miltank's milk. It has a healing effect. Well, Entei's words made Xia Fan's face turn red all the way to her ears. Before, he could barely accept drinking milk in the form of Mew, but now you want him to drink milk in his own form while lying on a Miltank. Just thinking about that picture is quite perverted. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, I'm in great shape and don't need to drink. Xia Fan tried to cover up his embarrassment by coughing and shook his head quickly. You're coughing. How can you feel better? Drink it. Don't be embarrassed. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Entei waved his hand and slapped Xia Fan directly into Miltank's arms. The next scene is indescribable. Please use your imagination. A few minutes later, with a mouthful of the aroma of milk, Xia Fan told Entei his purpose. After hearing this, Entei did not refuse Xia Fan. Okay, but you have to defeat me. Xia Fan waved his hand. There is no need to fight. I can capture you directly without fighting. With that, Xia Fan took out an empty Pokeball and threw it at Entei. There was a flash of red light, and Entei was sucked in. The Pokeball fell to the ground and began to shake violently. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. As the 5th shake ended, the Pokeball made a dinging sound. Entei captures successfully. Ding. Successfully captured Pokemon Entei. Please select one from the skills as your skill. The moment the Pokeball stopped shaking, a system prompt sound that had not been heard for a long time rang in Xia Fan's mind. And at the same time, a system panel that only he could see popped up in front of him. Fire-type legendary Pokemon. Entei. Gender. None. Ability. Pressure. Puts rival into a tense contest condition, with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying item. Choice Band. After carrying, the first move attack of this Pokemon in each battle will be increased by 50%. Skills are as follows. Sacred Fire. Attacks with a mysterious flame incinerate rival, sometimes causing rival to fall into the burn contest condition. Eruption. Erupts with rage to attack rival. This move changes with the contest condition. The better the contest condition, the stronger the power. Extrasensory. Emits invisible magical power to attack, sometimes causing rival to be afraid. Calm Mind. Calm your mind and focus your attention to improve your special attack and special defense. Rest. Go into hibernation when seriously injured. When you wake up again, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. Nei also has a lot of skills. Although not as many as Mew, it is still enough to dazzle people. However, Xia Fan did not hesitate, as he had already decided what skills to choose from Nei. I choose Entei's extrasensory. Xia Fan answered in his heart. That's right, among Nei's skills, he did not choose those powerful fire skills, but chose psychic skills. Even though there was a skill called Eruption that was said to have the most powerful fire-type special attack skill, he did not choose it. In his eyes, he could not use these fire skills at all, and using them would only bring suffering to himself, because these skills are used in his human form. For example, if he wants to use fire skills, he has to spit out flames from his mouth, just like Pokémon. This is really stupid to the extreme. It is completely exposing oneself as an outlier and allowing the whole nation to arrest oneself. If he really needs to use this skill, why doesn't he use Mew's transform skill to become Nei and then use it, which will be both free and convenient? It is different if you choose the extrasensory skill of the psychic system, because his attacks are invisible. If he attacks others, no one will know that it was he who made the attack. Therefore, in his human form, mental attacks that are invisible to the naked eye are best. The next second after choosing extrasensory, Xia Fan's brain immediately underwent a drastic change. He felt as if he could cause severe damage to someone's brain just by looking at them. Looking around, Xia Fan wanted to pick a Pokémon nearby as his experimental subject. But after a while, Xia Fan gave up this option. After all, they were all Pokémon protected by Entei. If Solation used them as experimental subjects, it would only make Entei resentful of him. Pick up the Pokeball on the ground. Xia Fan released Entei from inside. Why does your Pokeball make it impossible for me to resist? Entei asked Xia Fan as soon as he came out of the Pokeball. It has experienced being thrown Pokeballs by people when they meet it in the past. But there has never been a case like Xia Fan, which left it without even the ability to resist and could only be taken in by force. No matter how hard it tried to get out, the Pokeball just wouldn't open. Because this is one of my magical powers. Xia Fan smiled. As long as it is my Pokeball, legendary Pokémon like you and Mew will be sucked into it without resistance. After hearing this, Entei's face froze, and he couldn't help but look at Xia Fan with a hint of fear in his eyes. According to what he said, that means he could arrest me directly the first time we meet. There's no need to talk nonsense with it. You don't have to be so scared. This power of mine was given by God so that I can better unite with you. Xia Fan stepped forward and touched Entei's head to comfort it. In addition to this power, I have another power that is very good for you. As long as you become my partner, your strength will continue to grow unlimitedly over time. What do you mean? Entei didn't quite understand. What this means is that in the days ahead, even if you don't have to do anything, you will become stronger and stronger, even stronger than your Ho-Oh predecessor. Really? Entei was shocked. His usual calm demeanor was now overwhelmed by Xia Fan. Seriously, if you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Huan. Xia Fan pointed at Mew, who was drinking milk again. Since it has been with me, it has done nothing but eating, drinking, defecating, and occasionally fighting with others to help me earn some money for food. It has not done anything else related to cultivation. Ask it if it feels that its strength is increasing faster than before. As soon as Xia Fan finished speaking, Mew, who was drinking milk, immediately stopped working, broke free from Miltank's arms, and floated to Xia Fan's side. Master, how can you say that to me? Although my strength is much stronger than before, it is also due to my hard work and training. You acted like you would be angry if you didn't apologize to me. I was wrong. Our Xiao Huan has actually put in a lot of effort to become stronger. He gets up at 6 o'clock every day to start strength training and practices for 3 hours. After that, he practices every hour. Xia Fan apologized decisively. After hearing this, Mew blushed and continued to drink milk embarrassedly. Master, you are exaggerating. I'm not that good. Xia Fan shrugged, then looked at Entei and whispered in his ear. You should be able to tell the difference between truth and lies in the conversation just now. Entei didn't reply, but turned and walked out of the cave, looking at the Nidoking Nidoqueen. They were lost in thought. A few minutes later, it sent a telepathic message to Xia Fan. If they become your Pokémon, will they also gain power? 2 hours later, it was getting towards evening. The howling of Pidgey was heard in the forest. A few seconds later, Pidgey landed on the ground, and a young man carrying a bulging backpack jumped off Pidgeot's back. Call them over. After coming down, Xia Fan shouted to Entei, who had been waiting for a long time, and at the same time opened his backpack, showing the Pokeballs that were full of them, almost 200 in total. 2 hours ago, Entei was afraid that the Pokemon here would be disturbed after he left, so he wanted to ask Xia Fan to capture them one by one. This way, not only would no one else be able to capture them, but they could also use Xia Fan's divine power to continue to grow in strength. Xia Fan did not refuse. Although he would not gain any skills by taming them, he still agreed. After all, if you act like a saint in front of Entei, you have to actually act like a saint. Fortunately, he only captured Pokemon that were taken care of by Entei and some Pokemon whose groups evolved to the final contest condition. Otherwise, even if he used all his wealth to buy Pokeballs, he would not be able to capture all of them. Everyone come here. Line up in order. The master will put you into the Pokeball and then release you again, so don't worry about losing your freedom. Entei used telepathy to send a message to the Pokemon rushing towards the forest. BB, ABO, Nido, Kirby, Hat. Soon, the sounds of many Pokemon's growl could be heard in the forest, and they lined up in an orderly manner according to Entei's instructions. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, take this bag of snacks and give it to your children. The first and second Pokemon Xia Fan captured were Nidoking and Nidoqueen. After capturing them, Xia Fan took out 2 bags of Pokemon snacks from Pidgeot's back and gave them to them. Nidoking Nidoqueen took the snack and nudged Xia Fan's face affectionately with her head to show her closeness. Xia Fan smiled and patted their heads. Don't be like this. Although I can't take you away from here, from now on, I am also your nominal owner. It is only right for me to give you some food. Nidoking Nidoqueen licked Xia Fan's face happily again before leaving. Xia Fan smiled and said nothing more. He shouted to Munchlax, who was in 3rd place. Munchlax, come here. Kirby. After a while, the cute Munchlax allowed Xia Fan to take out the Pokeball to capture it without any resistance. It was just that after Xia Fan released it, he was about to take out a bag of snacks from Pidgeot's back and give it to it. The silly expression on its face suddenly disappeared when it saw the snacks, and then it took a step and suddenly jumped onto Pidgeot's back. Kirby. Munchlax actually grabbed the big bag of snacks and ran away, and he ate while running. It looked like he wanted to take the entire bag of snacks for himself. Xia Fan was immediately confused. Are you kidding me? You're trying to steal their snacks in front of so many Pokemons. Aren't you afraid that you will be caught and beaten up by them afterwards? As soon as this idea came up, Xia Fan felt what it was like to be outraged by the Pokemon public. The Pokemon that were originally lined up in an orderly manner suddenly became chaotic, and all of them roared and chased after Munchlax. It looks like it's going to beat the shit out of it. Fortunately, Entei was there. It roared and the Pokemon immediately quieted down. Then Entei took a step, leaped more than 10 meters, and jumped in front of Munchlax. After calling out to Munchlax a few times, Munchlax walked back with the snacks in his hand, looking pitiful, and placed them at Xia Fan's feet. This child is just like that. When he sees food, he can't help but do this kind of thing. Please don't be offended, Master. Entei was afraid that Xia Fan would blame Munchlax, so he explained. Xia Fan glanced at the half-empty bag of snacks and shrugged, indicating that it was no big deal since it wasn't his snacks anyway. He also knew about Snorlax's reputation as a foodie. After all, it was the only Pokémon that people jokingly called the one that eats everything and leaves nothing behind, and is incapable of doing anything. The world in my eyes is nothing but eating and sleeping. As for the rest, I don't care about anything else. Even if the world is destroyed, it can still eat and rest without showing any emotion. A calm group. However, this place should not be the area where Munchlax lives, and I seem to have only seen one Munchlax. Xia Fan asked a question in his mind. Entei said, this child was abandoned. Because he ate too much, his owner couldn't afford to feed him, so he abandoned him. Later, he met me in the forest. I saw that he was helpless, so I took him to my side. No wonder. Xia Fan shrugged. He understood what she said. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to raise a Pokémon like Munchlax, a big eater. What's more, when it evolves into Snorlax, it becomes even more terrifying. It eats 800 kilograms a day. Who would dare to raise it unless they have a huge fortune? Anyway, he doesn't dare to raise it. A few minutes later, the accident that happened in the middle of the game came to an end, and Xia Fan continued to capture Pokémon with the Pokeball. However, every Pokémon he captured would roar at Munchlax sitting at Xia Fan's feet before leaving when receiving snacks. In this way, Xia Fan continued to capture these Pokémon until late at night. He captured nearly 200 Pokémon and only had 5 Pokeballs left. And all the snacks were distributed. Because of Munchlax, all of them were distributed halfway through the process of catching Pokémon. After becoming the owner of these Pokémon, Xia Fan stood on the back of Pidgey and looked far into the distance. Suddenly, I felt like the king of the forest. After all, the leaders of the tribes living here are basically his Pokémon, so that doesn't mean that the entire forest belongs to him. With a strong sense of pride, Xia Fan walked into the cave, holding Mew in one hand and resting his head on Entei with the other hand, and fell asleep. The night passed like this. The next morning, Xia Fan will lead Entei and Mew away from here and start a new journey. However, what made Xia Fan want to vomit blood was that just as he was about to leave, Munchlax followed him and hugged his thighs tightly. It kept making a cabby sound. It means that Xia Fan must take it with him, otherwise it will not let go. Oh my god! Xia Fan's face changed immediately when he heard this. Munchlax's daily food intake alone is equivalent to what he and Mew eat in half a month, and maybe even more. How can he, a poor guy who has to rely on bounty battles to make money, afford to feed him? However, Entei said, Master, why don't you take it with you? This child has no friends in this forest because of its instinct to eat. If we leave, it may be excluded and even starved to death. I believe that the master will not be able to bear to see such a scene. Well, a drop of cold sweat fell from Xia Fan's forehead. He really wanted to say that he didn't have much money. But then Mew suddenly interrupted. Of course you can. The master is rich and generous. When he took me to a human restaurant to eat, I could eat whatever I wanted. So if Munchlax wants to come, then come along. As soon as these words came out, Xia Fan's face froze, because this completely blocked his retreat, and it was a very blocked road. Kirby, when Munchlax heard what Mew said, he tilted his head and looked at Xia Fan with a smiling expression. Xia Fan lowered his head and looked at Munchlax, who was hugging his thigh. Although his heart was bleeding, he still forced a smile and said in a trembling voice, Welcome, Munchlax, to be a member of our journey. Kirby, as soon as he finished speaking, Munchlax jumped suddenly, jumped from Xia Fan's thigh to Xia Fan's back, hugged Xia Fan's face, and kissed her. Entei, who was standing by, watched the scene and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of its master, he has the same broad mind as its owner, wanting to protect weak Pokémon. By the way, Entei, do you have a way to contact Suicun and Raikou? There's nothing we can do. The three of us rarely meet. In the past, we would meet at the clock tower or when Ho-Oh Sr. summoned us. But since the last time we met, we ran into a group of guys who wanted to capture us, so we haven't met again. In the woods south of Violet City, a boy and a Pikachu were sitting on the back of a Pokémon that looked like a lion with orange hair. At this moment, the Pokémon was taking the boy and Pikachu through the forest at high speed. In order to relieve the boredom of the journey, the boys started chatting with the Pokémon. Do the guys who arrested you all call themselves the Blue and White Society? Yes, it was them. They were the ones who wanted to capture Mew-senpai yesterday. They set an ambush near the clock tower to capture me, Suicun, and Raikou. When the three of us gathered together, they suddenly swarmed over us and ordered their Pokémon to attack us. If it weren't for the three of us being so strong and fighting to the death until we had the chance to break out, we would have been captured long ago. I see. Hearing Entei's somewhat aggressive tone, Xia Fan nodded. At this time, they heard the sound of a helicopter. Xia Fan looked up and found a helicopter flying in the northwest direction. Xia Fan wondered what the purpose of flying a helicopter in the forest was. However, despite its doubts, Xia Fan did not pay too much attention to it. After all, it was none of its business, so it let Entei continue on their way to their destination, Azalea Town. A few minutes later, Xia Fan gradually discovered that the helicopter seemed to be moving in the same direction as them. Are we going to Azalea Town too? Xia Fan guessed. However, a few minutes later, the helicopter suddenly landed in front of Xia Fan and his group. Xia Fan immediately asked Entei to stop and took out his phone to check the map. I found myself in a place called Connection Cave. Just go through this cave and walk a little further to reach Azalea Town. But this place seems familiar to me. While checking the map, Xia Fan looked around and suddenly felt as if he had been to this place before. The next second, his eyes lit up and he remembered. This Connection Cave seems to be the place where he fooled the members of the Blue and White Society yesterday. To prove it, Xia Fan transformed into a Pidgey flying in the air. Looking down at ground from midair, he finally confirmed that the mountain range was the place where he fooled those people yesterday. The only difference from yesterday was that there were already many people gathered at the cave entrance. Judging from a number of people, there seemed to be hundreds of them. It's really a big deal from you. Back on Entei's back, Xia Fan couldn't help laughing, and at the same time told Entei the news that the members of the Blue and White Society were just ahead. Entei, since they are blocking here, we won't go through the mountains through the cave entrance. We could just go directly across the outside of the mountains. Let these guys continue doing useless work here and don't disturb them, Xia Fan said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Ding! Feeling Entei's suppressed rage emotions, now issuing a destiny mission for the host. Please lead Entei to defeat all members of the Blue and White Society here. Complete the mission and you will get a reward of 1 million and Entei's intimacy plus 20. The current intimacy is 30. When the intimacy reaches 100, Entei is willing to make all sacrifices for you, including giving his life. You can choose to challenge or not challenge this task. 1 minute countdown. If the host does not answer, it will be considered as giving up. Of course I'll challenge you. It's 1 million. If a poor guy like me doesn't challenge me, I'd be out of my mind. Xia Fan responded quickly in his heart. Host accepts the challenge. The challenge begins now. Limited time, 72 hours, current challenge progress, 0/325. Isn't this a bit crowded? Xia Fan frowned slightly. Although making money is a good thing, he is afraid that he will need to make a good plan before he can start with your 325 people. Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked down at Entei and found that Entei was indeed, as the system had just said, with a hint of rage in his expression at this moment. But he still chose to obey his orders and took him to cross the mountains. Xia Fan patted Entei on the back and said, Entei, stop. We're not going to leave. I suddenly feel that if I don't give these guys a hard time, it will be difficult to relieve my hatred for being chased by them all the way yesterday, and for you being beaten up by them. Entei was stunned when he heard this, and turned to look at Xia Fan with a hint of surprise in his expression. Master, do you really want to do this? There are so many of them. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and jokingly said, They have a lot of people. Don't we have a lot of people? Entei and Mew looked at Xia Fan in confusion at the same time. 1 human, 3 Pokémon, one of which may be a burden that is currently useless. Is that a lot? Xia Fan smiled and said, Entei, Go back to the forest now and bring all the powerful Nidoking Nidoqueen, Pidgeot, Nura, Ursaring, etc. over here. Then we will have more companions. Entei's eyes lit up. Bringing Nidoking and the others here will give you more companions. Xia Fan jumped off Entei's back holding Mew and gave him some instructions before leaving. But when you bring them here, remember to make them move quietly, Arnold. Don't make too much of a commotion and alert these people. Okay, Master, I understand. Entei turned and left, disappearing from Xia Fan's sight in less than 3 seconds. Xia Fan then took Mew and quietly approached the connection cave. At this moment, outside the cave, it was densely packed with people from the Blue and White Society, all wearing a blue and white uniform. The helicopter just now stopped in the middle of them. Many people were loading and unloading boxes from inside. If you look closely, you can see a few words written on the boxes. No, this is hard to see. Mew, let's turn into Pidgey and move closer. After squinting for a long time, Xia Fan decided to turn into Pidgey with Mew and lean over to feel the information. After a while, the 2 Pidgeys landed on the wings of the helicopter. Xia Fan lowered his head and looked, and then he could see clearly what was written on the boxes they were loading and unloading. Pokémon scanner? Xia Fan silently read the words on the box in his mind, and then wondered if this thing was used to detect Mew. Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked at Mew, who was looking around. Pidgey, Xiaohuan, you'd better go back to the bushes and hide there. You can tell from the name of this thing that it's not a serious product. After a while, Mew was driven back by Xia Fan and lay down under the bushes waiting, while Xia Fan continued to stay here to investigate the enemy situation. A minute later, a guy who looked familiar to Xia Fan came out of the cave. It was the Dragonite boy with silver hair. At this time, he was also wearing a blue and white uniform. He walked to a temporary platform, took a microphone from someone, and spoke directly. My name is Long Xiao. I am the chief executive of the Blue and White Society who gathered everyone from all over Chengdu yesterday. You can call me Team Leader Long Xiao for this operation. I think everyone here knows the purpose from the instructions sent by the society. That's right, it's to capture Mew. Long Xiao's voice was very excited, especially when he mentioned the word Mew. His emotions were particularly strong. Yesterday, when we were chasing Entei and Suicun, we accidentally found one of them. It was fighting with Suicun at the time. Although we don't know why, fortunately we found an opportunity to throw a Pokeball at it. But unfortunately, Mew is Mew. We failed to capture it the first time. Then when we wanted to capture it, we ran into Entei. Entei protected Mew and escaped from our encirclement. Then, boom! Xia Fan hit Yan with his wings covering his mouth. Looking at the young man not far away who took the microphone and started flatter to hunt Mew on his own, he couldn't help but shook his head. Where did you learn these bad habits? Without getting into the details, let me first share a lot of Flatter's own words. It's really stupid. Long Xiao talked nonsense for 20 minutes and only started to talk about the purpose when he pointed to the connection cave. Everyone, Mew is hiding in the water right now, but due to its ability to become invisible and transform, we haven't caught it yet. Fortunately, we have invited you all to come in and help us find Mew. In order to help you find Mew better, we have asked the club for dozens of boxes of Pokémon scanners. The function of this device is... Before Long Xiao could finish his words, someone below couldn't help but interrupt him. Captain Long Xiao, I want to confirm that since you know Mew has the ability to turn invisible and transform, will it have already turned invisible and escaped before we arrived? Long Xiao waved his hand and denied it directly. I tell you this is impossible. Mew definitely didn't escape. Even if it's not in the pond, it's still in the mountains. After it entered this mountain, I asked people to block all the exits in this mountain with Pokémon. If Mew used the invisible contest condition to get out, the Pokémon would definitely be able to sense it. The man below said, Team Leader Long Xiao, what if Mew finds a small hole that we didn't find and gets out? After these words were spoken, most of the people in the audience nodded. They felt that what the man said made sense. Is Mew so easy to catch? However, at this moment, Long Xiao on the stage suddenly jumped off the stage, rushed to the person who had just spoken, first slapped the person to the ground, and then grabbed him and beat him up, cursing at the same time. Let your F*** king mouth be so ugly. 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 The beating lasted for a full minute until the man passed out. Then Long Xiao let go of his hand, returned to the stage, picked up the microphone, and continued. I'm putting this out there. If anyone runs away from me again, this is what will happen to him. After saying that, he took a deep breath, returned to his previous passionate look of wanting to catch Mew, and asked the audience to bring over a box that had been unloaded from the helicopter. The box was opened, and Long Xiao took out a fist-sized square block from it. This thing is called Pokémon Scanner. It was installed in the game by Tianxin Technology during the game's internal testing. Our president spent a lot of money to become one of the internal testing players who owns this machine. Its function is to detect whether there are any legendary Pokémon within a radius of 200 meters. The president once used this device to find the mythical Pokémon Celebi that can travel through time and space. Unfortunately, at that time, Tianxin Technology issued an order to the players that the internal test players could not capture any legendary Pokémon except ordinary Pokémon. Otherwise, they would be disqualified from the game, so the president had to let it go. But now that the game has been derailed from the real world, we no longer have to worry about all the rules set by celestial technology. Therefore, the president used his assets in the Pokémon world to research this weakened version of the Pokémon Scanner. Its effect is to detect legendary Pokémon within a radius of 100 meters. Later, you'll take this to detect whether Mew is among them. But there is one thing you need to pay attention to when using it. As he spoke, Long Xiao pressed a button right above the square block. I saw a small projection projected from it. A white Pokémon that looks like a horse, a unicorn, or a centaur emerged from it. That is, you need to select the legendary Pokémon you need to detect when you turn it on. As long as there is a trace of this Pokémon within 100 meters, the projection will flash. For example, the first choice when the scanner is turned on is Arceus, who is known as the god of creation. However, we definitely don't have any trace of it here, so the projection will certainly not flash. Therefore, at this time we have to switch the projection, that is, switch to Mew's projection, because we know there's a trace of it here. Long Xiao then demonstrated how to switch the projection. You can switch projections with a swipe of your hand, and stop when you switch to Mew's projection. 2 seconds later, Long Xiao switched to Mew's projection. The projection flickers. Did you see it? It's that simple. As long as you see the projection start to flicker, it means Mew is in the area. Before he could finish his words, Long Xiao, who was holding the square block, suddenly froze. Then he was seen looking at the projection with such excitement that his body was shaking, and he was breathing in and out continuously. Then he jumped down from the stage, grabbed the guy who asked what would happen if Mew wasn't there, and beat him up again. After fighting for a full half-minute, Long Xiao walked back to the stage refreshed, spread his hands, and spoke to the audience. Everyone, now believe what I just said. Mew is in there. The audience looked at the guy who had been beaten to death, and then raised their arms and shouted, "Believe." Very good. Before we start, let me tell you about the reward the president has given us for this operation. Long Xiao took out his cell phone from his pocket. As long as Mew is captured successfully this time, each person will be rewarded 20,000. During the search, anyone who finds Mew's trace will be rewarded 100,000. During the capture process, anyone who successfully captures him will be rewarded 1 million. Now, the president has transferred the money to my phone. After the capture is completed, I will send the money to all the brothers one by one. I will never break my promise. So, I asked brothers, do you have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. When they heard that there was a financial reward, the members in the audience immediately became excited. Very good. Now everyone go get the Pokémon detector. With a wave of his hand, and after giving all the instructions, Long Xiao rushed into the cave with the still flashing Pokémon detector in his hand, looking excited. On the wing of the helicopter, Xia Fan, who witnessed all this, was now wondering in his heart. 325 people 20,000 each. That's 6.5 million, plus 100,000 each for those who found the trail. This number fluctuates. Let's assume he gave a budget of 500,000 and the successful arrest will get another 1 million. That means he has at least 8 million on him. Damn, he gave out at least 8 million as a reward for one operation. How can the Blue and White Society's president be so rich? Xia Fan's heart began to get agitated. 8 million if he wins all this money back. Thinking of this, Xia Fan flapped his wings and flew. Xiaohuan, I'll arrange an interesting job for you. Back in the woods, Xia Fan changed back to his original form and pointed to the connecting mountains towards Mew. Those guys still think you're hiding in the mountains, and they're looking for you with a Pokémon scanner. So you'll enter the invisible contest condition, fly outside the mountains, and run around from time to time, just like walking a dog. Keep them eager to catch you until I, your master, lead Entei to catch them all. If you get tired along the way, you can come back and rest for a while. Good. Mew entered the invisible contest condition and headed straight for the cliffs inside the mountains. After a while, many excited voices began to be heard in the cave, shouting that they had detected Mew. A bunch of idiots. An hour later, Xia Fan, who stayed under the bushes and waited for Entei to fight Yan, finally sensed its arrival with his divine beast perception. Then he stood up and rushed in the direction he sensed. 10 seconds later, he and Entei met 200 meters away from the connecting mountain range. Entei brought many powerful Pokémon according to Xia Fan's instructions. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Vileplume, Parasect, Sandslash, Ariados, Azumarill, Sizer, etc. As soon as they saw Xia Fan, they wanted to come up to him and get close to him. Xia Fan patted their heads affectionately, then waved his hand and prepared to issue combat orders when Entei spoke again. Master, besides them, there are also the Beedrill clan, the Pidgey clan, the Arbok clan, the Sandslash clan, the Breloom clan, and the Butterfree clan. Before he could finish his words, Xia Fan interrupted him. Wait, why are the tribes here too? He just asked Entei to bring some powerful ones, but he didn't ask it to call all the tribes in the forest. Are they here to fight in groups, or to migrate and occupy land? Master, I didn't ask them to come here. They wanted to follow me on their own initiative. Many tribes did not participate in yesterday's battle, so they felt very guilty. Now that they know that you want to take the lead in teaching those people a lesson, they followed me on their own initiative. I told them to leave, but they didn't listen. They said that since they had become your Pokémon, they should share your worries. Entei explained. Xia Fan pursed her lips, then accepted it with a wry smile. Since they value me so much as their master, I can't refuse their kindness. Entei, take me to see them now, and I will arrange a battle plan. A few minutes later, Entei led Xia Fan to a river with no people. I saw the Beedrill clan, the Pidgey clan, the Arbok clan, and other Pokémon that basically live in groups. The moment they saw Xia Fan, they all shouted excitedly. If Xia Fan hadn't called out in time, the noise might have been transmitted to the connected cave. Okay, I know you are happy to see me, and I'm also happy that I chose to come here to help you. After they calmed down, Xia Fan said with a smile. At this moment, outside the connection cave, no one realizes that they are about to face the most unfair and frustrating battle in history. On a rock, a Kuan, a member of the Blue and White Society, hit Yan. Then he pushed his companion, Su Yang, who was sitting next to him. Lao Su, did you hear any sound just now? Are you talking about Pokemon's growl? Solation said, as his companion, Su Yang, played with the Pokemon scanner in his hand. It's not normal to hear their growl coming from the forest. Don't forget, we are in the Pokemon world now. Instead of worrying about this, you might as well pray that the guys inside don't catch Mew. Even if they do, it's best to wait until our shift changes and then catch him. 1 million. As a fellow beta player, I haven't earned 1 million in all this time. Yes, that's right. Although he said so, there was a hint of contempt in Akuin's eyes when he glanced at his companion Su Yang. After catching Mew, you are still thinking about the 1 million? He is truly a cowardly guy with no ambition. If he really caught Mew, he would definitely try his best to defect from the Blue and White Society before handing over the Pokeball. Then take Mew and hide. When he becomes stronger, he will rely on Mew's power to conquer Chengdu region first, then Kanto region, then Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, and finally the whole world. On the way, he will also bring the legendary beasts of each region under his command, become the king of this world, and make everyone submit to his power. Thinking of this, Akuin looked up at the cliffs connecting to the mountains, and began to pray that Mew would not fall into the hands of others before he entered. But the light was dazzling, and the moment he raised his head with his hands to cover his eyes, a pink-haired Pokémon suddenly flashed in his pupils. It bent its body and covered its mouth, as if it was laughing. Mew! Akuin was shocked and blinked quickly to confirm whether he was hallucinating. But the next second, the Pokémon that had just flashed in the pupil disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hallucination. Akuin frowned, then sighed in disappointment. It seemed that he was really obsessed with catching Mew. A minute later, his teammate, Su Yang, suddenly slapped his thigh. Akuin, look over there. Akuin turned his head and looked. In the northwest, they saw a group of Pokémon flying towards them in a huge crowd. At first glance, they looked extremely frightened. Akuin quickly took out his cell phone, turned on the camera mode, and zoomed in. Only then did I see clearly that it was a group of Butterfree. There seemed to be a hint of rage in Butterfree's expression at this moment. But Akuin wasn't sure if he had misunderstood the expression. So he picked up the communicator and asked Long Xiao inside for instructions, saying that a group of Butterfree were flying towards them, and asked team leader Long Xiao whether he should let the members guarding outside hide first in case of any accidents. He waited for 3 seconds before the roar of Dragon Owl Rage finally came through the communicator. He roared that those guys guarding outside were useless and making a fuss. A group of Butterfree flew over here, which must be a herd migration. There was nothing to be afraid of. The important thing was to guard all the exits well. If Mew ran away because of this, he would definitely skin them alive. Helplessly, members of the Blue and White Society, like Akuin who were guarding outside, could only stay where they were. 10 seconds later, hundreds of Butterfree flies flew over their heads like a swarm of locusts, dropping countless crystal powders with them. They gradually realized that the situation seemed to be more serious than they had imagined. But it was too late, because the next second, a strong feeling of sleepiness hit their brains, and they fell into a deep sleep without resistance, including the Pokémon they had placed out. After all the Blue and White Society members responsible for external defense fell asleep, Xia Fan led Entei and Nidoking Nidoqueen out of the woods and began to give them instructions. Ursaring, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Arbok, the 4 of you take your respective tribes and 10 Vileplumes to drag all these unconscious guys into the woods first. If anyone wakes up early, have the Vileplume use Stun Spore on them. In short, everyone has to stay there until I get there. If anyone's Pokémon accidentally runs out, you all just beat them up together and don't give them a chance to escape. Nido, Circle, ABO, Overlord. The Pokémon responded and started working according to Xia Fan's instructions. Some were dragging people, some were preparing stun spores. In short, everyone did their job and cooperated to drag the people into the woods. Very good. Seeing how cooperative they were, Xia Fan began to give more orders with satisfaction. The rest of you Vileplume, you and Ariados, Sizer, and Apom, you take your respective tribes to guard here and block the door. If anyone comes out, you will immediately use Stun Spore and String Shot on them to make them lose their mobility. Then Apom and Sizer, you 2 tribes will safely send them to Nidoking and do a good job of protecting this place. Vileplume, Ariados, Sizer, and Apom roared and began to work according to Xia Fan's instructions. Pidgeot, Beedrill, you guys go along this mountain range and send all the Blue and White Society members who are blocking the exits to Ursaring. They should have been affected by Butterfree's sleep powder just now. Once you send them all to Ursaring, you and Butterfree will stay there together. If anyone comes out, let Butterfree use sleep powder immediately. Pidgeot and the Beedrill clan responded immediately, flapping their wings and leaving one after another. After arranging these main members, Xia Fan looked at the tribes behind him that had not yet been arranged. He crossed his arms over his chest, supported his chin with his left hand, and thought for a moment, then separated and reassembled them one by one, and then divided them into several groups to assist the work of the 3 groups of Pokémon in front. After arranging them, Xia Fan called Mew back and asked it if it wanted to take a rest. It was okay to continue playing with those guys in the cave later. However, what surprised Xia Fan was that Mew was unwilling to rest and said he wanted to continue playing and teasing the Blue and White Society members in the cave. It could sense that those guys were annoyed because they could only detect it but not find it. In response, Xia Fan could only look at Entei, then shrugged helplessly and took Entei to Ursaring and the others. They haven't woken up yet. Walking into the bushes, Xia Fan asked Ursaring casually. Ursaring, Nidoking Nidoqueen, they all shook their heads at the same time. Very good. Since they haven't woken up yet, let's wake them up. Xia Fan patted their heads affectionately, and then randomly picked out 3 of the unconscious guys. Azumarill, spit water on these 3 first to wake them up. I want to have a bounty battle with them. Azumarill. An Azumarill came over. Just as the water gun in his mouth was about to spit out, the pokeball on Xia Fan's waist flashed red, and Munchlax ran out. Kirby. Munchlax first called out to Azumarill to stop. Then he took a vigorous step and rushed to the 3 people that Xia Fan pointed at, and started to touch them all over. After taking some food from them, he slapped each of them in the face. After fanning them awake from their coma, they picked up the food and ran back to Xia Fan, shouting "Cabby, cabby." It means that we can let this happen in the future. Xia Fan didn't reply, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. As for Entei and the other Pokémon, they were so speechless that they sighed in a humane way, as if they were ashamed to have it as their master Pokémon. The 3 people who were awakened by Munchlax, when they opened their eyes, were still in a confused contest condition. They first looked around, and when they saw the Ursaring Nidoking Nidoqueen and a large number of other Pokémon staring at them ferociously, they screamed and gasped, looking like they were scared to death. It was not until they realized that there was a human standing among these Pokémon that they pointed over, swallowed in fear, and spoke with trembling voices. "Who are you? You, what are you doing?" "Let me tell you, we are from the Blue and White Society." Looking at the 3 people who were in a panic, Xia Fan squatted down with a smiling expression. "It doesn't matter who I am, and it doesn't matter who the Blue and White Society is. What's important is that I now require you to have a bounty battle with me." "Bounty battle?" The 3 were stunned. "That's right, but in this bounty battle, if I win, you have to give me all the money, and if I lose, you leave safely." The 3 of them looked at each other, and finally the young man in the middle bravely spoke. "How should we fight? You can't let the 3 of us fight all of them, right? We can't possibly win. Also, is Entei yours? If it joins, it will be even more impossible for us to win. This is not fair." "Of course not. Since this is a bounty battle, how could I be so shameless as to use my numbers to bully the minority? But if you guys are willing to use your numbers to bully the only Pokémon I'm fighting, I don't mind." "Really?" The 3 were excited. "Seriously, it's just that you hit it." Xia Fan crossed his arms and gestured behind him, and then Entei, who was standing behind him, walked forward. 3 people. What the hell is the difference between fighting Entei, one of the 3 sacred beasts, and fighting Ursaring, who has a hideous face? Not all of them will end up being ravaged. Damn it. The 3 of them secretly cursed the shamelessness of the man in front of them. He was completely bullying the weak and had no martial ethics. He forced them to fight a bounty challenge that they were bound to lose. However, the next second, the person on the other side said, "Yes, I am bullying the weak, I have no martial ethics, and I am forcing you to fight a challenge that you are bound to lose." The 3 were shocked and wondered how Fan had guessed their thoughts. "Fight or not? If you don't, I will really force you to fight." The 3 of them looked at the man opposite them and stretched out his hand to summon a Munchlax. "Munchlax, slap each of them until they are willing to fight me." "Kirby." Munchlax, still chewing candy, rushed towards the 3. With a series of slaps, he slapped the 3 people's faces with his hands. In less than 3 seconds, I slapped the man's face until it was swollen. He knelt down and shouted for me to beat him. Xia Fan helped the three of them up with a smile on his face. That's right, why bother? If you agree to it sooner, you can spend money to avoid disaster sooner. If you spend money to avoid disaster sooner, you can suffer less sooner. The three looked at Xia Fan. Immediately, he was equated with the devil. They're even worse than the people in the blue and white society. What should we do? That's Entei, a legendary Pokémon, one of the three sacred beasts. We are bound to lose. Surrounded by several Vileplume and Ursaring, the three followed Xia Fan and Entei, whispering to each other. The young man among them was sweating profusely and looked very pessimistic. According to Xia Fan, the venue of their battle was not in the forest, so the three of them could take the time to discuss countermeasures while on the road. Don't be so scared. Who says we will definitely lose? As the saying goes, two heads can make a Zhuge Liang smell worse. If we can fight with attribute restraint, that is, use water, ground, and rock Pokemon to fight Entei, as long as we cooperate well, we may still be able to win, just like Satoshi in the animation. Aren't there enough scenes where Lucas commands a Pikachu to fight against the mythical beast? The key is to fight with the reverse attribute. The youngest of the three felt that he could not be so pessimistic any longer. The principle he had firmly believed in since childhood was to never abandon or give up, so he decided to take on the responsibility of encouraging his companions. So, don't be pessimistic. What if Master Xi is possessed? After hearing this, the boy and the other girl gradually realized that this was the truth, and their mentality began to change for the better. Seeing them like this, the young man nodded with satisfaction and began to issue tactical arrangements. My Pokemon is Blastoise. Water counters fire, and it does double damage. I'll let my Blastoise be a meat shield and rush to the front. Kongjian, I remember you have a rock-type nonsense tree. Send it out. Rock counters fire, and it also does double damage. This way, we three will have two of the cobblers together. Now we only need the last one. Xiaoling, I remember your Pokemon is... When a young man talked about the only girl among the three, he suddenly choked and then looked at her in horror. Hashtag. Because he suddenly remembered that this woman's Pokemon were all grass-type. If she were hit by Entei's fire-type skill, she would die on the spot. So, it appears to be 3 versus 1, but in reality it is 2 versus 1, which means there is one less than 3 cobblers. Shit, how can we fight this? The young man tried hard to persuade them not to be pessimistic, but he couldn't help becoming pessimistic himself. At this time, Xia Fan, who was leading the way, stopped and turned to look at the 3 people. Let's use this as the battlefield. You have been whispering for a long time. You can release your Pokemon now. In order to prevent Entei's flames from burning down the forest and affecting the ecology of the area, Xia Fan set the battle site beside an empty river. And before coming, several sizers cut down several giant trees at the edge in order to widen the area. Therefore, in this battle, Entei can fight freely without worrying about his fire affecting the surrounding ecology. The 3 of them looked at each other and finally gritted their teeth and released their Pokemon. A Blastoise, a Bullshit Tree, and a Meganium, the final evolution of Chikorita. Although his mentality was a little broken, the young man, who was more thoughtful among the 3, still gave instructions to his companions. Xiaoling, your Meganium will hide behind Blastoise and Nonsense Tree and wait for the opportunity to use skills. Otherwise, Entei will definitely eliminate you first. Okay, I understand. Xiaoling agreed. The young man nodded and then discussed with his other companion Kongjian what the 2 of them should pay attention to and how to cooperate in time. However, halfway through the conversation, Xia Fan, who had been waiting impatiently, interrupted them. Don't waste your time talking nonsense. I'm not just fighting a bounty battle with you guys, so I don't have time to waste with you. If you keep dawdling, I'll let Entei go straight in without any martial ethics. Helpless, the young man heard Xia Fan say this and could only quickly command Blastoise to launch an attack first. Blastoise used Hydro Pump attack on Entei. Cammy, Blastoise lowered his body slightly, and the next second, the two rocket launchers on his back suddenly fired a powerful hydro pump that was powerful enough to penetrate a thick iron plate. The target was directly aimed at Entei, who was standing on the rock opposite. Sudowoodo Rock Slide. Meganium Poison Powder. At the same time, the young man's companions also echoed and gave orders. When encountering a strong enemy, it is always a good idea to attack me first. Therefore, under their command, Blastoise's Hydro Pump attack, followed by Sudowoodo's Rock and the dramatic poison powder emitted by Meganium. On the other hand, Xia Fan was cracking melon seeds calmly, watching the attack coming from the opposite side without giving any orders to Entei. Because before the battle started, he had already discussed with Entei that he would just let the battle resolve itself. After all, as a divine beast, and one that has lived for so long and has extremely rich experience in fighting humans, does he still need to take command in a battle with humans? That was just a joke. If he was the one commanding the battle to win, Entei would have been captured long ago. However, since Entei took on all the battles by himself, what should he, the master, do? Yes, that's right, just be a mascot. This is the good quality that a Pokémon trainer should learn when he has a legendary Pokémon that he knows how to fight. Don't give orders blindly. Do you think you know how to fight better than these mythical beasts that have lived for a long time? You said it was Munchlax. Xia Fan lowered his head and looked with shining eyes at Munchlax, who was standing at his feet and had collected a large pile of snacks. He bent down slightly, and while Munchlax was still eating snacks and admiring the scene of Entei neutralizing the attacks of 3 Pokémon with just one flamethrower, he used his Dragon Reacher to decisively take away 5 bags of potato chips that he had not eaten since he came here. With a click, the chips tasted amazing. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the opposite side. My Meganium! Xia Fan then looked at it intently. As a result, we saw that the Meganium that had just poisoned had lost its ability to fight and collapsed to the ground, with flames still remaining on its body. Blastoise and Hushuashu were still standing on the field, but they were not in much better condition at the moment. Their bodies were in a burning contest condition. It turned out that just 1 second after Entei used Flamethrower to neutralize the attacks of the 3 opponents, it suddenly jumped into the air and spit out sacred fire containing mysterious power from its mouth. The flames swept directly towards the 3 Pokémon, burning them severely. Meganium lost its combat capability because of this. The power is terrifying. Looking at this scene, Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction while eating potato chips. As expected, he was a genius trainer. He let Entei fight on their own and eliminated 1 person in less than 3 seconds. D == sad face * B. Kirby. Munchlax was also excited at this time, eating snacks while jumping up to cheer for Entei. It was just that I had just finished the snack in my mouth and was about to get a new one. Degree. Are my snacks running low? Munchlax turned his head. As a result, I saw 5 more bags of potato chips in Xia Fan's arms. Look back again. He glanced at the last bag of potato chips left in his snack pile. The next second, Munchlax didn't say a word, picked up all the remaining snacks, and ran away from Xia Fan. He hid behind a hidden big tree and then put it down again. He quietly picked up the last bag of potato chips and continued eating while watching Entei's fight. Munchlax, seeing how powerful Entei is, do you also have the desire to fight? After finishing a whole bag of potato chips, Xia Fan felt a little bored and couldn't help but want to take the remaining 4 bags from Munchlax to exchange for something new. He turned his head. Oh, damn, where's that person? I remember he was here just now. Look around. Finally, Munchlax was seen behind a tree. This guy was eating snacks and watching Entei fight with a satisfied look on his face. Chew. Xia Fan. I underscry. What does this guy mean? Is he afraid that I will steal its snacks? Am I that kind of person? No, I'm not. I'm a person who loves to share. The next second, Xia Fan quietly ran behind Munchlax holding the remaining potato chips and said with a smile, Munchlax, if you don't mind, Would you like to sit with your master and enjoy the delicious food and beautiful scenery? Choke, asterisk. Munchlax twisted his stiff neck and looked at Xia Fan dully. The next second, it suddenly grabbed all the snacks and tried to eat all of the swallows in a flash. As long as my mouth is open too wide, my master can enjoy the delicious food and beautiful scenery with me. But, epsilon, hashtag, oh, ///// With a snap, Xia Fan slapped him and threw all the snacks away. Then he stroked Munchlax's head with a smile on his face and said, Pokémon can't eat like this. It's easy to get an upset stomach. The normal way to eat is to eat slowly, one bite at a time. This will promote digestion. So, one bite for each of us means half and half. The master will help you divide it. 10 seconds later, Xia Fan walked away with half of the snacks. He walked away under Munchlax's tearful gaze. E3. The focus returns to the fighting scene. Entei used Sacred Fire in midair to eliminate Meganium, and Blastoise and Sudowoodo were seriously injured. Then, just as it was about to land, Normal used a bulldoze on Sudowoodo's head like a god descending from heaven. This skill, as the name suggests, is a ground-type skill, and has an extraordinary double power against the rock-type Sudowoodo. With one kick, even though Sudowoodo, a Pokémon with a body as strong as rock, stretched out his hands to block, his hands were still shattered by the kick, and he instantly lost his combat ability and fell to the ground. In other words, in less than 6 seconds after the battle began, Entei eliminated 2 of them, leaving only the last water-type Blastoise. Blastoise flinched. He turned his head and looked at his master with fear in his eyes. "Master, save me. I don't want to become a braised turtle." At this moment, the young man was feeling despair facing this result. Sure enough, Xia and the others, who have the aura of the protagonist, are still no match for him. Damn, I used Sacred Fire against the attribute and knocked one person down directly, seriously injuring 2 others. Then a bulldoze fell to the ground and knocked down another one. 2 people were eliminated in less than 6 seconds. What AF **K. There is simply no skill to counter it. His Blastoise's strongest skill is Hydro Pump. After several shots, Entei just used Flamethrower, which is a small skill for it, to block it. How do we fight this, you tell me? It's just like an egg hitting a stone. It breaks as soon as it hits. It's really difficult when the power levels are not at the same level. After some careful consideration, the young man shouted decisively when Entei was about to launch Sacred Fire again as the 3rd and final round of attack. Save your words. We admit defeat. Facing this shout, Entei swallowed back the Sacred Fire that he was about to spit out. Blastoise, who was shivering in front, breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Heartsuit. My master still loves me. But the next second, the boy and girl next to the young man refused to do it and shouted, "Don't stop, Entei. We won't surrender. We'll fight to the death." Entei was about to turn around when he was stunned. What's the meaning? Don't you think being beaten by it isn't bad enough? Blastoise, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt his shell tighten and he turned around. What do these 2 companions of the master mean? Can't you see that I can't defeat them? I won't be satisfied until I die here. At this moment, the young man and the girl suddenly grabbed the young man's neck and roared. "You son of a B ***ch, you asked us to fight. You said not to be pessimistic. What if Master Xi is possessed? But now our Meganium and Sudowoodo have been beaten to death, and you told me you won't admit defeat? No way. I tell you, Zhang Teng, your Blastoise must die today at the hands of Entei. Epsilon, hashtag, oh, ////. Bang. 3. Bang. The boy and girl were so angry that their faces turned grim. They took turns slapping the young man, determined to force him to let Blastoise continue fighting. What is worrying is not the scarcity, but the inequality. Our Pokémon are dead, and yours should be like us too. Even if I don't die, I'll at least be seriously injured and fall to the ground. In any case, I won't be able to maintain the contest condition to fight. Looking at the enemy lineup in front of them that was in disarray, looking at Blastoise who was shaking with fear, and didn't know whether to continue fighting or not, so he turned back to find Xia Fan to ask his opinion. At this time, Xia Fan was returning from Munchlax with snacks in her arms, happy and contented, only to see the people on the opposite side start a fight. He was stunned at first, then excitedly trotted over with the pile of snacks. He jumped onto the rock closest to the three of them and joined the spectators, cracking melon seeds and peanuts while shouting out the fighting manual. Do you three know how to fight? Do you know the 4 elements of fight? 1. Grab the head. 2. Grab the crotch. 3. Poke the eyes for kick the balls. You didn't even use any of these wise sayings. You are really useless. The boy and girl looked at Xia Fan in surprise, then stretched out their evil hands towards the young man's head and crotch. That's right, you have to grab your head like this, grab it hard. What men fear most is baldness. Yes, you have to grab the crotch forcefully like this so that he can feel a sense of psychological crisis. At this time, the young man, whose hair and crotch were severely injured because of Xia Fan's evil idea, looked at Xia Fan with rage and howled to the sky. I'm giving in. Give up. Xia Fan was stunned. The next second, he jumped off the rock and rescued the young man from the boy and girl. If you want to admit defeat, just say so earlier. I thought you were biting each other because you both think the other is useless. The young man looked at Xia Fan. The price of your vegetables will definitely go up. I shouted several times after being beaten. Didn't you hear me? The young man wanted to cry. Xia Fan comforted him. Don't cry, don't cry. Men don't cry easily. This time I'm hard of hearing. How about this? When I transfer the full amount later, I'll leave you 100 yuan. 100. Upon hearing this, the young man covered his swollen face, and the tears that he had been able to hold back suddenly flowed down uncontrollably. At the same time, rage looked at Xia Fan. $100? $100 can't even buy a pokeball. You have the nerve to say that. $100 is enough. Look at them. Wait, there's not even $100 left. Xia Fan continued to comfort them. People should learn to compare themselves with others. Do you feel better when you compare yourself with them? Hee. The young man wiped his tears and sneered. No, I feel like my personality has been greatly trampled upon. So without saying anything, he took out his cell phone and threw it to Xia Fan. Don't keep a single cent. If you want to transfer it all. The password is 2*****6. A man should live with ambition. I don't want your 100 yuan, which is equivalent to beggar's food. I have hands and feet, and it's not that I can't earn it back. Xia Fan took the phone and sighed. Young people are young people, and 100 yuan is still money. How can they be so disgusted with it? But the next second, Xia Fan's eyes widened. Because when he took this guy's phone and was about to transfer money to himself, he actually saw 65,000 assets. I have money. It directly broke his current record for single bounty earning. In the world of Pokémon, in order to make players better adapt to life here, Tiantian Technology has set all transaction payment methods to mobile payment, so the young asset Xia Fan can see it at a glance as long as he gets his mobile phone. After transferring all the 65,000, Xia Fan turned his attention to the other boy and girl. I hope these two are also small local tycoons. Faced with Xia Fan's expectant eyes, the boy and girl gritted their teeth, took out their mobile phones, and transferred all their assets to Xia Fan. One is 70,000, and the other is 56,000. After transferring the money, the two men turned around and were about to leave, leaving the young man behind, but they were stopped by a sizer just 2 meters away. The girl turned around angrily. What do you mean? The battle is over, and the money has been transferred to you. Why don't you let us go? Xia Fan didn't reply, but a butterfree suddenly flew onto his shoulder. It flapped its wings and emitted fluorescent bright powder dust towards the boy and girl. The next second, both of them began to fall to the ground drowsily. The young man who had just put Blastoise back into the Pokeball was horrified when he saw this scene. What else do you want to do? We have already given you all the money. Before he could finish his words, the young man inhaled the fluorescent bright powder dust into his nasal cavity and fell to the ground like his two companions. Xia Fan then jokingly said, "Let you go and give you a tip-off?" After saying that, Xia Fan directed Sizer to put the three of them together and keep them under guard. Then he put his hands behind his back, hummed a little tune, and led Entei back to the woods to continue looking for people to fight for the bounty. 2 hours later, the number of people challenging Xia Fan's destiny mission has reached 42. He defeated all the members of the Blue and White Society guarding the periphery and directly earned 2.1 million in challenge bounties, with each person contributing 50,000 to him on average. However, most people did not choose to fight Entei. Instead, they were scared after seeing Entei and the surrounding Ursaring Nidoking and their ferocious growl. They admitted defeat without saying a word and took out their money happily. This is also the reason why I was able to challenge 42 people in just 2 hours. Master, should we rush in with Ursaring and the others now? Or should we wait for the Blue and White Society members inside to come out one by one and then wait for them to come? After challenging all the Blue and White Society members on the periphery, Entei followed Xia Fan to the entrance of the cave. During these 2 hours, 13 people came out of the cave one after another. However, as soon as they came out, they were paralyzed by Vileplume's stun spore and sent to Xia Fan to fight Entei. So Entei thinks this method of waiting and waiting is not bad. But in response, Xia Fan smiled and waved his hands, saying, "No need to go in, and no need to sit back and wait for them to come out one by one. Since we have already dealt with these peripheral Blue and White Society members in an unethical way, we must be unethical to the end." After saying that, Xia Fan turned around and looked at the Sizers. "Sizer, go and call the leaders of Butterfree, Vileplume, Parasect, Breloom, and Pidgey." 5 minutes later, several Butterfree, Vileplume, Parasect, Breloom, and Pidgey came to Xia Fan. Xia Fan touched them to show his affection and said, "Everyone, I have a task for you. You will have your tribes use sleep powder or a stun spore towards the various caves in this mountain." Butterfree and the others nodded. Xia Fan then looked at Pidgey and said, "Pidgey, later you will have your tribes split up and disperse to various entrances. When Butterfree Vileplume uses stun spore or sleep powder, you will have your tribe use Gust to speed up the flow of these powders into every corner of the cave." Pidgey cried out to show that he understood. 10 minutes later, after Entei blew a flamethrower towards soaring in the sky as the starting command, the various cave entrances connected to the mountain range began to be baptized by sleep powder and stun spore. Soon, the members of the Blue and White Society in the mountain cave felt something was wrong. They shouted and fled outside, but only those who were closer to the cave entrance ran out. And as soon as he came out, he was taken prisoner. During this time, Xia Fan did not just wait at the cave entrance for these people to come out, but called a few Sizers to strip the clothes of the Blue and White Society members, and then commanded all the Ariados to help him use these clothes to make coats that could cover the whole body. After Butterfree and the others stopped using sleep powder and stun spore, he sat on Entei's back wearing sunglasses and a full body coat, and led a dozen Sizers and Scythers who were also wearing coats to wait outside the cave. After entering, it can be said that the road is not normally smooth. Xia Fan can see a guy fainted on the ground with his hands and feet twitching slightly every 4 or 5 meters. At the same time, some Pokémon were also seen lying on the ground, sleeping and paralyzed with their owners. Sizer, you and your tribe will drag all these people and their Pokémon out of the cave. If anyone wakes up or moves out of paralysis, don't hesitate to give them a light punch down there. After that, no matter if they are men or women, they will definitely let you drag them out obediently. A young man who was lying on the ground, nearly unconscious, and paralyzed all over, unable to move at all, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard Xia Fan's words. His nearly comatose consciousness immediately started to smell salts, and his legs subconsciously retracted slightly inward. Then, when a Scyther came up to him with its 2 sharp white scythes in hand, he used a frightened look to tell the other party that he would absolutely stay still and not move. As for the Scyther, seeing the young man's eyes swaying left and right, it had no idea what he meant, so it simply took out its white scythe that had been polished to a translucent finish and struck the man downwards with the back of the scythe, then dragged the man away. "Teach under screech," the young man cried. Tears were streaming down my face. Although his whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't feel any pain, he had a premonition that he would be gone in the future and that the man's masculinity would no longer care about him. "Woo, wanna die?" Leading Entei, Xia Fan came to the pool of water where he fooled those guys from the Blue and White Society yesterday. There weren't a large number of Blue and White Society members gathered here. Apart from a man and a woman lying on the ground unconscious, there was only an Espion and an Umbreon in a coma. Xia Fan walked past them and went deeper into the cave. As we went deeper into the cave, more and more people on the ground fainted, became paralyzed, or both. They fell to the ground, motionless. However, everyone who was still conscious was shocked when they saw Entei. I didn't expect Entei to be here at all. And when he saw a tightly wrapped guy sitting on Entei's back, he was even more shocked. Someone actually dared to snatch away their Blue and White Society's goal in Chengdu region. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated against by the Blue and White Society in the future? Who are you? How dare you use such despicable means to attack our Blue and White Society? There was a blond young man in a paralyzed contest condition, tremblingly pointing his finger at Xia Fan. In response to his question, Xia Fan looked over in surprise and looked him up and down. Someone can actually talk? It seems that this paralysis contest condition is not deep enough. He might cause trouble when he gets out. The next second, Xia Fan turned around and shouted, "Sizer, there's a man here who can still move. Come over and give him another punch." Interlock. A Sizer quickly jumped across the cliff of the cave to the yellow-haired young man, and according to Xia Fan's instructions, it punched down. After a while, a shrill scream resounded throughout the cave. Seeing this, the members of the Blue and White Society, who were paralyzed all around in the contest condition, suddenly broke out in sweat, swallowed saliva violently, and their limbs trembled. Those who are timid are so scared that they pee their pants. If this hits me, no matter whether I can recover or not, I will probably suffer from psychological trauma until I die. For a moment, the other members of the Blue and White Society around looked at Xia Fan as if he were a devil. I keep telling myself in my heart that I'm a mute now, a mega mute. Looking at these sweaty members of the Blue and White Society, Xia Fan made a joking comment. "Sizer, check to see if their paralysis condition is too severe. If it's not too severe, hit them all." After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw several people reaching out their hands and tremblingly grabbing a handful of powder, which he didn't know whether it was stun spore or sleep powder or a mixture of the two, and putting it into their mouths. Either the manliness is gone, or he becomes a useless person who cannot move for a period of time. They chose the latter. With this little episode over, Xia Fan sat on Entei's back and continued to go deeper into the cave. After going deeper for about 20 minutes, he and Entei passed through a hole inside the cave and came to a larger cave. There is a river and many huge rocks in it. From here, the stun spore and sleep powder on the ground and the powder flowing in the air began to gradually thin out. "Entei, be careful. There must be someone hiding in the dark." Xia Fan patted Entei's neck gently and reminded him. Entei nodded and began to slow down his pace, while keeping an eye out for Pokémon rushing out from behind the boulders around him. "Save us." Suddenly, a telepathic sound rang in Xia Fan and Entei's heads. "Jump over there." Hearing this, Xia Fan decisively pointed Entei to the highest boulder in the middle of the river. Entei leaps. In midair, Xia Fan looked around and finally saw a yellow electric current flashing from behind a huge rock about 30 meters in front of the left. "Bulldoze!" Xia Fan pointed out the location to Entei. Entei turned around, and as soon as his limbs landed on the ground, he leaped towards the boulder that Xia Fan pointed at again, and at the same time, a strong and hot cyclone gathered in the air. Boom! The moment Entei fell, the boulder suddenly exploded. A dozen Lapras emerged from the crowd. They were being electrocuted and knocked to the ground by 2 Electivires and 2 Magnetons using discharge. Faced with the appearance of Entei and Xia Fan, they looked at them with eyes hoping for help. Dragonite Hyper Beam. A noise suddenly came from the right. Xia Fan and Entei turned their heads and saw that behind another huge rock not far away, Long Shao was directing his Dragonite to condense a dark energy ball, and their target was exactly them. If they wanted to dodge, it was too late now. Xia Fan quickly ordered, "Sacred Fire." Entei turned his head and suddenly spewed out a powerful flame carrying a mysterious power. The next second, the two powerful forces collided closely in the cave, and a powerful gust of air suddenly rose. The gust of wind was so strong that the river surged backwards. Except for Entei, who stood majestically and motionless, everyone, including the Pokémon, flew backwards several meters. Even Xia Fan would have almost flown out if she hadn't held Entei tightly. After dozens of seconds, the air waves and mist generated by the collision of forces gradually dissipated. Everyone's vision gradually returned to its previous state. Looking at the tightly wrapped guy on Entei's back, Long Shao was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Who are you?" He clearly remembered that Entei was still ownerless yesterday, but judging from the situation just now, this guy had obviously subdued Entei. What's more important is that, judging from the man's attire, the sudden influx of stun spore and sleep powder into the cave before, although no one knows how it was done, is obviously related to this man. If someone hadn't told him that a Lapras tribe had been found inside the cave and called him away, he would have probably fallen to the ground unconscious. "You're not qualified to know my name. You just need to know that I am from the Temple of the Gods," Xia Fan said lightly, and nonchalantly began his nonsense again. The Temple of the Gods. Long Shao was at a loss. Among the powerful organizations established by the beta test players, he had only heard of the Mutuo team in the Kanto region, the Divine Beast team in the Hoenn region, and the Godcatcher Hall in the Sinnoh region. As for the Unova region, Kalos region, Alola region, and Galar region, not much is known because there are too many beta player organizations and they have not yet been unified. Looking around, Long Shao used his eyes to question the members of the Blue and White Society who were following behind him. But the result was just shaking his head, indicating that he had never heard of it either. Seeing their bewildered looks, Xia Fan continued to talk nonsense. "It's normal that you don't know. After all, our pantheon has been dormant for tens of thousands of years and has only recently emerged. It won't be long before you will witness the power from the pantheon." The corner of Long Zhao's mouth twitched, and his originally confused look immediately turned into rage. Is the guy on Entei's back treating him like a fool? Dormant for 10,000 years? Why don't you say that you have been dormant since the beginning of the world? You're just talking bullshit. If you don't want people to know your true identity, just say it. Restraining his anger, Long Shao said, "My friend, I will not ask about your identity, but I want to tell you that in Chengdu region, our Blue and White Society is the king. If you leave like this, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the revenge of the Blue and White Society." Xia Fan was stunned. "Are you threatening me? Does this guy in front of me understand his situation?" I couldn't see who was sitting below me. "Entei, okay? One of the 3 sacred beasts, okay? Do you think your Pokemon can win with just a few of you? Or maybe you don't know that all those guys out there have been hit by sleep powder and stun spore." However, Long Shao said, "I am telling the truth. I am powerless to fight you now. But if you insist on going against our Blue and White Society, I can clearly say that you will not be able to bear the revenge from the Blue and White Society afterwards." "Oh," Xia Fan chuckled, and the next second, his face suddenly turned cold. "Entei hit me hard." As he spoke, Xia Fan jumped off Entei's back. Give it the opportunity to fully unleash its true power. "Joke, I can transform, and I have a system, so why would I be afraid of you? If I were to give up, I'd rather not live. Just find a river and jump into it." In response to Xia Fan's words, Entei stepped on the ground. The second Xia Fan jumped off its back, and a ball of fire instantly rose from its entire body. The flames are hot. The temperature of the entire cave instantly rises sharply. Entei is like normal, the Emperor in flames. He begins to look down on everyone and rule the world. The orange-red hair all over the body was shining brightly at this moment. All the Pokémon in the cave took a look and immediately felt a great sense of oppression in their hearts, making them dare not show hostility towards Entei. Facing their fear, Entei let out a long roar, and the next second dragged the flames and attacked Dragonite like a king of flames. Long Xiao was horrified. Dragonite, use agility to dodge. Dragonite flapped its wings and tried to retreat according to its master's order, but the pressure from Entei slowed it down. So when it was about to successfully use agility, Entei's attack arrived first. A flamethrower and a full-strength tackle with flames surrounding the entire body instantly sent Dragonite flying back dozens of feet. After crashing into several boulders, he fell into the lake with burns all over his body. Dragonite! Dragon Owl screams like a ghost. Dragonite is his most powerful main Pokémon, with quasi-god potential. If it died here, he couldn't imagine whether he could continue to be the club's main executive after returning to the Blue and White Club. Well done, Entei. Xia Fan, on the other hand, was very proud of himself. What he liked to see most was the pain of this inexplicably confident and arrogant guy after being brutally ravaged. Entei let out a howl in response to his master's praise. Then, it turned its attention to the two Electivires and the two Magnetons. Feeling Entei's gaze on them, Electivire and Magneton flinched and couldn't help but step back. The sense of racial oppression from Entei made them extremely uncomfortable. Let's return to Xia Fan. As Entei pressed Electivire and Magneton to rescue Lapras, he came to Long Xiao. He left a word in a flat tone. Still pretending? Long Xiao was startled and turned his head to look at Xia Fan in a trance. The next second, his dazed expression suddenly became ferocious, and he took out a dagger from somewhere. He stabbed Xia Fan unexpectedly and shouted viciously at the same time. As long as you die, Entei can still be captured by our Blue and White Society. However, just as he finished speaking, the sharp blade suddenly fell when it was about to pierce Xia Fan's body. Long Xiao covered his head with his hands and began to scream. Team leader Long Xiao. There were 4 members of the Blue and White Society behind Long Xiao. Seeing Long Xiao like this, they hurried forward, but then they also covered their heads and screamed. He fell to the ground in agony. Master, are you okay? Entei's telepathy rang in Xia Fan's mind. It's okay. Xia Fan waved to Entei, who was not far away, to show that it was safe. Then he turned his gaze back to Long Xiao. His eyes suddenly turned cold. If he hadn't exchanged for extrasensory, he would have become a corpse by now, dead in the hands of this D. It seems that you need me to have a good talk with you. Xia Fan picked up the dagger dropped by Long Xiao and walked towards him. Are all of you in the Blue and White Society so cruel and ruthless? After releasing the extrasensory, Xia Fan sat on the ground, playing with the dagger, and asked Long Xiao in a flat tone. At this moment, Long Xiao was sweating profusely. Looking at the tightly wrapped guy in front of him, his eyes revealed endless fear. What happened just now? He asked back. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan picked up the dagger and slashed his thigh directly. Long Xiao screamed, Xia Fan, when I ask a question, you're only qualified to answer me, not to ask a question in return. From now on, if you ask a question in return, I will cut you with a knife. If you don't answer, I don't suggest taking your life. Don't doubt it. Although I don't know what will happen if I die in this game, I can do it. In terms of ruthlessness, I don't think I am worse than anyone else. It just depends on whether you are worthy of my ruthlessness. Long Xiao covered his thigh and looked over fearfully. If you ask, I will definitely answer. Xia Fan slashed again. Long Xiao screamed again, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Xia Fan changed from fear to insanity. Damn it, I already asked you to ask. Why did you still cut me? Xia Fan, I only ask my questions once and never repeat them a second time. I asked them at the beginning of the first question. After hearing this, Long Xiao took a breath. He turned his head to see the sympathy of the Blue and White Society members behind him for his encounter with a psychopath in order to seek some psychological comfort. But when I turned around, I saw those guys looking around and not even looking at me. It seemed as if he was afraid of being dragged into the water and being questioned by Xia Fan. If you don't answer within 3 seconds, I'll stab you again, Xia Fan suddenly said. Long Xiao was scared and said quickly, yes, the people in the blue and white club are very ruthless, because the club rules set by our president are that if you encounter a legendary Pokémon, you must conquer it by any means necessary. Otherwise, if he finds out that you didn't try your best, he will punish you, which means taking one of your Pokémon and killing it. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. You guys still join in when it's so cruel, because the club offers good treatment. How good? As long as it's a club mission, the club will reimburse all expenses of the participants during the journey, with a limit of 30,000 yuan. There are often tens of thousands of rewards for completing the mission, and 20,000 yuan per month as breeder Pokémon expenses. The club will also reimburse 20% of all items purchased at the Pokémon store. Xia Fan, degree. Where does your club get so much money? I'm not sure, but I once heard an old member of the club speculate that the president probably spent tens of billions or even hundreds of billions or more on Tiantian technology as game recharges during the internal test. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to spend so much. Xia Fan, Sigma, surprise face. Damn it, capitalism is damn evil. Do you have to be so exaggerated? He started with only 3,000, while that guy started with tens or even hundreds of billions. Fortunately, there's a system, otherwise it would be really hard to calm down the jealous heart. Xia Fan, do you know why you can't exit the game after it officially launched? I don't know, but the president seems to know. The day before the game was officially released, the president asked us beta testers to enter together. If we don't enter, we will be expelled from the club in the future. But after we entered, not long after, we couldn't exit the game. We asked the president if he knew anything, but his reply was that we couldn't go back. He didn't know anything else. We naturally didn't believe it. So, a few of us found the president and asked him the reason. The result was that he was locked up and all the Pokémon he owned were wiped out. After he finished speaking, Long Xiao closed his mouth as if he had finished speaking. And then, nothing more? You just gave in like that. Xia Fan picked up the dagger and placed it on Long Xiao's thigh. He was so scared that cold sweats broke out and tears were about to come out. After that, the matter was forgotten because we all felt that the real world was not as good as here. We gradually accepted the reality that we could not go back, so the grudges in our hearts gradually disappeared. Xia Fan put the dagger back. Long Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. But then Xia Fan raised a dagger and said, "Come, let's have a bounty fight. If you win, all my money will be yours. If I win, all your money will be mine." Dragon Owl, Sigma, degree. Now, Z and I, MMP. You've thrown my strongest Dragonite into the river, and he's dead or alive, and you actually want to fight me for a bounty and even bet all my assets on it. You are taking advantage of the situation under the guise of bounty challenge to rob people. You don't want to? Xia Fan shook the dagger. Yes. Long Xiao nodded. Damn it. How could I refuse with a knife in my hand? It's just, I don't have any Pokemon to fight with now, and the other Pokemon are pretty weak, so... Before Long Xiao finished speaking, Xia Fan answered. So, you decided to admit defeat to me directly, right? Of course you can. Just give me all the money. Long Xiao, you're going to get hemorrhoids within 3 days. Did I misunderstand your expression? Xia Fan was juggling the dagger near Long Xiao's thigh, feeling like he would be bleed immediately if he wasn't careful. No. That's right, you got it exactly right. Long Xiao shook his head like a rattle, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and handed it directly to Xia Fan. You'll step on dog shit every day when you walk. I just said I'm very considerate. Xia Fan took the phone with a smile, asked for the password, and saw the balance of 12,200,000. Looking at this number, Xia Fan suddenly smiled like a flower, like a meganium in the brilliant spring breeze. Long Xiao's heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys were all in pain. What sin must he have committed in his previous life that he had to meet such a bandit in this life? The intention is to take advantage of someone's misfortune in the name of a bounty fight. I really want to die. Come on, everyone. Since your team leader Long Xiao has already participated in a bounty battle, why don't you also have one? If you win, I'll give you all my money. If I win, all your money will be given to me. After transferring all of Long Xiao's money to his mobile phone, Xia Fan turned his gaze to the people behind him. Several people's faces grimly appeared. They didn't expect that this horrible skinning monster would target them. One of them hesitated and said, "But our Pokémon has been defeated by you? We can't accept your bounty challenge." The man pointed to the 2 Electivires and 2 Magnetons opposite him. At this moment, they have been trampled under the feet of Entei and have lost their fighting power. Xia Fan glanced back, stood up, picked up the dagger, and walked towards them. While playing with the dagger, he said, "Do you only have one Pokémon?" After he finished speaking, the dagger in Xia Fan's hand suddenly fell off, neither more nor less, and it passed directly past the thigh of the person who was speaking. If he scores one more point, I'm afraid he will be away from his manliness forever. The man was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and trembled all over, and he stuttered again. I suddenly remembered that I still have a Pikachu that can fight, but I know I can't beat it. So, can I just admit defeat? After saying that, the man took out his cell phone. Of course, you still lose even if you admit defeat, and I'll still give you the money. He's a good kid who knows when to advance and when to retreat. I like him. Xia Fan took the phone, patted the man's shoulder with satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to the other people. What do you think? Will you accept my bounty challenge? Accept it. The men nodded and took out their phones and handed them to Xia Fan. And we also know we can't beat your Entei, so we choose to admit defeat. A minute later, several people transferred all their assets to Xia Fan and took back their Pokémon from Entei. At this time, the Lapras group had regained their freedom. Continuous thanks to Entei and Xia Fan. While expressing his gratitude, Long Xiao came over, holding his bleeding thigh, and said, could you please help me rescue my Dragonite from the river? His only water-type Pokémon, Golduck, was left in the cave in front, so now he can only rely on others to rescue his Dragonite. Xia Fan didn't say anything, but looked at Lapras. The meaning is obvious. Let them decide for themselves whether to save your Dragonite. Long Xiao then looked at Lapras, who was thanking Xia Fan with pleading eyes. This Lapras is the leader of their pack. But what he got was a cold snort. Lapras turned his head away proudly. It was obvious that it had just been severely shocked by Electivire and Magneton. That can't be helped. Xia Fan shrugged, looking like he was doing what he wanted. But the next second, what Xia Fan didn't expect was that the guy in front of him first bowed respectfully to Lapras, said sorry, and then jumped into the river without saying a word, shouting at the same time, "I'm guilty, but my Dragonite is not guilty. I will save it even if I die." With a splash, the guy dived into the water. But after a few seconds, he floated up again, choking on the water and shouting again, "Ahem, I am guilty, but my Dragonite is not. I will save it even if I die." After saying that, the guy dived in again. A few seconds later, he choked on the water and shouted the same words again. The Lapras group began to look at each other. They were extremely gentle in character and couldn't help but feel sorry for Long Xiao, hesitating whether to help him or not. Someone on the shore. "You actor, I believed your lies. You would risk your life for Dragonite. If you have this kind of courage, would you be scared by me into agreeing to the bounty challenge?" Thinking of this, Xia Fan saw a Lapras who was moved by the Dragonelle and was about to dive into the water to rescue Dragonite. He quickly called out and brought the Lapras to his ear. "If you want to rescue its Dragonite, I have a suggestion for you. Do it secretly, don't let that guy see you, and send it to the other side immediately after rescuing it. In short, don't let him know that you are helping him." The Lapras was puzzled and tilted its big head to look at its benefactor for a while, but did not ask any more questions. In the end, it sneaked into the water according to Xia Fan's instructions. "Master, why do you do this?" Entei's telepathy rang in Xia Fan's mind, and Long Xiao's desperate drive for Dragonite made him a little moved. Xia Fan, because that's what he played. Acting. Entei looked at Xia Fan puzzledly, somewhat puzzled. By this time, the scorching flames on its body had long since dissipated. Xia Fan nodded, but did not explain too much. After all, you can't tell Entei that your master is a veteran actor who, with his hard-earned acting experience, can tell at a glance that the guy is actually an actor. Seeing that his master didn't explain, Entei didn't ask any more questions. He just lay down and stayed on the shore, quietly watching Long Xiao floating up from the water every few seconds and shouting that he would save Dragonite even if he died. A minute later, the Lapras rescued Dragonite, sent up from the other side of the river. This Dragonite was not dying as imagined, but was in a deep sleep. It was smart enough to use the skill Rest after falling into the water. Use this skill to heal your injuries. Xia Fan took a look and couldn't help but praise the Dragonite's cleverness. He is not at the same level as his poorly acting master. At this time, Long Xiao had shouted the slogan nearly 30 times, and the color of the river water was slightly redder due to the blood on his legs. He shouted until his throat was hoarse and his blood was about to run out. He glanced at Lapras, who was still standing there unmoved, and became so angry that he vomited blood. What's wrong with these Lapras? I'm really going to die here. Why don't they react at all? Aren't they said to have gentle and kind hearts? And they're so kind that their race is almost extinct. Why is it that they are completely different with me? They are completely cold-blooded and heartless. Seeing the retreat in Long Xiao's expression, Xia Fan walked over immediately, looking moved. What are you doing? Keep shouting. I just felt that they were moved by you. They seem to be going to save your Dragonite. Long Xiao was overjoyed. Really? Really? Xia Fan nodded. I just said it for you. If you can yell for another 40 or 50 times, it means you really love Dragonite, and they should save him no matter what. Long Xiao Tomb. After 40 or 50 sounds, he was probably dead in the river. Looking at your expression, you seem a little reluctant. Were you just acting? Xia Fan took advantage of the opportunity to add another sentence. Long Xiao did not reply because he did not know how to reply. Are you really acting? Great. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I will let Lapras leave here right now, so that you don't continue to deceive their feelings. Xia Fan was so angry that he was about to complain to Lapras. No. I can really give my life for Dragonite. Don't just say 50. As long as it can save Dragonite, I'm willing to shout 500 times. Frightened, Long Xiao quickly dived into the water. Continue shouting over and over again. But this time he only shouted it 15 times. His legs cramped, and he fell into the river. Fortunately, Lapras rescued him in time and saved him from near death. After returning to the shore, Long Xiao vomited river water for 5 minutes before he felt alive again. Then his acting skills came back into play, and he took the opportunity to say with trembling hands, Hurry, and save my Dragonite. Lapras ignored him, and neither did Xia Fan. Only one of his subordinates turned his head towards the direction where Dragonite was sleeping. At the same time, whispered in the ear, It's been a long time since I rescued him. These words echoed in Long Xiao's mind for a long time. Gradually, his eyes turned red, and his mind was suddenly filled with a lot of caring words about Xia Fan's father, mother, grandparents. But he only dared to shout loudly in his heart. As things were coming to an end, Xia Fan took Entei to say goodbye to the Lapras tribe. Just as he was about to leave, Entei suddenly told Xia Fan that the leader dragon in Lapras' group wanted him to tame it because it had told Lapras that as long as it became Xia Fan's Pokémon, its power would continue to grow over time. Xia Fan didn't refuse after hearing this. Picking up this Lapras for free was equivalent to picking up a bunch of them. Although he might not come across them in the future, if he did, maybe he could even get some. It takes a long time to pretend to be cool, but it feels good just once. So he picked up the Pokeball and collected the Lapras, then released it again and watched them leave. This series of actions made Long Xiao and other members of the Blue and White Society completely stunned. Long Xiao asked, You tamed it, but you let it continue to follow the tribe. What do you mean by that? Xia Fan glanced at him when he heard that, then picked up the dagger and slashed at his thigh. Do you understand? Covering his thigh, Long Xiao nodded repeatedly with a sad face, indicating that he would never ask him questions again, even if he was beaten to death. Xia Fan added, "Since you understand, then let your people carry you away from here." After saying that, Xia Fan sat on Entei's back and left the deepest cave. Long Xiao followed behind, supported by his two subordinates. However, as soon as they left the deep cave, they inhaled some stun spore and sleeping powder still floating in the air, and they staggered and were about to fall to the ground. Xia Fan noticed it and immediately shouted into the cave, "Sizer, there are a few people here who need you to bring your companions over and get them outside." Interlock. After a while, Sizer came running over with 4 scythers. "It hurts, it hurts." The one who took over Long Xiao was a scyther. When taking him over, the scyther's sharp white scythe accidentally touched his wound. He had not inhaled much stun spore yet, and he screamed in pain. This stunned scyther, and he remembered the order Xia Fan had given them before. If someone like this still has the energy to move, you need to punch him in the lower body. So the next second, Dragonfly, a scream so cruel and cruel that it made one's scalp tingle, was heard. Growl scared Xia Fan in front. Glancing back, after seeing Long Xiao covering his lower body with his hands, tears streaming down his face, and a look of near collapse. "Xia Fan, although I sympathize with this, it is better to pretend that I didn't hear it. It's so stuffy here, Entei, let's walk faster." Xia Fan patted Entei's back, urging him to walk faster. At this time, Entei was also attracted by Long Xiao's screams. After seeing the almost crazy and collapsed expression, it couldn't help but gasp, even though it had always been strong and unyielding. Then, its feet slightly bent, and the next second Xia Fan felt like a gust of wind. The view in front of his eyes passed by at a high speed, and when he came to his senses, he had already rushed out of the cave. A minute later, Long Xiao was dragged out by Scyther. There was an expression of extreme despair in his face. No matter how many controlled blue and white society members called him, he ignored them. It was not until several members who had witnessed his miserable condition told his story that the blue and white society members shut up and looked sympathetic. After listening to this, several members expressed an expression that said, "I understand you." Let's return to Xia Fan. There's a Pikachu standing on his shoulder at this moment. That's right, this is Mew's transformation. Currently, all the blue and white society members connected to the cave have been controlled, so its mission has been accomplished. The only unfinished task left is Xia Fan's destiny task. Come on, now one by one, challenge my Entei for a bounty. If you win, I'll give you all my money. If you lose, you'll give me all your money. Come in order, starting with you. Xia Fan walked up to a man who looked to be in his late 20s. There are still more than 200 members of the Blue and White Society who have not participated in a bounty battle with Xia Fan. After being sent out by Sizer, these people were controlled by Ursaring and others and lined up in an orderly manner. Of course, this behavior was naturally taught by Xia Fan. "Can I admit defeat? I'll transfer the money to you directly," the man said in panic. Those who were controlled by Ursaring here, except for those who had not challenged them, there were some who had challenged them. They were not far from them and were tied up by Ariados with string shot, leaving only their heads untied. After those who had not challenged the challenge sent their money out, they learned from those people that to accept the challenge meant fighting with Entei, having their Pokémon severely beaten up, and then giving away the money, while not accepting the challenge meant avoiding a beating and giving away the money directly. Comparing the two, it is naturally better to admit defeat. You'll have to pay money in the end anyway. So wouldn't it be better to be direct? Of course, I'd love to. Xia Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder, praising him for his timely advice. In fact, he has already figured out this so-called destiny mission. Although it is said that Entei should defeat all members of the Blue and White Society, it is actually just to let Entei vent his anger. As long as these guys express their feelings of defeat and inferiority to Entei, the number of challengers on the Destiny mission will automatically show that the challenge has been completed. After receiving the transfer from the man, Xia Fan walked up to the next member of the Blue and White Society and repeated what he had said before. An hour later, all transfers for more than 200 people were completed. Only 3 of them were brave enough to accept the challenge. After seeing their Pokémon being easily defeated by Entei, the others decisively gave up their illusions, and Xia Fan admitted defeat before he even opened his mouth. Xia Fan expressed great satisfaction with this. That's right, but it was time to say goodbye. After all, he had made more than 30 million from them, turning himself from a pauper into a wealthy man in an instant. Xia Fan felt that it would be too immoral to cheat them of anything more. But he is not such a wicked person. Since we are all leaving, can you let me see you before we say goodbye? Seeing that the Pokémon that controlled them around them began to disperse one by one, Long Xiao, who had been in autism, finally spoke and courageously asked Xia Fan directly. In response, Xia Fan took out the dagger. What surprised him was that Long Xiao actually took the initiative to pull up his pants. Come on, I'm willing to let you cut off my legs. Just hope you can let me see the true appearance of your coat. Xia Fan was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but look up to Long Xiao. This guy is really brave for his future retaliate. So, Xia Fan took off his coat, removed his sunglasses, and showed his true face to Long Xiao and all the members of the Blue and White Society. Not at all afraid of the suppressed gnashing of teeth they would feel after seeing this. Because a few seconds later, Xia Fan suddenly snapped his fingers toward the sky. In soaring in the sky, the Butterfree tribe appears again, waving out countless sleep powders. 3 seconds later, they all fell asleep again. Xiao Huan, it's time for you to delete all their memories of us. Chengdu Region, a Seijai city. This is a coastal city in Chengdu Region. Xia Fan brought Munchlax and Mew here. 2 months have passed since the connection to the cave. During these 2 months, Xia Fan has lived a very comfortable life because of the nearly 30 million assets. First, after challenging the Bug-type gym in Azalea Town, he chartered a car and took himself to Goldenrod City, the largest city in the Chengdu region, where he went shopping and eating, had fun, and even defeated a Pokémon gym. Later, when he was preparing to set off for a Krutique city, he heard someone say that Raikou, one of the 3 sacred beasts, was seen in a Seijai city. He decisively changed his route and rushed here with his Pokémon. This is a bit difficult. There is absolutely no news about Raikou. On the second day of arriving in a Sanking city, Xia Fan sat on the beach holding an ice cream, looking at the sea with a worried expression. To his left, Munchlax was eating a basket of ice cream, and to his right, Mew was licking an ice cream stick. Entei, are you sure you don't want to come out for a bite to eat? The spot I found is quite secluded and there's no one around, so you don't have to worry about anyone seeing you. No need, master. I don't really like eating this kind of thing. Oh well. After being rejected by Entei in the Pokeball, Xia Fan then sat on the beach and thought about where to get the news about Raikou. An hour later, Cabby, Munchlax touched his stomach and wanted Xia Fan to take him out for something delicious. How long after eating this ice cream are you hungry again? Cabby, Munchlax nodded. It's okay. It's okay to eat later. If you're really hungry, I brought your energy cube here. Eat one and you won't be hungry anymore. Lying on the beach, Xia Fan, who was as lazy as a corpse and unwilling to move, took out a box from his bag and took out an energy cube specially designed to satisfy Munchlax's appetite. Cabby, Munchlax shook his head. It didn't like to eat energy cubes. It only liked to eat human food. This is all I have. If you don't want to eat it, then wait another 3 hours. Last night, in order to find out where Raikou is, your master went to a dangerous place, bar, and drank with a bunch of people your master hates the most, drinking with beautiful women. I stayed up all night, and I'm very sleepy now. Let me rest for a while. Xia Fan placed the energy cube on the blanket and continued to sleep. 2 minutes later, Master, it's so boring here. Let's find a place to eat while looking for news about Raikou. Feeling bored, Mew woke up Xia Fan again. Xia Fan opened his eyes and saw it was Mew. You were right, Master. I had exactly this thought when I was dreaming just now. Then he stood up, packed his blanket, and prepared to leave. Munchlax. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan drove a sports car to a high-end steak restaurant. Munchlax, did you eat the energy cube from earlier? Before ordering, Xia Fan first confirmed with Munchlax about the energy cubes. If he didn't eat them, He was afraid that the cows in this restaurant would be able to eat all of them with a Pokémon. Cabby. Munchlax smiled and nodded. Great. Let's have another half just in case. Xia Fan took out an energy cube, broke it in half, and handed it to Munchlax. Munchlax. 20 minutes later, 5 waiters pushed up 30 plates of steak and a cart of desserts. 18 of them were for Munchlax. After they all put the things on the table and left, Xia Fan locked the door and let Entei out after asking you to confirm that there were no cameras. 1 person and 3 beasts, stuffed cheeks, started eating. After eating for about 20 minutes, Xia Fan suddenly had an idea on how to get information about Raikou. You guys keep eating here. I'm going to go out for a while. Munchlax, you lock the door after I leave, okay? Cabby. Munchlax, who was eating dessert, nodded repeatedly. Master, please put me in the ball. Entei said at this time. Xia Fan was surprised. Aren't you going to continue eating? I'm curious about your method. Okay then. Xia Fan smiled and took out a luxury ball and put Entei in it. This was bought when it was in Goldenrod City, and one was bought for Entei, Mew, and Munchlax. After leaving the box, Xia Fan found the person in charge of the store and paid a huge sum of money first, then whispered a few words in his ear. After receiving the money, the person in charge nodded excitedly and called the waiter to pick up a board and draw on it. A minute later, the waiter picked up the board and hung it in a conspicuous place outside the store. It said, "We're not accepting any customers today unless someone can provide information about Raikou, one of the 3 sacred beasts. In that case, the owner of the store will treat you to a free meal and give you a reward of 5,000 yuan. A few minutes later, all the waiters in the store came out with a sign and hung it in a conspicuous place nearby. Master, I don't think your method is very good. What if someone says something nonsense and you can't prove it? Xia Fan sat by a glass wall in the store, and Entei's voice rang in her mind. Then just give him the money and treat him to a nice meal at the same time. Xia Fan smiled and whispered softly while holding the luxury ball. Entei fell silent upon hearing this. Xia Fan added, Don't worry, you will naturally know the real intention of my method later. All right. Entei's unhappy voice echoed in my mind, and after that Entei stopped communicating telepathically. As for Captivate, who was facing the stake and money, 5 minutes later, the first person who claimed to have news about Raikou came to the store. This is a middle-aged man who said that he met Raikou on his way home from work late last night. He saw him on the roof of his house. Just as he was about to throw the pokeball to catch him, Raikou turned around and ran away. After listening, Xia Fan asked about the specific time when Raikou appeared, as well as the photo. The middle-aged man gave time, but when it came to the question of taking photos, he suddenly hesitated and finally said that he was too excited and only wanted to catch the ball, so he missed the opportunity to take pictures. After saying this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but want to slap himself in the face, because the lie was too lame and he was not calm either. Any normal person should have been able to tell that. But the result is, okay, thank you. Take out your phone and I'll transfer the money to you. Just tell the boss what you want to eat and I'll pay for it. Xia Fan took out his cell phone and transferred the money decisively. The middle-aged man who received the transfer first looked at Xia Fan in disbelief, and then looked at the 5,000 yuan arrival reminder on his mobile phone. After looking for a full half-minute, he accepted the fact, suppressed his inner ecstasy, and asked a waiter for the direction of the toilet with his mobile phone and an expressionless face. Then he quickened his pace and walked in. As soon as he entered the toilet, he immediately showed a greedy expression. That is, take out your cell phone and call your relatives and friends one by one, saying that there is a big fool here, and you should take this opportunity to come and kill him. He talked on the phone for a full 20 minutes before he came out of the toilet, happily preparing to order food from the boss. However, he discovered that in just 20 minutes, a dozen more people suddenly appeared in the restaurant, eating and drinking like crazy. It seemed that they all relied on cheating that rich fool to get free food and drinks like him. You tell me, how can this be possible? The middle-aged man quickly quickened his pace and asked the boss to give him all the best and most expensive things here to prevent them from being snatched away by those guys. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Xia Fan waving at him with a smile out of the corner of his eye. The middle-aged man was delighted, thinking that Xia Fan had something else that he could cheat, so he trotted over immediately. As soon as he walked forward, Xia Fan pointed at a young man and said, "Uncle, this guy also found Raikou, and the time was very close to what you said, but the location he said is completely different from yours, and the difference is so great that Raikou can't get to his place from your place in a short time." The middle-aged man's face froze, and he immediately understood what Xia Fan meant and hurriedly said, "Handsome guy, don't listen to this little brat. He must be lying to you. What I said before was all true." Don't worry." Xia Fan smiled and calmed the middle-aged man down. "I'm a very reasonable person, so why don't you two just fight with Pokémon? I'll believe whoever wins." Pokémon battle? The middle-aged man was a little bit unbelievable about the way Xia Fan handled it. Whoever wins will be the one to listen to. This is too hasty. But there was no other way. So a minute later, the middle-aged man had to go outside with the boy to have a Pokémon battle. Their Pokémon are Raticate and Butterfree, respectively. As they fought, Xia Fan, who was watching the battle through the glass window, finally heard Entei's voice again in his mind. "Master, why do you use this method? Even if one of them wins, what the other one said may not be right. It is very likely that both of them are lying to you." Xia Fan picked up the luxury ball where Entei lived and said with a smile, "I never trusted them from the beginning. How can I say I was deceived? They are just the people I used to lure out the most likely people in this city to know Raikou's information." "What do you mean? I don't quite understand who you are referring to, Master." "You'll know when the time comes." Xia Fan kept it a secret and didn't tell Entei in advance. Well, after a helpless sigh, Entei fell silent again. The battle between the middle-aged man and the boy ended quickly, and in the end the boy's Butterfree won. After transferring 5,000 yuan to the boy, the middle-aged man left angrily. The boy took over the middle-aged man's joy and began to take out his mobile phone to tell his friends that there was a stupid rich man here and asked them to come quickly. After the middle-aged man left, he walked about 100 meters and suddenly stopped when passing an alley. He felt that he could not give up such an opportunity to make money. So he decided to take advantage of the information gap and publish the news that Xia Fan spent money to buy Raikou on their Qiansong City's network. After hiding some key information, he asked all those who were curious about the matter to come to him and provide them with different versions of the Raikou incident. Anyone who successfully got 5,000 yuan would have to give him half. It has to be said that the middle-aged man has a great idea of making money, and he happens to be a network security worker in Qiansong City. Therefore, soon after his message was released, he used his own method to send this message to the top of the news in Qiansong City. For a moment, all the people in Qiansong City who saw this news went crazy, because in their opinion, if this was fake news, it would not stay at the top of their Qiansong City news column. So they all turned to the middle-aged man. Afterwards, as someone successfully got the money from Xia Fan, the news was confirmed, and the name of this rich fool began to spread to every corner of Qiansong City. Xia Fan was described as extremely rich and extremely stupid, and as long as you come over you can have a free meal and get the money. Before long, some dark forces in Qiansong City that were not willing to see the light of day were also attracted here. They did not recommend wealthy people like Xia Fan who were willing to give away their wealth to come and share a piece of the pie. Among them, 2 people and 1 cat were the most excited. Just 3 hours after Xia Fan performed this good deed, a woman with long red hair, a young man with short blue hair, and a Meowth that could walk upright appeared outside the steakhouse. The woman with long red hair was the most excited. "James, look, I was right, wasn't I?" Such a long line is enough to prove that what the news said is true. The blue-haired young man named James nodded repeatedly. "I didn't expect that there would be someone so stupid. We can't let go of such a great opportunity. Someone like him must have assets worth hundreds of millions." The woman with long red hair. "Instead of asking him to help others, why not ask him to help our Rockets team? As long as we get all his money to us." Blue-haired young man. "Then we can bring Team Rocket back to life and recall Boss Ataki." The woman with long red hair. "Let the boss lead us to defeat the Blue and White Society and Team Mutwo and reach the pinnacle of life again." 6 hours later, as it was getting close to evening, Xia Fan's first day of charity activity ended with a total expenditure of 1.5 million. Everyone, let's continue tomorrow. As long as you provide me with useful information about Raikou, I will treat you to a big meal and still reward you 5,000 yuan. Xia Fan stood at the door of the steakhouse and shouted loudly. Standing opposite him was a crowd so crowded that there was no end in sight. After Xia Fan finished speaking, they immediately shouted a deafening good. After all, there aren't many fools like this who are so easily deceived. They have to respond well. Even though Xia Fan asked them to disperse, more than half of them still insisted on staying in line, just to get into the steakhouse early the next morning and cheat Xia Fan out of 5,000 yuan and a big meal. Xia Fan doesn't care about this. Greed is part of human nature. It is their business if they are willing to stand in the cold wind all night for the sake of $5,000. As for him, he just needs to continue playing the role of a nouveau riche with money, but nowhere to spend it. Half an hour later, Xia Fan drove to the beach of Asahi City again. We have booked all the shops here and provide free food and drinks to everyone who comes here. Afterwards, he withdrew a large sum of money and spent it lavishly on the beach, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was a rich man and that others would come to rob him. In short, he did everything that the nouveau riche could do to show off their wealth, and he also did things that the nouveau riche didn't do to show off their wealth. It's so enviable. Among them were 2 people and a cat. On the beach, Jesse was holding a roasted chicken and gnawing at it, while looking at Xia Fan, who had just thrown money and was surrounded by people flattering him. She couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be rich. James Meowth, if our rocket team is restored to its former glory, can the 3 of us, as important contributors, live a life like that man in the future? There was no reply from behind. Jessie turned her head and saw that she and her companions James and Meowth were eating and drinking without restraint, as if they didn't hear what she said at all. She immediately became angry. Can you 2 stop acting like starving ghosts? Be careful not to get chased away. James said aggrievedly, You don't want us to do it now, so what else can we do if we don't want to eat? And the way you're chewing a whole roast chicken looks like a starving ghost. Meowth also said aggrievedly, That's it, Meow. Jessie looked at the whole roasted chicken in her hand and coughed. I don't let you do it now, because I'm afraid it will be too conspicuous. The Blue and White Society wants to wipe out our rockets. If we blatantly snatch people, it will definitely be on the front page of a Seijai City tomorrow. If they see us in this city, it will be troublesome. James, so what does this have to do with us eating? We can only do things when we are full and satisfied, and if we fail to rob, we don't know when we will have the chance to eat as much as we did today. Meowth agreed. That's it, Meow. After saying that, the man and the cat clapped in tacit understanding. Jessie sighed helplessly when she saw this. No more words to say, because James is also right. The Rockets are in a really tough situation right now. The Kanto headquarters was taken down by a group of traitors, and an organization called Team Mutwo was formed. The Chengdu region branch was taken down by a group called the Blue and White Society. These 2 organizations are now bullying Team Rocket. As long as any member shows up and is discovered by them, they will be hunted down immediately. Therefore, they now live like rats in a sewer, often hiding and not daring to make trouble as blatantly as before. Tired of scattering money, Xia Fan led Munchlax and Mew, who had turned into Pikachu, to find a chair and sit down, muttering to himself. What's going on? I've even performed to the point of throwing money around, but why haven't any criminals come to rob me? Is it because I'm not acting stupid enough, not rich enough, and not enough to make them feel like they'd be a fool if they didn't rob me? Entei's voice sounded in my mind. Master, is this method of yours really a good idea? You've lost so much money in vain. What if the person who robbed you doesn't even know Raikou's whereabouts? If they don't know, I will challenge them to a bounty and then ask them to take me to find the underground organizations they know. I will try and challenge them one by one. I believe that one of them will know. Even if one doesn't, I will earn back the money I lost today from them. Anyway, I won't lose anything in the end. After hearing Xia Fan's reply, Entei fell silent again in Luxury Ball. 10 minutes later, a man wearing glasses and a teenager came up to Xia Fan. The two said that they had found Raikou's hiding place in Asakang City. As long as Xia Fan agreed to give them 100 million, they would not only take Xia Fan there, but also help Xia Fan catch Raikou. As soon as the two of them said this, Xia Fan, who was worrying about whether he was not pretending to be stupid enough, was immediately overjoyed. He agreed immediately and transferred 1 million to the two of them on the spot as a thank you. The two people who received 1 million were overjoyed and immediately asked Xia Fan to drive with them. This scene shocked Jesse, James, and Meowth. I didn't expect that my goal would be so simple, and I just followed others. An hour later, Xia Fan followed the two people's car to a small factory in a remote area. What can I say about this small factory? There is a sign hanging outside with the words Hong Xing Loan written on it. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he saw this, then asked with a smile the two people who brought him here, "Is Raikou here?" "Raikou is not here. Our boss is here. If you want to catch Raikou, just tell our boss and he will take you to catch him." The young man with glasses looked amiable as he, the middle-aged man, and Xia Fan walked towards the small factory. After Xia Fan entered, the two people's attitude towards Xia Fan began to change. First, he locked the door tightly, and then pushed Xia Fan in front of a group of tough-looking men. The young man with glasses said to the sturdy bald man in the middle with a proud look on his face, "Boss, we have fulfilled our mission. We have brought this rich fool here." Xia Fan frowned slightly. "A rich fool? Isn't it?" The young man with glasses laughed, completely tearing off his disguise as Xia Fan, and directly mocked, "You don't really think that Raikou, one of the 3 sacred beasts, can be captured just by having money? I tell you that this is impossible. If I really knew the location of this Raikou, would I still tell you?" After saying that, the young man with glasses and his companions laughed loudly at Xia Fan. At the same time, he continued to tease Xia Fan for not having the fate of a divine beast in this life. However, the teasing came to an abrupt end after 3 seconds, because Xia Fan released Entei. The sight came to the outside of the factory gate. 5 minutes after Xia Fan came in, the trio leaned against the door and eavesdropped on the sounds inside. At this time, a voice came from inside. "Okay, since you lost, just transfer all your money to me." Good man, when the trio heard this, they couldn't help themselves. This is their goal. How can they allow others to snatch it away? Without further ado, Jessie released her Pokémon, Arbok, and ordered it to use the poison skill acid. This skill has the effect of a strong acid and is extremely corrosive, able to corrode the door quickly. At the same time, this skill also caused a surprise sound from inside. The sound reached the ears of the trio. So the next second I rushed in and posed. "Since you asked sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace, love and true evil, a cute and attractive villain, Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket traveling across the galaxy. White hole, a white tomorrow is waiting for us. That's it, meow." A Poke ball opened and flashed red. "So Nancy." It's a familiar catchphrase. It's a familiar taste. Facing the Rocket's amazing appearance. The reactions of the people in the room. Xia Fan, degree, Entei Undersur, Munchlax, Mew in Pikachu form. People beaten down by Entei, Sigma, degree. Then let's take a look at the expressions of the Rockets trio after they finished their catchphrase and saw that Xia Fan was safe and sound, with 2 burly men under their feet. Jesse, James, Meowth. After 2 seconds, I noticed Entei's expression. Jesse, Sigma, degree winky face. James, Sigma, degree winky face. Meowth, Sigma, degree winky face. James slowly approached his female companion Jessie and nervously whispered in her ear, "That is Entei, one of the 3 legendary sacred beasts." Jessie swallowed and said, "It seems so. And it looks like that person's Pokémon." Meowth interjected quietly from below. "I feel like the scene in front of me looks like a case of thieves robbing each other, meow." Hearing the words black eating black, Jesse James was stunned, looked at each other, and suddenly became more nervous. If this is a case of black eating black, Then they will also be eaten by black if they come here. How could the three of them possibly defeat Entei? Thinking of this, Jesse, James, and Meowth took a step back at the same time. While retreating, Jesse forced a smile and said, "Handsome, we came here to rescue you. But now that we see that you are safe, we can go back without any worries." James, yes, since you are okay, let's go now. Meowth, that's it, Meow. As soon as he finished speaking, a flamethrower suddenly came out of Entei's mouth, blocking their way of retreat. The scorching flames scared the trio so much that they hugged each other in fear and begged Xia Fan for mercy. "Handsome guy, we are telling the truth. We are really here to save you. That's right. We were impressed by your domineering spirit. When we saw you being taken away by the bad guys, our first thought was to save you. That's it, Meow." Looking at the three frightened people opposite him, Xia Fan looked them up and down, recalling how they had just called themselves, and this unusual catchphrase that made people laugh. Jesse, James, Meowth. This seems to be the three members of Team Rocket in the Pokémon animation who are jokingly called the real protagonists. In order to catch a Pikachu, these three guys followed the protagonist, Ash, for several generations. They should know about Raikou's news. As members of the underground organization that dominated the Kanto region and the Chengdu region, they should be able to learn about Raikou more easily than the loan sharks under their feet. Thinking of this, Xia Fan walked over with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you tell me the news about Raikou, I'll let you go." Raikou, Jesse and James looked at each other and said in unison, "We only know that Raikou suddenly appeared on top of the Glitter Lighthouse in Asagi City half a month ago, and we don't know where he has been since then." "No recent news?" Xia Fan frowned slightly, somewhat unconvinced. As Team Rocket, if they saw Raikou, they would definitely try to capture him. How could it be that after so long, there is only this old news? "No." Jessie James shook her head. "Really?" Xia Fan still didn't believe it. "Since that's what you're saying, I can only change the conditions for letting you go. Either tell me the news about Raikou, or release your Pokémon to have a bounty battle with my NEI. If I win, you give me all your money. If you win, I'll let you go." However, when Jesse and James heard this, they became excited. "Really?" Xia Fan frowned slightly. The two's reactions were different from what Mikey expected. They seemed very confident that they could defeat Entei. But the next second, Xia Fan realized that he was overthinking. Because the two people on the opposite side shouted surrender in unison, then took out their mobile phones and the balance on them showed 100. They didn't think they could beat Entei, but they felt that the two of them only had a balance of 200 yuan. So even if they lost to Xia Fan, it wouldn't be something difficult to accept. Xia Fan said in disbelief, "Is this really all the money you have? Is this definitely a member of Team Rocket, the underground organization that dominates the Kanto and Chengdu regions? It's too poor. Altogether, it's only enough to buy an ordinary Pokemon ball." Just as Xia Fan was complaining in his heart, Jesse's phone suddenly rang. The nickname above shows the 6 words Rocket Team Archer. Seeing this, Jesse wanted to hang up immediately. However, Xia Fan said coldly, "Answer the call and turn on the speakerphone." Jesse hesitated. Xia Fan continued, "If you don't do this, I will let Entei keep you here forever." As soon as he finished speaking, Entei came to Xia Fan, opened his mouth towards Jesse, and a flash of hot flame flashed from his mouth. For example, if Jesse doesn't do what Xia Fan says, she will vomit immediately. This scared Jesse, and she immediately answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. As soon as I opened it, I heard a man's raging voice on the phone. "Jesse, what are you doing? Why are you so slow to answer the phone?" Jesse glanced at Fan and was about to reply when someone on the phone spoke first. "Let me tell you, Ariana and I have already monitored Raikou's location from the Blue and White Society. Hurry up and bring James over gather. As long as we can capture Raikou before the Blue and White Society does, then our rockets will be qualified to compete with them again. I'll send the location to your phone later." After that, the phone was hung up without giving Jesse any chance to speak. Jesse, James, and Meowth looked at each other, then looked at Xia Fan and smiled awkwardly. "Jesse, we actually didn't know about Raikou before, I swear." James, Yes, if we hadn't had this phone call, we really wouldn't have known about it. I'm lying to you. Meowth. I really didn't know this before the call came, meow. Xia Fan smiled and did not comment. He turned around and walked calmly towards the group of burly men who had just tried to rob him. You heard the voice on the phone just now. So transfer your money to me quickly and don't delay my time to subdue Raikou, otherwise. Xia Fan picked up an iron rod from the ground. Under the gaze of everyone, the iron rod bent without any external force. So terrifying. A minute later, Xia Fan led the Rockets trio out of the factory. Behind them, the group of loan sharks said goodbye in tears. Woo woo woo. They swore that no matter how stupid the things or people they encountered were, they would never have any bad intentions towards such people. It's so horrible, because this would easily remind them of the big bandit Xia Fan. It's not normal for cheaters to rob each other. Not only did he beat them up, he also forced them to compete with him in Pokémon bounty battles, winning all the money in their company in one fell swoop. A full 15 million. Just thinking about it makes me want to jump into the sea. Putting you, Munchlax, and Entei back into the Pokeball, Xia Fan looked at the Team Rocket trio. Take my car, and I'll drive you there. The three members of Team Rocket looked at each other, thinking of Xia Fan's previous experience in there, and finally agreed. A few minutes later, as the sports car was driving on the main road, Xia Fan would occasionally look through the rearview mirror at the three members of Team Rocket sitting in the back. After getting in the car, the trio remained silent throughout the journey, seeming to be very nervous and afraid of him. Seeing this, Xia Fan suddenly remembered Jesse's previous phone call, in which the man named Archer said that he wanted to subdue Raikou before the Blue and White Society, in order to be qualified to compete with the Blue and White Society again. A few seconds later, Xia Fan spoke up to break the dull atmosphere in the car. By the way, I've heard from others that your rocket team is very powerful and almost unrivaled in the underground forces of the Kanto region and Chengdu region. But how come a guy named Archer said on the phone just now that your rocket team is in big trouble? At the back of the car, Jesse, James, and Meowth looked at each other after hearing Xia Fan's words. They hesitated for a while, and finally Jesse said, Our Rockets team suffered a mutiny half a year ago, and now we are almost destroyed. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and grasped a key point. What do you mean by betrayal? There was a traitor in your Team Rocket, and then your Team Rocket was almost destroyed? I heard from others that your boss Ataki is very powerful. How could the traitor make Team Rocket suffer so badly? They are not normal spies. James took up Xia Fan's question. More than a year ago, our Rockets recruited many outstanding members during the expansion period. They brought a lot of benefits and gains to the Rockets, which made Boss Bamu very happy. So he selected some of the most outstanding members and promoted them to important executive positions. One of them was even promoted to the position of general, making our Rockets 4 generals become 5 generals. But this 5th general who was promoted suddenly rebelled at our rocket team's friendship conference half a year ago. He first imprisoned Boss Ataki, then killed all those who were only willing to be loyal to Boss Ataki on the spot. He took control of Team Rocket in one night and changed its name to Team Yutwo. After that, he began to order Team Rocket members like Jesse and I who were still on missions to either join Team Yutwo or be killed immediately after being captured, in an attempt to make Team Rocket disappear completely. He also teamed up with the new organization Blue and White Society in the Chengdu region to help them wipe out the Chengdu region branch of our Team Rocket, leaving us old Team Rocket members without our last base. James' tone was full of rage. Xia Fan nodded after listening, thought for a moment, and then said, So, your boss Bamu is in prison now? James, no. After a month of imprisonment, Boss Ataki escaped from there, causing the Mutwo team to issue a large wanted warrant in the underground world. However, after escaping from there, Boss Itaki disappeared. Not only could they not find him, but we, the members of Team Rocket who were stranded outside, could not find him either. After listening to this, Xia Fan nodded again, and his mind began to work rapidly. A minute later, Xia Fan was driving the car and suddenly said casually, since Team Rocket is in such a bad situation, why don't you three think about defecting? I believe that if you choose to join the Blue and White Society or Team Mutwo, they will not refuse. Humph! Jesse suddenly snorted. The three of us will never surrender to them, even if we die. We believe that Boss Banmu will definitely return as a king and lead us to the top of the world again. That's right, Boss Banmu will definitely return as a king and lead us to the top of the underground world again, and then control the entire Pokémon world. Jesse James is right, Meow. James, Meowth echoed. So confident. Xia Fan was a little surprised by their words, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. In the animation, no matter what rare Pokémon these three guys encounter, even if it's a level 1 legendary Pokémon, the only thing they think of is catching it and giving it to Boss Ataki. There has never been a case of Team Rocket saying that if they catch a legendary Pokémon, they would not care about it. Wouldn't it be wonderful to rely on the power of the legendary Pokémon to reach the peak of their lives? But what if your Boss Bama never comes back? Xia Fan asked tentatively. As a result, the two of them and one Meow said in unison, "Impossible! Boss Giovanni will definitely return as a king. We believe that he must be accumulating his own strength now. As long as one of us or he has the power to fight against the Blue and White Society or the Mutwo team first, he will come back to find us." The trio's voices were firm, and their expressions seemed to be still fantasizing that after Boss Giovanni returns, he will immediately lead them to beat up Team Mutwo and trample on the Blue and White Society. This made Xia Fan frown again. But after thinking for a few seconds, Xia Fan said, "But I looked at your phone before, and the two of you only have 200 yuan in total. Is that enough for you to live on? I feel like you will starve to death before Boss Bamboo finds you." This sentence made Jesse James and Meowth, who had just been determined, silent immediately. Because this is very realistic, and it is also what they dare not think about the most in their hearts. After seeing them like this, Xia Fan's mouth corners finally began to rise. "Or just follow me." Xia Fan said this very casually, but when the trio heard it, it immediately caused a storm in their hearts. The two people and the cat looked at each other in shock, thinking they had heard it wrong. After all, the young man driving a luxury car is not only rich, but also has subdued Entei, one of the three sacred beasts. He is extremely powerful, yet he still likes them. They know their own worth. Apart from being extremely loyal to the Rockets, they have not made any significant contributions so far. Otherwise, they would not have struggled for so many years but failed to get even the smallest executive position. People like them probably don't have anything that the man in front of him would like. After a few seconds, Jesse asked tentatively, "What you just said, was it a joke?" Xia Fan smiled and asked back, "Do you hope this is a joke, or is it true?" Jesse was stunned. Then she, James, and Meowth lowered their heads and began whispering. 10 seconds later, Jesse looked up and said, "We hope it's true." Xia Fan smiled. But the next second, "But we chose to say no." Xia Fan's smile froze instantly. He stepped on the brakes and then twisted his stiff neck to look back. "Why do you say that?" Jesse said, "Because we still believe that Boss Giovanni will definitely come back, and the three of us will not starve to death before he comes back. We have hands and feet, so it is not a problem for us to support ourselves before then, but our lives will be a little harder. Moreover, only when Team Rocket encounters such a crisis, Boss Itsuki will come back, and we can see at a glance who is the most loyal person to him in Team Rocket." James and Meowth nodded. Xia Fan turned his head and started the car again. The expression is a bit autistic. Underserved. He couldn't understand how many brainwashing pills this wooden-headed guy had given them. This was too much loyalty. A minute later, Xia Fan said again, unconvinced, "As long as you follow me, I can give you 1 million right away, so that you will at least have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Moreover, as long as you follow me, I promise to take you to the top of the world, more powerful than your boss Bamu. Organizations like the Blue and White Society and the Mutwo team will be trampled at will in the future." After the words fell, Xia Fan saw through the rearview mirror that the trio was somewhat moved and started whispering again. This made Xia Fan's mouth corners start to rise again. As expected, the most powerful things in this world are money and power. Even the most loyal people cannot resist their captivation. However, a minute later, Jesse refused again. I'm sorry, we appreciate your kindness, but we choose Boss Giovanni. As soon as these words came out, Xia Fan's eyes widened bigger than a ghost. He looked back several times at the trio in disbelief. This script is wrong. I've already satisfied all their deepest desires, so why would they refuse? Suppressing his emotions, Xia Fan asked calmly, Why? Tell me the reason. Jesse said, Although you have Entei, one of the 3 sacred beasts, we think that Boss Banmu should be able to achieve this goal more easily than you, because he almost controlled Mutuo once. As long as he makes a comeback and does not let Mutuo escape this time, it will not be difficult for him to reach the top of the world. After saying this, Xia Fan understood what they meant. To put it bluntly, they just dislike that he has not achieved enough and has not reached the level like their boss Giovanni, who almost caught Mutuo and took control of the world. Between a little bit worse and a lot worse, they choose the worse. Even if it's a little harder or more tiring, they don't mind. So after a few seconds, Xia Fan said, Since you don't have much confidence in my strength, why don't we make a bet on who can catch Raikou in the end? If it is your Rocket team or the Blue and White Club who catches Raikou, I will give you 1 million. If I catch Raikou. Fan paused at this point and looked at the trio through the rearview mirror. Jesse interrupted him and said, If you catch him, the 3 of us will be your subordinates, right? Xia Fan glanced at their hesitant expressions, then smiled and shook his head. No, if I catch him, you don't have to pay anything, you don't have to become my subordinate, and you don't have to give me 1 million. Just treat the bet as if it doesn't exist, and you don't have to pay anything. These words immediately stunned the trio. They didn't understand what Xia Fan meant by this bet. If he lost, he would give them 1 million. If he won, he would let them treat the bet as if it didn't exist, and they wouldn't have to pay anything. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Meowth, who had never spoken to Xia Fan, couldn't help but ask, Are you telling the truth or not? Meow. Of course it's true, Xia Fan said with a smile. Also, I've added a restriction to myself for this bet. That is, I will only make a move after your Rocket team and the Blue and White Society have confirmed that they cannot capture Raikou. Before that, I will be a bystander, quietly watching you capture Raikou. After these words were spoken, the trio, sitting in the back of the car, felt their minds were in a mess. Is there something wrong with the man in front of them? Or is there something wrong with their brains and they're starting to go hysterical? Otherwise, how could there be such a ridiculous bet for these 3 unlucky guys who have no skills at all? It's like $1 million is hanging on a branch above their heads, and all that's missing is a gust of wind to break the branch, and then the $1 million will fall on their heads. At this time, Xia Fan thought of something and added, Oh, and one more thing. If we don't catch Raikou, I will still give you 1 million. The trio looked at each other after hearing this, and then, bang, bang, epsilon, hashtag, oh, ///// bang. Jesse James Meowth slapped each other. I want to prove whether I am dreaming or not. And at this time, in a luxury ball, Entei, who also listened to Xia Fan's remarks, had only one thought in his mind. It has begun. It has begun. The master is about to do something that no Pokémon can understand. Half an hour later, Xia Fan finally drove to the destination given by Archer of the Rocket team, in a dense electric forest northwest of Asahi City. There are many electric Pokémon living here. When the rest of you on Team Rocket ask who I am, just tell them that I'm a stupid, rich guy who adores Team Rocket. Before getting off the bus, Xia Fan gave the trio some instructions so that they wouldn't panic if they were asked about it. A stupid person with a lot of money? The trio was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Xia Fan would let them use such a word to describe himself. But she didn't refuse. After getting off the car, Jessie took out her phone and started contacting Archer of Team Rocket. 5 minutes later, a Houndoom came out of the jungle, appeared in front of Jesse James, and led them into the jungle. While leading the way, the Houndoom would look at Xia Fan from time to time, as if wondering why Jesse and the others brought a stranger with them. After walking about 500 meters through the dense forest, They came to a large tree surrounded by a large amount of bushes. There were 3 people sitting under the big tree at the moment: a young man with short blue hair and a somewhat elegant temperament, a muscular man with short yellow hair and full muscles, and a man with short silver hair and a stern look. The 3 of them were all lowering their heads to organize their belongings. After bringing Team Rocket here, Houndoom walked straight up to the somewhat elegant blue-haired young man and cupped his hand affectionately. "Thanks for the hard work, Houndoom." The blue-haired young man took out the Pokeball and put Houndoom back, then looked at Jesse James and the others in surprise. "I thought it might take you an hour or 2 to get here, but I didn't expect it to be so quick. It's really rare." Before he could finish his words, the blue-haired young man noticed that there was a guy looking around next to Jesse James. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he took out a thunder shotgun from his backpack and pointed it at Xia Fan. "Who is he?" The young man's voice startled the other 2 guys who were packing their things. They looked up and saw a stranger next to Jesse James. They hurriedly took out a thunder shotgun from their bag and pointed it at the stranger. Xia Fan saw this and lightly kicked Jesse's calf. Jesse quickly said, "Don't shoot, don't shoot. He is one of us. One of our own." The 3 men on the opposite side were stunned, picked up their guns, and walked towards Xia Fan. When they got closer, they took a few more glances, and the silver-haired and stern man asked in confusion, "I don't remember him being on Team Rocket." James said, "He didn't join before. He wants to join our Rockets team starting today." As soon as James finished speaking, Xia Fan immediately entered into acting mode, nodding wildly, looking like a fool who is inexperienced in the world but admires the strong very much. Yes, I really want to join you and become a member of your Team Rocket." He interrupted the blue-haired young man who had a cold expression on his face after listening and was about to scold Jesse and James. He looked at Xia Fan with a frown on his face. "I feel like this guy who suddenly showed up is a bit silly." At this time, James pulled him aside and whispered, "General, I didn't want to bring him here, but this guy is smart and rich, and he can bring a lot of help to our Rocket team to start again." "Stupid and rich? What does that mean?" Archer frowned. James then began to tell Archer about Xia Fan's giving away a lot of money in the steakhouse today in order to get information about Raikou, and showed him the news. He also stated that after he and Jesse saw it, they planned to rob this stupid guy. However, during the robbery, Xia Fan recognized them as Team Rocket and frantically expressed his desire to join Team Rocket even if Team Rocket was weakened. He also bought the information about Raikou in order to capture Raikou and give it to Team Rocket, so that they would agree to let him join. After listening to this, he and Jesse felt that given the current situation of their Rockets team, having this silly guy join them would be a good helper, so they agreed to let him join. Later, Xia Fan heard that they were going to capture Raikou, so he insisted on coming along. They had no choice but to bring him along and take a ride on his tailwind car. The blue-haired young man nodded after listening, and then fell into thought. When James was speaking just now, he would glance at Xia Fan from time to time. When he saw him introducing himself to Poutian and Bashu like a guy who had never seen the world and talking about how much he admired the Rockets, he thought it was a bit of an act at first, and there shouldn't be anyone as silly as him. But after watching it for a long time, he felt that the guy, a normal rich person with a normal mind, would never do such a thing. The only thing that made him feel awkward was that snatching Raikou from the blue and white society tonight was a matter of great importance and could not afford any mistakes. If this somewhat foolish fellow did something weird at the critical moment, causing the mission to fail, he would definitely regret it. But if he were to be driven away for this, he would be reluctant to do so. It was so hard to get such a fool to join them with so much money. If he became disgusted with the Rockets because of this, he would regret it deeply. After all, what the Rockets lacked most at this moment was money. 2 minutes later, after some intense thinking, the blue-haired young man decided to let Xia Fan stay. He walked up to Xia Fan, first welcomed Xia Fan to join them, then introduced himself as Archer, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. The blonde burly man was named Poo Shan, the executive of Team Rocket, and the silver-haired young man was named Bashu, also the executive of Team Rocket. After saying this, he tactfully told Xia Fan that when she followed them later, She must not move or make any sound without their instructions and must follow their arrangements. Xia Fan naturally agreed to this. After putting on the clothes they gave me that were said to be able to block the perception of Electro-Pokemon, I followed them deeper into the forest. As the process progressed, Xia Fan began to act as a rich and stupid person. He was chatting about this and that, and kept talking about how after he returned home tonight, he would definitely take 100 million or 200 million from his family to upgrade the rocket's equipment. Archer was so happy that he was overjoyed. He kept patting Fan's shoulders and said excitedly, "Xia Fan, you're a talent. Don't worry, as long as you do what you said, when Boss Bama comes back, I will definitely let him promote you greatly and tell him that you are the future hope of our Rockets team." Xia Fan nodded repeatedly with an embarrassed look on his face, saying that 1 or 200 million was nothing to him, and he could even give out tens of billions as long as the Rockets needed it. As soon as these words came out, the three people except Jesse, James, and Meowth were so excited that they wanted to go back and recruit soldiers immediately, upgrade all the equipment of the Rockets to their previous state, and then catch the Blue and White Society off guard. Seeing them like this, Xia Fan thought it was time to ask them some questions, so he spoke. "General, how far is it?" Archer said, "I'm not sure, but it should be not far away. From the information I monitored, Raikou is staying with the Pika tribe in this forest, and we just saw a spar from afar, so maybe it was sent by Piku. So, General, when we meet Raikou, how are we going to catch him? He's one of the 3 sacred beasts, so it shouldn't be easy to catch him. My previous idea was that if I got any information about Raikou, I would hire 100 people to capture him with human wave tactics, but we only have 6 people here, so it seems a bit difficult." When Archer heard Xia Fan was going to use the human wave tactic, he suppressed his mocking thoughts and laughed. "Let me tell you, although the human wave tactic is a method for normal to catch Pokémon like legendary beasts, the success rate of this method is extremely low because they are very powerful and can easily break through the encirclement and escape. The best way is to use our human technology. In today's world, technology is king. Whether it's Raikou, Ho-Oh, or Lugia, as long as we humans develop high technology that can restrain their abilities, then catching them will be easy. For example, capturing Raikou. Our Team Rocket has been planning this a long time ago. If it weren't for that damn Team Yutwo, we might have captured Raikou a long time ago," Archer said, showing Xia Fan a diamond-shaped crystal from his backpack. This is called the Crystal Field Power Generation System. It can attract electric-type Pokémon to approach, and has the ability to absorb and rebound Thundershock. No matter how powerful an electric-type Pokémon is, it will not be able to leave safely once it approaches. When we find Raikou, we just need to insert it into the ground, and Raikou will be firmly attracted by this thing, and then walk into the encirclement of the force field and can never get out, until he falls to the ground with serious injuries. So with this, it will be easy for us to catch him. Is it that powerful? Xia Fan murmured in his heart, but he did not have too many doubts. Technology is the greatest invention of mankind since its emergence. It has a strong, futuristic, and aggressive nature. As long as humans grasp it firmly, even if they use it to capture the creator god Arceus, it feels possible. He just doesn't know how many years it will take. While Xia Fan was still muttering, Archer beside him seemed to have discovered something. He quickly pressed Xia Fan's body down and then signaled everyone to follow him and hide under a bush. After arriving under the bushes, the 6 people and 1 cat gently pushed aside the branches and saw 8 people in blue and white uniforms about 10 meters away, trotting stealthily towards the depths of the forest. "Damn it, it's the Blue and White Society." Archer cursed softly in annoyance. He had been thinking of subduing Raikou before the Blue and White Society arrived, but now it seemed that he could only sneak attack them and stop them while they were in the process of subduing Raikou. The muscular Hampson said viciously, "I hope Raikou can beat them up like his sons and prove his reputation as one of the 3 sacred beasts." The Blue and White Society has arrived, so their Rockets team must not show up in advance. So he now extremely hopes to see the scene of Raikou beating up the Blue and White Society. In short, he just wants to make sure that the blue and white society doesn't have an easy time. But despite the complaints, after the complaints, the 6 people and 1 cat began to follow the blue and white society. 20 minutes later, the blue and white society came to a river deep in the jungle. The 8 people suddenly gathered together and began to discuss something. After discussing for a minute, as if they had made a decision, they looked around first. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, one of them took out a half-meter-long diamond-shaped object from his bag, and then several people worked together to insert it into the ground. A few seconds later, a breathtaking red light emanated from the center of the diamond. Damn it, that's the crystal force field power generation system developed by our rocket team. How come they have it? Archer, who was hiding under the bushes, saw the red light and immediately recognized that the blue and white society's diamond-shaped body was the same thing as the diamond-shaped body in his backpack. It could attract electric-type Pokémon to approach and had the ability to absorb and rebound Thundershock. No matter how powerful an electric-type Pokémon was, once it got close, it would not be able to leave safely. The silver-haired and stern young man, Bashu, said in a cold voice. Needless to say, it must be some traitor who told them about the existence of this thing. However, there's no need to worry about where this thing came from. What we should worry about is what to do next. Archer, this crystal force field power generation system, has absolutely no resistance to their electric-type Pokémon. Once this Raikou comes out, it will definitely fall into their pocket. Archer sighed at Bash's words and said, "What else can we do? We can only hope that Raikou doesn't come out, or that their intelligence is false and Raikou is not here. Otherwise, with this thing, it would be effortless for them to subdue Raikou. I originally wanted to let them fight with Raikou until both sides were injured and then attack them by surprise. Now it seems that it is fate and time. God just doesn't want us to get Raikou. Is there any way to destroy that thing? Since that thing is so effective against electric Pokémon, if we can destroy it, then Raikou can fight them fairly, right?" Xia Fan finally spoke. "Sabotage? Are you looking for?" The muscular Hampson couldn't help but want to mock Xia Fan when he heard her words, but halfway through his words, he thought that Xia Fan would be the future rich man of their Rockets team, and he would have to rely on his money to live. So he immediately swallowed the last word, die, and explained patiently. There are only 2 ways to destroy that thing. The first way is to have Pokémon other than Electric-type rush over and use their skills to destroy it, but this move will definitely be stopped by the Blue and White Society. If it fails, we will be exposed and forced into death. As for the second method, that is to destroy the remote control device of that thing, but this is definitely several times more difficult than directly destroying the Crystal Force Field power generation system, because we don't know who among the 8 of them has the remote control device. So, the only thing we can hope for now is to pray that the information received by the Blue and White Society is wrong, as General Archer said, and Raikou is not here. However, the voice had just fallen. Suddenly, a roar like thunder came from the depths of the forest. The sound shook the air and rocked the earth. It came towards this side like a violent storm. Then, a dark cloud appeared and soaring in the sky and was heading towards this side. 3 seconds later, a Pokémon with long fur, like a dark purple thundercloud cloak, appeared above the dark cloud, gazing into the distance like a king ruling the world. Then, Stomp rushed towards ground with the dark cloud. With every step it took, a terrifying force like Bolt Strike was released from both sides of its body, making everyone marvel at it. 2 seconds later, the Pokémon fell into the ground, revealing its full appearance under the moonlight. It has a tiger-like body with black stripes, a milky white belly, and a thin light blue tail with sharp outlines, and an ember-shaped tail tip. Under the saffron-colored hair are sturdy limbs and sharp fangs, which will immediately make people feel a strong sense of tension. In short, it can be summed up in 4 words. So terrifying. Damn it, Raikou is here after all. Seeing Raikou's majestic and nearly perfect figure, Archer felt like his heart was bleeding. If their Team Rocket had not declined, they would be the ones standing opposite Raikou now. This powerful Pokémon should belong to their Team Rocket. Thinking of this, Archer couldn't help but turn his head to the side in the bushes and wipe away his sad tears. 2 seconds later, Archer felt something was wrong. Where is Xia Fan, who was lying next to it just now? Where are the people? Where are the Xia Fan people? Archer quickly asked the others. Isn't he right here? The muscular Hamson on the other side turned his head and looked when he heard this. Sigma, asterisk, where's my helper? Wasn't he still here just now? Archer asked the trio. Do you know where Jesse, James, Meowth, and Xia Fan went? Jesse James Meowth had not yet recovered from the shock of Raikou's appearance. Archer couldn't help but pat everyone on the back of their heads before repeating. Do you three know where Xia Fan went? Xia Fan is the future god of wealth for the Rockets team, so he must not be lost. The trio came to their senses and heard Archer's question. They wanted to ask, isn't it right here? But when they saw that the original place was empty, they were immediately stunned. Damn, where are the people? Didn't this guy make a bet with them that he would only take action after both Team Rocket and Blue and White Club were sure that they couldn't capture Raikou? He wouldn't be thinking of breaking the bet after hearing about the unsolvable Crystal Force Field Power Generation system. Hiding and waiting until the Blue and White Society is about to capture Raikou before sending Entei to attack them, and then taking advantage of the chaos to capture him himself. Seeing the dazed expressions on Jesse James and Meowth's faces, Archer knew he had asked the wrong people, and immediately moved back, ready to leave the bushes to look for Xia Fan. But at this time, the silver-haired and stern young man Bashu said, Why did you go to find him? A rich man like him who has never experienced any storms must have been scared to death by Raikou's domineering appearance. Maybe he just want to find a place to pee and will be back soon. Archer froze when he heard that. He thought about what Qin Xiu said, and then thought about Xia Fan's silly look when he spoke. He felt that there was some truth in it. So he returned to his original position and continued to watch Raikou and the Blue and White Society's every move. At this moment, a caterpie appeared above the heads of the 8 people of the Blue and White Society. He was lying on a tree branch, his eyes constantly moving between those people, as if he was looking for something. Where's the remote control? That caterpie muttered in his heart. However, just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning thicker than his fist suddenly struck him. W. Fortunately, when the lightning was only half a meter away from him, it suddenly made a sharp turn and struck the diamond-shaped body emitting red light on the ground. The rhombus absorbed the lightning. Xia Fan exhaled. The tense brain relaxed. Damn it. Just now a bolt of lightning suddenly struck in front of his eyes and almost scared him to death. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Imimpi Raikou, if you want to chop them, just chop them properly. Why do you have to split a thunder shock into so many forks to show off? I'm going to turn into a caterpie and crawl over here to help you find a remote control device. At this moment on the battlefield, the battle between Raikou and the Blue and White Society has already begun. The members of the Blue and White Society released their Pokémon. They all used their taunt skill, causing Raikou Rage to use Thunder Shock skill to hit them. However, just as it was about to hit those Pokémon, Thunder Shock was absorbed by the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system inserted into the ground. Raikou was slightly stunned and looked at the diamond-shaped body with sharp eyes. I don't understand why I can absorb my own electricity, and this diamond-shaped body inexplicably gives it a strong sense of attraction, making it want to get closer. Strike us. If you have the guts, come over here and strike us with lightning. The members of the Blue and White Society started to discuss Raikou again. Dance the taunt dance very ostentatiously. After Raikou's attack was absorbed by the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system on the ground, their behavior began to become unscrupulous. Have each Pokémon Solation attack the electric Pokémon attracted by the Crystal Field Power Generation system. Now in this place, they are the kings, and all electric Pokémon are lambs to be slaughtered. Raikou's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Piku, Pikachu, Mareep, and Flaffy, which he had protected in the past, being wantonly ravaged by the Pokémon of the Blue and White Society. He was very angry, and a tremendous rage rose in his heart. So he let out a long roar to the sky, deafeningly loud. I saw the dark clouds above my head suddenly dropped 4 huge lightning bolts in succession in the blink of an eye. The target is the 8 blue and white society members of Ground and their Pokémon. This is one of the powerful electric skills, Thunder. Once hit, you will be injured if not killed. However, this move was the same as the previous Thundershock skill. Just when it was about to hit, the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system inserted into the ground suddenly glowed red, and 4 huge lightning bolts instantly turned around and struck the Crystal Force Field, and then were instantly absorbed. And then, what Raikou didn't expect was that after absorbing its bolt strike, the thing suddenly hit back the absorbed lightning the next second. And the target was it. This caught Raikou off guard and he was hit hard. He flew backwards several feet, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But fortunately, we can still continue to fight. Are you angry? Are you very angry? Your thunder didn't hit us, but you. Ha ha. The 8 guys from the blue and white society opposites saw Raikou's miserable condition, laughed loudly, and continued to disgust Raikou. Phi 0 asterisk underscore Phi asterisk 0. This made Raikou so angry that he wanted to eat them alive on the spot. But it also understood that if it didn't get rid of the ground, it would probably never be able to cause any harm to these people. Moreover, if it couldn't destroy this thing, it would be a catastrophic nightmare for their electric Pokémon in the future. Raikou looked around. There were already many electric Pokémon here, all staring at the diamond-shaped body stuck in the ground with Covet's eyes. If it hadn't been seen fighting with these people, it might have rushed over. Therefore, this thing must not be kept, not only for ourselves, but also for their future. Thinking of this, Raikou resolutely rushed towards the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system, wanted to try to get close to it and release all the electricity to see if he could blow it up. However, just as Raikou rushed into the 5-foot range of the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system, a purple light shield suddenly appeared on the top of the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system, trapping it directly inside. Moreover, the next second after the light shield appeared, the breathtaking red light in the middle of the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system went out, and instead, countless strong electric currents burst out. These currents swarmed into Raikou's body, sucking him to the front of the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system with an irresistible suction force, and then began to madly absorb Raikou's power like a black hole. The leader of the 8 members of the Blue and White Society was a young man wearing a hat. When he saw Raikou being fooled so easily, he immediately started laughing. Ha! As expected, the stuff left by Team Rocket is really useful. I didn't expect it to be just as the instructions say. It can easily catch electric Pokémon, even legendary Pokémon. Just put it on the ground, and you don't have to do anything for it to take the bait. Now, we just need to wait for the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system to absorb all of Raikou's power and turn it into a suspended death contest condition. Then we can easily subdue it. After saying that, the leading young man patted his companions on the shoulders and asked them to sit down with him and chat while waiting for Raikou to be sucked into the suspended death contest condition. It's over. Raikou is really going to be their prey now. If we had known that our rocket team would suffer such a disaster, we should not have developed this Crystal Force Field Power Generation system and helped those bastards of the Blue and White Society. Under the bushes about 10 feet away from the Blue and White Society, the Rockets were disheartened after seeing Raikou being controlled so easily. Prepare to retreat. Archer sighed, then saw that Xia Fan had not returned yet, turned to Jesse James and the others and said, "Go find Xia Fan. Don't let him, the god of wealth, get lost." His sight came to a tree. Xia Fan looked at Raikou, who was restrained so easily and couldn't help muttering, "It seems that I need to release Xiao Huan to sneak in and cause trouble." Although the bet he made with Jesse James was that they could only start to subdue Raikou after both the Rockets and the Blue and White Club were sure that they could not subdue Raikou, he did not say that he would not interfere when they were trying to subdue Raikou. So, Caterpie, who had fallen on the branch, turned over flexibly, did a 360-degree spin in midair, and then squirmed to find a bush to transform back into its true form, release Mew, and let it enter the Crystal Force Field Power Generation system invisibly to destroy it. But, just as Xia Fan's body had just moved less than a centimeter, He heard those guys discussing that the president of the Blue and White Society was going to arrest Ho-Oh. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan's Caterpie's body immediately became motionless again. She could only apologize to Raikou in her heart and let it stay inside for a while longer. Then Xia Fan hung upside down on the branch again. I eavesdropped on their conversation for about half a minute. After that, their topics started to go off track, and they began to fantasize about their good life in the future. But Xia Fan also grasped some key information. That is, the Blue and White Society has found someone who can summon Ho-Oh, but it lacks something that Ho-Oh can recognize it, the Rainbow Wing. Legend has it that only those who possess this thing will be qualified to fight Ho-Oh and subdue it. Otherwise, even if you subdue it by force, it will not obey your orders. And this Rainbow Wing is now on Suicun, who appeared in a Critique City the day before yesterday. Therefore, in order to obtain the Rainbow Wing on Suicun, the president of the Blue and White Society is ready to personally arrange the capture of Suicun. After hearing this, Xia Fan jumped over with satisfaction and prepared to continue his plan to rescue Raikou. However, just as he turned over, the leading young man suddenly asked the girl sitting next to him to take out the remote control device that controlled the crystal force field power generation system and let it speed up the speed of absorbing Raikou electricity. This made Xia Fan look back again, and after a while he finally saw the remote control device he had been longing for, a square tablet. Then, when the girl was about to press the button to strengthen absorb, Xia Fan sucked the remote control device over with a string shot without saying a word. "Hey, my remote control," the girl exclaimed. The others heard her growl and looked up, and then their expressions began to change rapidly within 2 seconds. First surprise, then snarl, and finally fear. Sigma, surprise face, degree, P, greater than over equal to, less than over equal to Q. Degree, phi, T, phi. I was surprised because I didn't expect there would be a Caterpie above my head. Snarl shouted, "No," because he saw that this Caterpie actually twisted its body to throw the remote control device into the light shield after sucking it over with the string shot. The fear was because it was too late. The moment the remote control device was thrown into the light shield, it was smashed into pieces by the electric current exploding inside. Then what happened was that the crystal force field power generation system stopped working, and Raikou landed steadily on the ground. His eyes were as cold as a tiger descending from a mountain, looking at them coldly. And there is only one word in their minds: danger. A gentle breeze blew across the green hills, and a fragrance like that of grass on a grave drifted into the nostrils of everyone in the Blue and White Society. They were terrified and trembling. They wanted to run away, but there was nowhere to escape, because they were surrounded by the electric Pokémon that they had just ordered to be ravaged. Without the crystal field power generation system, electric Pokémon can finally fight them in a fair fight. Hundreds of them fighting against 8, quite fair and square. One of them in particular is the legendary Pokémon, Raikou. The leading young man said with a cold sweat, "Big brother, can you let us go? We can roll away and swear that we will never trouble you again. If we break our promise, we will be struck by lightning. Is that okay?" The rest of the people nodded their heads frantically in agreement. Thinking about how much of a power trip I had just now, I can imagine how miserable I will be later. Although I don't know whether apologizing will make you suffer less, you will definitely suffer seriously if you don't apologize at this time. Thinking of this, the 8 members of the Blue and White Society raised their heads and looked at the Caterpie on the tree trunk as if they were the enemy who killed their father. "You MMP, if I can get out alive, I will kill all the Caterpies in the world. Human, if you were me, do you think I would let you go?" Raikou walked up to the 8 people and used telepathy to communicate with them slowly. The 8 members of the Blue and White Society were so frightened that their legs and feet were shaking. The more Raikou spoke, the more frightened they became. After staring at each other for 5 seconds, one of the girls hesitantly asked, "What if we say yes? Then you can go to hell." Raikou, who had already suppressed his anger to the extreme, howled to the sky when he heard this. The wind blew up the tsunami and caused a big earthquake. Raikou's rage fully erupted at this moment. All I saw were rolling dark clouds, bursts of thunder, and thunder dragons flying through them. Asahi City seemed to be in the fear of world destruction. Countless people looked up at the dark soaring in the sky with their hair standing on end. As one of the three sacred beasts, Raikou wants humans to recognize the rage that comes from it, the rage that comes from the electric Pokémon. The next second, a scene occurred that would be unforgettable for all who witnessed it. Throughout the electric forest, those electric Pokémon that had just suffered from the crystal force field power generation system echoed Raikou's growl and roared to the sky together, gathering all the electricity in the air. The light was brilliant, and it instantly illuminated the dark night like a spiderweb. I think I'd better stay away. Xia Fan in caterpie form couldn't help swallowing hard when he saw this scene. His instinct told him that if he stayed here, he would be caught in the crossfire and would be crippled at least if he didn't die. So without caring about the danger of being seen, he turned directly into a Pidgey on the tree trunk, flapping his wings and running for his life. Under the bushes more than 10 feet away, the members of Team Rocket were so terrified by the sight in mid-air that they didn't even bother looking for Xia Fan. They ran away in panic, trying to run as far as they could. At this moment, only those people from the Blue and White Society did not run away. It was not because they did not want to run, but because they could not run away. Because the ground beneath his feet had been paralyzed by several Piku's and Mareep's thunderwave electricity, he could only passively wait for death. They looked at soaring in the sky, and suddenly, the dark clouds that had been rolling for a long time finally burst out with its power again. A bolt of lightning that was several times more powerful than before descended, passing through the electro web, a spider silk condensed by the electro Pokémon using all its electricity. Their strength combined, and at that moment, in the pupils of the 8 people from the Blue and White Society, they seemed to see the thunderbolt turning into the appearance of Raikou, which opened its huge mouth with ferocious fangs. They shouted. They were afraid. They regretted what they had done, but it didn't matter anymore. Because, under this bolt strike, all of them, including their own Pokémon, turned into powder and dissipated into the sky. Only 8 faint starlights were left flying in the same direction. Xia Fan, who was watching all this from a distance in the air, couldn't help but marvel at it. This was the first time he saw the scene after a player's death. Sometimes he wondered if players could return to the real world after dying in this Pokémon world. Now it seems that this is not the case. Because the direction the 8 stars were flying in looked like New Bark Town, the starting town of the Chengdu region. Xia Fan muttered, "Will he fly to New Bark Town and start over? If he does, will he start over with a completely new look with 0 memories? Or will he start over in New Bark Town with his memories?" After thinking for a few seconds, Xia Fan finally decided that he would go to New Bark Town to study it when he had the chance to see if it was true, as he guessed, that players would go there to start over after dying in the Pokémon world. And now, what he should do is to subdue Raikou. Flapping its wings, Xia Fan flew back to the tree. As soon as I fell, Raikou's voice rang in my mind. "Who are you?" On the ground, Raikou stared at the Pidgey. Just before Bolt Strike, it noticed the transformation of Xia Fan from a caterpie to a Pidgey. Faced with Raikou's doubts, Xia Fan did not respond, but prepared to transform back into a human, then released Entei and let it help him introduce himself. But just as he was about to do so, Team Rocket rushed out from the bushes not far away, led by Archer, who was looking at Raikou breathlessly with an ecstatic expression, holding a crystal force field power generation system in his hand. Archer was very excited, because those guys from the Blue and White Society failed to capture a small caterpie and were beaten to ashes by Raikou's thunder. Although this is a little hard to believe, but it was a great thing for him. This means that without the competition for rival, the legendary Pokémon, Raikou, one of the 3 sacred beasts, will be in the Rocket team's pocket again, becoming an important force for their Rocket team to set sail again. So, after the thunder struck, he went back and ran back madly holding the crystal force field power generation system. Raikou looked at the guy who suddenly rushed in and was holding the nightmare-like diamond-shaped body in his hand, and the rage that had been suppressed with great difficulty surged up again. He roared, and was about to use thunder to kill Archer as well. Raikou, you have just witnessed the power of this thing. This time there will be no Caterpie to help you, so submit to us, Team Rocket. As long as you are willing to be subdued by us, I will take this thing away immediately. Archer spread his hands with a kind expression. Originally, he wanted to act like those guys from the Blue and White Society and disgust Raikou, forcing him to rush over and be trapped by the crystal force field. But on second thought, it was unnecessary because Raikou already knew the power of this thing, and now there were only 3 choices before him. The first is to escape by leaving behind the weak Pokémon that cannot resist the attraction of the crystal force field power generation system. The second option is to surrender to him simply and decisively. The third option is to fight to the death and then be forcibly conquered by them. The first one is the only ending where Raikou does not have to be conquered by them, but it is also an ending that it cannot possibly face. As Ho-Oh's messenger in the world, it will never abandon the weak Pokémon and run away by itself. As for the second and third options, he believed that as long as Raikou recalled the arrest process of the Blue and White Society just now, he should know that the second option was his best choice. An accident like what happened to the Blue and White Society, where a Caterpie damaged the crystal force field power generation system in the middle of a life-and-death battle, will never happen again, because he had already put the remote control device in his backpack and would never take it out no matter what. However, just as Archer was feeling proud, a Pidgey suddenly attacked him. It rushed towards Archer without making a sound like a ghost, and its wings glowed white. That Steel Wing, the Pokémon's Steel-type move. With a swish sound, Pidgey's wings, which were hardened by Steel Wing, split Archer's backpack in two. Sigma, asterisk. Archer, who was full of vigor and energy just now, felt the heavy blow from behind and was instantly petrified. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. He twisted his stiff body and looked back. Sure enough, it was the scene he least wanted to see. The remote control device he had put in his bag had now broken into two and fell to the ground. Looking at this scene, Archer felt a surge of blood in his heart. He never expected that he would laugh at the Blue and White Society dying at the hands of Caterpie, but he never expected that a few minutes later, their rocket team would die at the hands of Pidgey. After all this time, everyone is a loser. Come on, continue to threaten me. After the remote control device split into two, the red light of the crystal force field power generation system went out, and Raikou's telepathy began to sound in the minds of everyone in Team Rocket. The voice was calm, yet contained a hint of coldness. It led a group of electric Pokémon to surround Team Rocket. It seems that they want to replicate the method they used to destroy the Blue and White Society just now, so that Team Rocket can also feel the rage from them. This immediately scared Jesse James and Meowth to death. I wanted to run, but just as I was about to move, I found that my feet had gone numb. Looking down, I saw thunder waves circling around. It's over. I'm really going to die here. The trio were disheartened. They should have just run away earlier. Many past events emerged in the minds of the two people and the cat, some good and some bad, which merged into the idea that if they could live their lives again, perhaps they would have a different life if they did not join Team Rocket. If I don't join Team Rocket... Suddenly, the three of them remembered the bet with Xia Fan. Although no one knows where this man has hidden, he is the only one who can save them now, because here only Entei can rival Raikou. Thinking of this, Jesse James and Meowth shouted, "We in the Blue and White Society have failed to capture him. Xia Fan, it's time for you to take action. Come out and save us." The sound was loud and echoed in the electric forest. At this time, in the woods not far from them, a Pidgey heard Jesse James's growl, and then a white light flashed, and the bird turned into a human. It's finally time for me to show off openly. Oh no, it should be time for me to show them the power of my pantheon. Xia Fan pulled out a pokeball from his waist and released Entei. Entei, I will sit on your back and go out. When you go out, try to walk with more domineering steps, because we not only want to subdue Raikou, but also Team Rocket. Your domineering attitude represents the domineering attitude of our pantheon. Xia Fan's words gave Entei a headache. It felt that its master had misunderstood the emphasis. Master, don't you think Raikou is the most troublesome? He is angry right now. Even if you tame him, he will not submit to you. Xia Fan shrugged. Of course I know that. When I saw the crystal force field power generation system, I had a feeling that even if we caught Raikou today, it would not surrender. So my plan for it is to throw the Pokeball to capture it by force, and then let it stay in the Pokeball alone to calm down for a while. Then see if it will accept us. If not, we will wait until we capture Ho-Oh. At that time, it will have to accept us even if it doesn't want to. Entei was stunned when he heard this, and after thinking about it, he seemed to feel that this was indeed the only way. He said no more, squatted down, let Xia Fan sit on it, and carried him to show off. The focus returned to Raikou and Team Rocket. At this time, Soaring in the Sky has begun to replicate the prelude of Raikou using the thunder to strike the blue and white society. Dark clouds rolled in and thunder roared. The scene of the end of the world returns. However, compared to before, the electric spider web condensed by the Pokémon that burst out electricity was much smaller this time. But it's also very scary. Jesse, James, and Meowth were so scared that they screamed. Tears and snot flowed, and they shouted frantically, Xia Fan, help me. I want to be your subordinate. Archer, who was ready to die, couldn't help but laugh sadly. Are you three scared, silly? Is it necessary to keep shouting like this? How could that rich idiot save us? The lightning that struck the blue and white society just now might have scared him away or made him faint. The muscular Hampson also sneered. You three are crazy. You actually think that stupid rich man can save us from Raikou? If he dares to come out, he will follow us to die, you know. The stern young man Bashu did not mock them, but looked up at the sky and said calmly, accept the fact of death. If there is an afterlife, you'd better pray that you will not join an organization like Team Rocket in your next life. It's good to be an ordinary person. However, at this moment, a teasing voice came from the woods on the right. Stop shouting, I'm coming. Hearing this familiar voice, the Rocket Trio stopped crying growl. Archer, Pushin, and Bashu turned their heads to look, and the next second their eyes suddenly widened, bigger than Copperbell's. They saw a familiar figure. The figure was riding on the back of a giant Pokémon with flaming feet and a regal appearance like a lion. At this moment, he was walking towards them leisurely. It feels like he is coming riding on Entei. Entei. Archer was so shocked that he stuttered. He couldn't believe that Entei would appear here. What was even more unbelievable was that the idiot could sit there so calmly. Pusin exclaimed, How is this possible? Basham muttered to himself, This should be the hallucination of my last moments before I die. But why is it that the hallucination of my last moments before I die is him sitting on Entei's back? But the next second, Raikou's roar made them realize that this was true. Raikou was seen covered in lightning all over his body, and he rushed over without even waiting for Xia Fan to finish his beeping skills, and used Thunderbolt directly towards Xia Fan's forehead. Wow, this scared the Xia Fan who just entered the contest condition. Damn it, this is not ethical. If you want to fight, you have to wait until I walk up to the Rockets and say a few words. Fortunately, Entei reacted quickly and dodged Thunderbolt with an extreme speed. Then, Raikou's telepathy sounded in both of their minds. Entei, have you surrendered to these dirty humans? The appearance of Entei makes Raikou very angry. He cannot accept that his former comrade has now become the hand of these people and helps them to do evil. You misunderstood. It's not like that. My master is different from those who want to capture you. He is not one of those who want to use our power to change the world. He is responsible for protecting us. He was secretly helping you to escape the crisis of the crystal force field power generation system just now. This is when the benefits of brainwashing came into play. Before Xia Fan could refute, Entei helped him argue his case. But after saying that, Raikou became even angrier. He helped me? Does he think I'm blind? The ones who helped me were a Caterpie and a Pidgeotto, and your master only helped these people when they were in danger. After saying that, Raikou roared, not wanting to listen to any more explanations, and launched a thunder attack. A saffron-colored lightning bolt dropped from the dark clouds in the sky, passed through the electro-web spider silk in the middle, merged together, and struck directly towards Entei and Xia Fan. Entei saw this and immediately spat out a sacred fire with mysterious power to resist. Then, there was a moment when fire and lightning met in midair. Immediately, an extremely powerful light and air wave burst out. Everyone was first stimulated by the light and closed their eyes, and then when the strong Hideki wave that shook the space came, they flew backwards several feet and then hit the tree trunk heavily. The rocket team and many Pokémon were knocked unconscious by the aftermath. Entei and Raikou, the two instigators and two members of the three holy beasts, were also shocked by the residual power and had blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. They stared at each other coldly across a broken tree trunk. Oh, and there is also Xia Fan. This guy is the least injured guy in this electric forest. This clever guy, when being blown backwards by the air wave, suddenly had an idea and transformed into a Metagross. Relying on his metal body, he smashed a few trees without any pain and then plunged directly into the ground, nailing it tightly, allowing the blast to blow smoothly over his face. Phew, I was so scared. Fortunately, I was smart and my brain worked quickly, otherwise I would have vomited blood. Xia Fan exhaled, looking at Entei and Raikou, who were staring at each other not far away, took the metal arm out of the mud, then looked around and saw that all the members of Team Rocket were unconscious. Then he changed back to human form. He pulled out an empty Pokeball from his waist and walked towards Raikou. But just as Xia Fan walked over, Entei called him. "Master, let me fight it. I have known Raikou for many years, but this is the first time I've seen it so furious. I think it needs a fair fight to vent its anger, rather than using your divine power to subdue it and then leaving it aside. With its unyielding character, it is very likely to end its life in the Pokeball if you do this." Xia Fan was stunned after hearing this, and decisively put the Pokeball back the next second. "You guys fight, and when you think I can start, call me." Xia Fan ran aside, allowing Entei to fight Raikou freely. "Thanks." As Xia Fan ran away, Entei's thanks rang in Xia Fan's mind, thanking Xia Fan for his trust in him. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth when he heard that, and he turned his back to Entei and raised his fist upwards to show his encouragement. As a Pokemon owner, sometimes it's best not to act on your emotions. You should listen to what the Pokemon says and don't be afraid of losing face, because they're the ones who feel the current situation most directly, not you. I am afraid of those who think that they are the master and can take it for granted that they can ignore the emotions and thoughts of Pokemon and then blame the Pokemon when something goes wrong. 10 seconds later, the battle between Entei and Raikou officially began. This was a battle of fire and lightning. As soon as the battle started, Entei and Raikou each used Flamethrower and Thunderbolt as the opening moves of the battle. Then, as the three sacred beasts, with their original power covering their bodies, they rushed towards each other. The two sides fought back and forth, explosions rang out, and all kinds of skills were used to hit each other. Fortunately, they were still smart enough to leave the battlefield after fighting for a while. Because the previous collision between Thunder and Sacred Fire caused heavy damage to many weak electric Pokemon. If they continue to fight here, the remaining power will be able to kill them one by one while they are unconscious. Xia Fan felt sorry for these Pokemon and released Mew and Munchlax. "Munchlax, I have a mission for you. Drag Team Rocket and Meowth to that pit. Block their ears with something. If anyone wakes up, knock him out with a slap. I'll have Xiaohuan use the heal bell to heal these Pokemon first. In short, don't wake up any of them before they wake up, or I'll have to delete their memories if they see Xiaohuan." "Kirby! Kirby!" Munchlax nodded, pointed at Team Rocket and the others, then touched his stomach and finally spread his hands towards Xia Fan. The meaning is very clear. It's tiring to drag people and they're likely to get hungry, so give them something to eat. Xia Fan sighed, took out an energy cube specially for Munchlax from his backpack, and after taking the energy cube, Munchlax smiled and took a mouthful of Swallow, then dragged Team Rocket one by one and threw them into the small pit created by the battle between Entei and Raikou, then covered their ears with mud. Then he called Xia Fan cabbie, saying that people get hungry easily, so give her some more food. Xia Fan had no choice but to throw another one over. Mew cast Heal Bell and turned into a chime show, shaking its body in the air. Pleasant Bell sounds accompanied by an invisible force emanated from its body and spread to the surroundings. Soon, the unconscious Pokémon began to wake up, looking at Mew with grateful eyes. And in that pit, Archer opened his eyes. Although his ears were blocked by mud, it did not prevent him from being slightly healed. However, just as he opened his eyes and was about to look around in confusion, he was slapped in the face. With a snap, the person fell into coma. Then the muscular Hampson and Meowth woke up one after another. He was also slapped unconscious with 2 blows. When all the unconscious Pokémon woke up, Xia Fan took Mew to the battlefield between Entei and Raikou. At this time, Entei and Raikou were both covered in wounds, especially Raikou, whose fangs were broken, and whose abdomen and dark purple thundercloud-like long fur were stained red with blood, and a corner of the black Orberg headdress on his forehead was directly broken. Its limbs were trembling as it stood on a rock. Its former kingly image like a tiger was no longer there. The only thing that exists is its dignity as one of the 3 sacred beasts, which supports it to continue fighting Entei. On the other hand, Entei is much better than Raikou. Although he is also covered with scars, he can still walk on the ground as smoothly as flowing water. No thanks, Entei said towards Raikou roar. I don't agree. Raikou growled. Okay, if you don't agree, then keep fighting. Entei roared and rushed towards Raikou. After a while, they were seen fighting each other physically, as they had no energy left to release any skills. He bit the other person like a hound. After every bite, Entei would ask if he was satisfied, and then Raikou would reply that he was not satisfied and then continue to fight. Under a tree not far from where they were fighting, there were 2 Mews watching. One of them is Xia Fan, so that he can understand Entei and Raikou's roar. This fight makes me feel weird. At this moment, watching the fight scene between Entei and Raikou, Xia Fan had a weird expression on his face. The fight between these 2 sacred beasts gave it a feeling of returning to childhood. When he was venting his anger on his brother would pin him to the ground and beat him, and while beating him, he would ask him if he gave in. He also had a stubborn temper, and he gritted his teeth and could only utter the word, I don't accept. In the end, someone else had to come and mediate, and the 2 people were forced to apologize to each other before the fight ended. Otherwise, even if the 2 of you can't fight anymore, you can still stare at each other for a week until you forget about it, and then continue to eat together and rest and fight. It seems that the fight has come to this point. It's time for me to step in and mediate. Xia Fan floated towards Raikou and Entei. Stop fighting. No matter how angry you are, you should have let it out after fighting to this point. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Come on, open your mouths first. It hurts just to see you biting each other. Xia Fan spoke to Entei and Raikou in an old man's tone. His appearance made Raikou and Entei stop talking. Raikou raised his head, glanced at them, and frowned slightly. 2 Mews. Upon hearing this, Entei slapped him. Did you call me Mew? Call me Mew Senpai. My goodness. After this slap, the 2 guys started to act like dogs, grabbing each other and biting them madly. Fan covered his forehead with his hands. Xiao Huan, illusion magic, tear them apart. After a while, Raikou and Entei were torn apart by Mew and floated into the air. I am a human, not a Pokémon. I have a kind of divine power. I can transform into your appearance. If you don't believe me, just look. Xia Fan began to show Raikou his abilities and repeated the previous situations of Caterpie and Pidgeotto. After hearing these explanations, Raikou fell silent, turned his head away without saying a word, and ignored everyone. It just struggled a bit when Xia Fan threw the Pokeball, but it was useless and had to be captured. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Raikou. Please select one from the skills as your skill. After subduing Raikou, a system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind at the same time, and at the same time, a system panel that only he could see popped up in front of him again. Electric type legendary Pokémon. Raikou. Gender, none. Ability, pressure, puts rival into a tense contest condition with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying items. A guava berry. Carrying it can restore the contest condition in times of crisis, but if you hate the smell, you will get confused. Skills are as follows. Discharge. Attacks all Pokémon around you with dazzling Thundershock, with a 30% chance of paralyzing them. Protect. Blocks rivals' attacks. Continuous use may cause failure. Thunderbolt. Sends a powerful Thundershock to rival, attacking it, sometimes causing it to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. Double Team. Create clones by moving quickly to disrupt rival and increase the dodge rate. Thunder. Attacks rival with lightning, sometimes causing it to fall into a paralyzed contest condition. Extrasensory. Emits invisible magical power to attack, sometimes causing rival to be afraid. As one of the 3 sacred beasts, Raikou doesn't have as many skills as Mew, but the number is almost the same as Entei. I choose Raikou's skill Thunder. Xia Fan said without hesitation in his heart. Thunder is one of the most powerful electric skills. Who else can you choose if not it? More importantly, this feels best when used in his human form. Because, the moment after selecting Thunder, the word Thunder appeared in Xia Fan's skill column after Transform and Extrasensory. He casually pointed to a big tree not far away. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly splitting the tree into pieces. Cool. After enjoying the pleasure of this power, Xia Fan released Raikou and asked Mew to treat it and Entei. During the treatment, Xia Fan tried to communicate with Raikou, but the response he got was just ignoring him. Helpless, Xia Fan could only shrug his shoulders, wait for the treatment to be over, let Mew transform into Pikachu, and then lead Entei and Raikou back home. On the way back, many weak electric Pokémon saw Raikou coming back, swarmed over, and played with Raikou intimately. While playing, Raikou learned that Xia Fan asked Mew to save them, and the iceberg in his heart began to melt a little. However, when Xia Fan turned his head to look at it, he immediately put on a cold and aloof expression again. I have a way to give them the power to protect themselves in the future. Entei's voice suddenly rang in Raikou's mind at this moment. It knew that Raikou, like it did, had a strong desire to protect weak electric Pokémon, just like when it saw them die in the clock tower. So now that it has been captured by its master, this will definitely become a grudge in its heart, so it might as well resolve it as soon as possible. What's the meaning? Raikou stared at Entei. Entei told Raikou that if you become a Xia Fan's Pokémon, your power will increase infinitely. Raikou listened with a look of disbelief. Have you ever seen me lie to anyone? Entei asked. Raikou looked Entei up and down. After knowing Entei for so many years, it has always seen him as an honest and sincere goody-goody. If he were to lie, he wouldn't be as confident as he is now. From the battle just now, don't you think my strength has far surpassed yours? Entei said again. I don't think so. Raikou's eyes turned cold. If I hadn't been attacked by that damn human thing before, you would never have been able to beat me. And you weren't much better just now. Do you really think so? Entei said sarcastically. I could have avoided many of your attacks, but you still hit me. Don't you have any doubts at all? Raikou was silent. Although I don't want to admit it, but thinking back carefully about the battle just now, there are indeed many suspicious aspects. It was more like Entei was deliberately letting it hit him, letting him vent his anger. After a dozen seconds of silence, Raikou spoke again telepathically. So what do you want me to do? Like you, let him capture the Pokémon here. What else? Don't you think this is a good idea? Let them have the power to protect themselves. Entei said, more importantly, the master won't take them away. After taming them, he will release them immediately. Why not give it a try? Raikou was silent for another half a minute before he finally said, You go and tell him for me. I won't tell him. After saying that, she turned her head away proudly and walked away. Entei then used telepathy to tell Xia Fan that the mission was accomplished. That's right, Entei's behavior was instructed by Xia Fan to lobby. When Xia Fan noticed that Raiku's eyes were always on those Pokémon, he secretly told Entei about it. A few minutes later, they returned to the starting place. Team Rocket was still unconscious in the pit, but his face was swollen. You guys watch them here. Let them sleep here until I come back. I'm taking Mew to buy a ball, Xia Fan said, and then left the forest with Mew. About an hour after leaving, Xia Fan returned with a backpack full of Pokeballs. With the cooperation of Raikou, they began to capture the Pokémon in this electric forest. The process of conquering lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning. Xia Fan stretched his muscles and finally turned his attention to the Rockets. He wanted to conquer this organization and use it for his own purposes. Although this organization has a bad reputation and is already in danger, but he still wanted to take over. It was not for anything else but to ask them to help him search for the legendary Pokémon all over the world. Otherwise, it would take him a lot of time. He spat out a mouthful of water gun. The members of Team Rocket began to wake up from their coma one after another. Jessie was the first to wake up. On my face. She reached out to wipe the water off her face in a daze, but as soon as she touched it, she immediately felt a burning pain. The pain was so severe that it felt like it could kill her. The pain instantly made her smelling salts come over. Which be asterisk, 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 D, slapped me the moment I opened my eyes. Don't let me know, or I'll beat you to death. Oh my God, Raikou. Jessie, who came from smelling salts, recalled that she had woken up several times before, but each time she was slapped unconscious before she could see the surroundings clearly. So she covered her extremely red and swollen face and muttered to herself in rage, looked around, and found that the others were staying in a pit like her. Then she looked up, and as soon as she looked out, she saw Raikou standing there staring at her, which scared her immediately, and her mind involuntarily recalled Raikou's thunder power. It's okay, don't be afraid. I've already captured it, and it's now my Pokémon, just like Entei. Fortunately, a somewhat familiar voice came from my ear immediately afterwards. Jessie heard the sound and looked to the other side. It was a young man who extended his hand to her, like a spring breeze. You have already conquered it. Ah, Jessie couldn't believe it. However, because she spoke too quickly, her mouth opened and closed too wide, and her red and swollen cheeks twitched at the end, causing her to scream in pain. Xia Fan smiled and said, "Why else do you think I could stay with it peacefully and watch you wake up?" Jessie's eyes were still a little nervous and frightened, so she didn't rush out. Instead, she stood up from a pit and looked around at the environment outside the pit. Xia Fan was seen leading Entei Raikou, a Squirtle and Munchlax standing at the entrance of the pit. Behind them were all electric Pokémon. It seemed that those Pokémon had no rage towards them at the moment, so they just stayed there and played with their companions. The tension and fear in his eyes began to dissipate. Believe it then. Xia Fan extended his hand again, and Jessie took it this time and was pulled out of the pit by him. Do you know what's wrong with my face? As soon as she got out of the pit, Jessie pointed at her face and said, now that she doesn't have to worry about danger anymore, she really wants to know which be asterisk, 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 D hit her in the face. Well, Xia Fan's eyes were wandering, his brain working rapidly, trying to come up with some nonsense to fool the other party. Kirby! Munchlax suddenly stood up, bravely standing up while his master was still thinking about what nonsense to use to fool people. I beat you up, what's wrong with you? His expression was so arrogant that Fan wanted to punch this stupid guy once or twice. What does it mean, did it hit me? Jessie was so angry that she was about to cry. She understood what Munchlax meant from his tone and expression. Whenever you attack your own people, you could do a power trip like this. This was an accident. Let me tell you the story. Xia Fan quickly explained. This is what happened. Do you remember how you fell into a coma in the beginning? I passed out from a shock of their battle. Jessie suppressed her anger and glanced at Entei and Raikou. Then do you know what happened in the subsequent battle? Jessie shook her head. Look, you don't even know what happened. How can you not assume that when Munchlax slapped you, he wasn't saving you in a time of crisis? Save us. Jessie was surprised. Yes, in fact, the truth is that all the Electro Pokemon were looking for you at the time, and they wanted to grind you to ashes because they thought it was because of you that Entei and Raikou broke up and fought. And because I had to follow Entei, I released Munchlax and asked it to hide you in this pit to avoid being hunted by those Pokemon. I also told it not to make any noise. If it did, it would probably kill both you and it here. That's why it slapped you in the face when you were about to wake up, leaving you unconscious. So it looked like it was beating you, but it was actually saving you. After saying that, Xia Fan took out a bottle of water from his bag and drank it all. The reactions of several Pokemon nearby. Munchlax, choked while eating snacks. Entei, I respect you even if you don't even lean on the wall. Mew in Squirtle form. Degree. Munchlax was slapping someone to save him. What was I doing at that time? Raikou, is this the man who won me over with the ball? This mouth. Jessie was silent and depressed. After listening to what Xia Fan said, she was powerless to refute it. Even though it sounded like such nonsense, she was powerless to refute it. Who told her to be slapped unconscious as soon as she opened her eyes? It's just what you say. Oh, don't be so depressed. Even though your face is swollen, it's a great result to be alive. Xia Fan comforted. It's better than dying, right, Munchlax? Kirby. Munchlax nodded. He didn't expect that he, who slapped others, would be so excellent in the eyes of his master. Covering her face, which was even more monkey-like than a monkey's, but Jessie was speechless. What this meant was that not only could she not sulk, but she had to kowtow to the Munchlax and express her gratitude, right? At this time, Archer and James, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, woke up 1 second apart. Ouch, my face! Like Jessie, the 2 people reached out to wipe the water stains on their faces, but they felt a burning pain and immediately had tears in their eyes. Smelling salts came over them instantly. He looked around, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw Entei and Raikou. It was so frightening that his heart almost stopped beating. But when he saw Xia Fan and heard him say that he had already subdued Raikou, his heart started beating rapidly again. Pulled out of the pit by Xia Fan. The 2 asked Xia Fan in unison, "Do you know who slapped me in the face?" "He slapped me as soon as I opened my eyes." "Damn it, don't let me know who it was. If you know, I will definitely." Before they could finish their words, the 2 men saw Munchlax walk up to them, point at their faces, then pat his chest with a proud look on his face, and finally wave his hands, as if to say you're welcome. The 2 of them frowned. "James, what does it mean? Is it admitting that it hit us?" "Archer, why do I feel like it's so proud and happy? Also, where did this guy come from, and why did he slap me?" Kirby. 10 minutes later, everyone on Team Rocket woke up. After listening to Xia Fan's explanation of why his face was more swollen than a monkey's, but everyone became depressed. "Remember what you 3 said before?" Xia Fan sat on Entei's back and smiled. Archer, Pushin, and Bashu turned to look at Jessie and the others. He recalled the scene where the 3 of them were scared to death by Raikou and frantically shouted for help, threatening to become his subordinates. Remember, Jessie, James, and Meowth nodded awkwardly. Everyone was so scared at that time that they would say anything to save themselves. Can I ask what we need to do to become your subordinate?" Jessie said. She looked a little nervous. After all, the 3 of them were totally incompetent in Team Rocket, and they often failed in their missions. Yet they were actually noticed by such a powerful person, and he seemed to be a little important to them. If he didn't ask them to do something extremely dangerous, they wouldn't dare to believe it. "The first thing you need to do is try your best to get the remaining members of Team Rocket to follow me." While Xia Fan was speaking, he glanced at Archer, Bashu, and Pushin, and they all looked stunned. Saying this in front of Team Rocket's general and executive? You're being too contemptuous. Although they're not doing very well now. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. In the eyes of many people, the Rockets still have hope of returning to the top of the world. And then what? Jessie glanced at Archer, Bashu, and Pushin with an awkward expression. "It's really exciting to be poached in front of your boss. I will arrange the rest. When you invite them, Just tell them that the object they will serve is called the Temple of the Gods. The Temple of the Gods. Jesse's expression changed from embarrassed to confused. He turned around and looked at James and Meowth, and found that they were also confused. He turned around and looked at Archer and the others, and found that the three of them also frowned and whispered after hearing Xia Fan's words. Apparently, like them, it was the first time he heard these three words. Meowth couldn't help but ask finally, "What is the Pantheon? Is it an organization you founded?" "Meow." Xia Fan shook his head and said calmly, "You don't need to know what the Pantheon is specifically. You just need to know that I am a member of the Pantheon, and there are many beings in it who are more powerful than me. In the future, those powerful beings will give you their orders through my mouth." "Stronger than you?" Jesse turned around in shock and looked at James Meowth again. Xia Fan's calm tone stirred up the biggest waves in the hearts of everyone in front of him, including Archer, one of Team Rocket's 4 generals. It was hard for them to imagine that Xia Fan already had Entei and Raikou, and that there were many people more powerful than him in that pantheon, and that Team Rocket had never heard of such an organization before. If this is true, then the power of this pantheon would be beyond their imagination. Xia Fan said calmly without blushing or breathing heavily, "Yes, he is stronger than me." Jessie James Meowth couldn't help but gasp when she got the affirmation. If so, what kind of Pokemon do those who are stronger than Xia Fan have? They must also have legendary Pokemon. Thinking of this, the trio couldn't help but get excited. If this was true, then if they joined, and wouldn't they be able to reach the peak of their lives in the future? However, after the excitement, they thought of a very critical issue. That is, no matter how awesome it is only awesome as Xia Fan said. If they were really allowed to pull a member of Team Rocket like this, they would probably be treated as a psycho and kicked out directly. James scratched his head and said, I feel like if we just tell it to others, no one will believe it. The influence of the 3 words pantheon in the world. James wanted to say that the influence was too small, but he swallowed the words back. Xia Fan naturally understood what he meant and shrugged, saying, "Don't worry about this. As a member of the pantheon, I will make the name of our pantheon resound throughout the Chengdu region." After that, Xia Fan said, "Bring your phone here. I'll transfer 1 million to you as your activity funds. If you complete the tasks well later, I'll give you another reward." 1 million. Jessie James and Meowth were confused. "What? Have you forgotten what I said before? I'll give you 1 million if you follow me." Xia Fan said jokingly, "You guys are so ambitious that you're willing to find someone for me without any money." No, I definitely want it." Jessie James took out her cell phone and scrambled to get Xia Fan to transfer the money to her. "Each of us will take half." In the end, Xia Fan transferred 500,000 to each person, which made Archer, Bashu, and Pusin very jealous. After doing all this, Xia Fan suddenly thought of something and pointed at the still dazed Munchlax and said, "By the way, to prevent the 3 of you from embarrassing yourself, you will be the trainers of this guy for the time being." "Kirby!" Munchlax, who was just watching Xia Fan fooling people, was immediately confused. "How could you send it away while we were chatting?" Kirby! Munchlax quickly hugged Xia Fan's thighs tightly and refused to let go, with an expression that said, "Master, you can't abandon me." "I didn't say I didn't want you." Xia Fan sighed helplessly, pulled Munchlax aside, and whispered, "I'm only letting you stay with them for a short period of time. When the time is up, I will naturally take you away. But during that time, I need you to help me monitor them. If they show any signs of deceiving me, you can tell me over the phone. I will call them from time to time. Munchlax, this is a very important mission. When you come back, I will definitely let you eat whatever you want for a month." Kirby! Munchlax was dissatisfied at first, but when he heard Xia Fan say that he could indulge himself for a month after coming back, he was tempted and then raised his hand to make it 2. 2 months? Never mind. I'll give you another month. So 3 months will be fine. After a while, Munchlax, impressed by the food, handed Xia Fan to Jessie James. This made them even more excited. They didn't expect that by following Xia Fan, they would not only have money, but also Pokemon. This treatment is many times better than what I had before in the Rockets. More importantly, I was afraid that I would not achieve anything if I followed Xia Fan. But now after listening to the introduction of the Temple of the Gods, damn, that's so awesome. Entei and Raikou were just little scum there. After seeing how Jesse James was treated, Archer and the other two, who had always been treated as heir by Xia Fan, couldn't help it. Certainly, Xia Fan, who had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, shrugged and smiled. Then he transferred 1 million to 3 people and let them divide it among themselves, but Pokémon did not give it. Because in Xia Fan's eyes, Jesse James' strength needs to be strengthened, but Archer does not need it for the time being. After arranging all these, Xia Fan suddenly thought of something and joked. Now all 5 of you have become my subordinates, but people, especially in an organization, must have different statuses. How about this? Jesse James and Meowth, the 3 of you will still be a group, and Archer, Suicun, and Bashu, the 3 of you who were once the Rockets' leaders, will be a group. In the next year, whichever of your 2 groups gathers the most members will become the group with the highest status under me. Jesse James' eyes lit up, and then she looked at Archer and the other 2, her eyes immediately changing from joy to vigilance. They also want to become executives and leaders, and since Xia Fan puts them on the same level as Archer, they can't give up this opportunity to become the top. Archer and the other 2 felt Jesse James' gaze, sneered and turned their heads away, not taking him seriously at all. A few minutes later, Xia Fan sat on Entei's back and waved goodbye to them. Archer, I hope you can call me General next time we meet. Jessie smiled while covering her mouth and left the electric forest with James, Meowth, and Munchlax. Watching them leave, Bashius sneered. Look at how successful they are. Suicun also sneered. I'm afraid they have been looking forward to stepping on us for a long time. There will be a day when they will cry. But Archer frowned and said, do you think the Pantheon organization really exists? His words did not continue the topic of Suicun and Bashu, which made the 2 of them stunned for a moment. They thought about it, and then Bashu said, to be honest, I think that Xia Fan is lying to us. How is it possible that there is such a powerful organization, and our rocket team has no information at all? Archer nodded and looked at Suicun. What do you think? Suicun scratched his head with his sturdy arm and said awkwardly, I think its tone and expression seem to be real. It doesn't seem like it's lying to us. If it really exists, then we might be really lucky to have climbed this high branch. It's not impossible for us to be successful again in the future, or even more successful than when we were in the Rockets. Then I guess your brain may not survive until then. Archer mercilessly belittled Suicun. My opinion is the same as Joshua's. That Xia Fan is probably deceiving us, so I want to use its financial resources to secretly rebuild our Team Rocket. Since Team Utwo can betray us and step onto the world stage, our Team Rocket can also rely on betraying that kid to return to the world stage. He only has 2 of the 3 sacred beasts. The world is big, and there are many legendary Pokémon, and our Team Rocket can definitely capture stronger Pokémon, such as Mewtwo. Master, if you just give them the money, aren't you afraid that they will just give you a pass for money? And I think they are very loyal to Team Rocket. It's not like they can be bribed so easily by you. Sitting on Entei's back and leaving the electric forest, Xia Fan heard the telepathy from Entei in his mind. As long as they're not stupid, they should know which is better, cheating me once or cheating me many times. Xia Fan said lightly, what's the meaning? Entei turned around and looked at Xia Fan in confusion, wondering why his master always said something he couldn't understand. What I mean is that if they want to keep getting money from me, they have to help me seriously, because they can't fight the blue and white society on their own. They can only rely on my power to help them fight the blue and white society. As for whether they're loyal to Team Rocket or not, I don't know. I only know that in this world, most people tend to go up and down. As long as you treat them well, and you're strong enough, and you bring them money, power, and the honor of being a member of a strong organization, they will work hard for you. It doesn't matter if there are disloyal people mixed in, because as long as I'm strong enough, they can only help me with my work. It is impossible for them to escape from my control. After saying this, Xia Fan closed his eyes, opened his hands, and felt the wind blowing through his palms. Yeah, not bad. This wind speed can feel the feeling of D. 7 days later, Xia Fan drove his sports car to Route 38 on the left side of a critique city. When passing an intersection, a huge rock blocked Xia Fan's way. At the same time, there were 4 people standing next to the boulder. Hello, we are from the Blue and White Security Group. There has been a Pokémon riot in a critique city ahead. All entrances and exits to a critique city have been temporarily blocked. Please return the way you came. A young man in a blue and white uniform came to Xia Fan's car and asked him to drive away. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, looked at the young man, and then looked at the 3 guys at the intersection who were wearing the same uniform as the young man. Blue and White Society. Xia Fan thought to himself, although these guys' attire was not exactly the same as the uniforms of the previous Blue and White Society members, it was not wrong to say that they were similar. Moreover, they called themselves the Blue and White Security Group. If it was not related to the Blue and White Society, he really would not believe it. After analyzing this, Xia Fan turned around and began to tease the young man. But what if I have to enter a critique city? I have never seen a Pokémon riot before. Hearing Xia Fan say this, the young man's face turned cold, realizing that the man in the car wanted to cause trouble. And then he signaled with his eyes to the 3 guys guarding both sides of the road. 2 seconds later, they released their Pokémon. A Ninetales, a Machamp, and a Magcargo. Can we go now? The young man asked again, with a hint of threat in his tone. If Xia Fan dared to stay any longer, he would let the Pokémon attack him. Xia Fan smiled. What are you laughing at? The young man's eyes turned cold. I'm laughing because I can't earn gas money again, Xia Fan said jokingly, then took out a Pokeball from his waist and opened it. A red light flashed. Entei makes a stunning appearance. Entei, they're the bunch of leaks from the Blue and White Society. Cut them to death. A minute later, Xia Fan was sitting on the hood of a sports car with his legs crossed, next to Entei. In front of the car were the guys who claimed to be from the Blue and White Security Group. They squatted on the ground, trembling with their hands on their heads, and at their feet were their respective Pokémon collapsed on the ground. Xia Fan took out his phone. Come on, transfer all your money to me. The young man who first stopped Xia Fan said timidly, Are you planning to rob me? Puff. Xia Fan kicked him without saying a word. Robber, you idiot. I'm collecting bounty money. Xia Fan shook her hair. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I have a rule. Anyone who fights with me is equivalent to having a bounty fight with me. The stakes are all our money. Now that you have lost, you must transfer all the money to me. The 4 were shocked. What's the difference between what you did and robbery? One of the middle-aged men said excitedly. Puff. He kicked again. Xia Fan said solemnly. I said this is a bounty battle. Please don't confuse a bounty battle with robbery. Robbery means not fighting Pokémon with you and forcibly collecting your money. A bounty battle means fighting Pokémon with you, and after you lose, collecting your money reasonably and legally. And I just used Entei to fight you, which was a bounty fight, so I can legally collect money from you. 7 faces were confused. Xia Fan was angry. Stop talking nonsense and take the money. People should know the law and abide by it. If you lose the bounty challenge and don't pay, it's like taking advantage of it. Taking advantage of combat experience for free is a crime here, you know? And taking advantage of the 3 sacred beasts for free is an even greater crime, you know? 7 faces were shocked. This son of a B ***ch must have been a debt collector in his previous life. A minute later, Xia Fan, who received a total transfer of 150,000 yuan, hurriedly put his phone back into his pocket. Come on, let's proceed to the next step. Is there a next process? All the money has been robbed. You don't want to... Equals. Oh. The 4 people on the opposite side were terrified. What do you mean by that expression? You don't think I want our you, do you? Xia Fan frowned slightly. How can you be so confident that I would like you? The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. I hope it wasn't our Tell me what really happened in a critique city. It's just like I said before, there was a Pokémon riot in a critique city. The young man said, I really didn't lie to you. We the blue and white security group, came here to block the intersections of various roads just to pacify the rioting Pokémon. If I lied to you, I would be struck by lightning. You'll be struck by lightning if you lie to me? Are you sure? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. Sure, the young man affirmed. However, the voice had just fallen. Soaring in the sky, 3 lightning bolts appeared. It fell right behind the young man, on his left and right. Dot, dot. The 4 of them were frightened out of their wits and turned pale with terror on the spot. A few seconds later, when he came to his senses, the young man who had just said that he would be struck by lightning for lying, with sweat all over his forehead and a buzzing head, looked back at the small hole made by the lightning. He discovered that the lightning had struck him about 1 centimeter behind, to the left and to the right of him. If it had been a little closer to him, he would have been game over. My heart suddenly felt like it was about to stop beating. Xia Fan crossed his legs, put his right hand on his right leg, held his chin with his hand, and said with a playful look, oh my, the thunder has already struck. You tell me, should I believe you or not? I. The young man was so frightened that he could not speak. He wanted to turn his head and look at the 3 people beside him, but he saw that the 3 of them had moved their bodies to a distance of 3 meters away, without knowing when, and were hiding from him as if he was avoiding the plague, as if he was afraid that he would implicate them if he swore again. At this moment, Xia Fan suddenly slapped the hood of the car and shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me the truth. What happened in there? What are you going to do? If you don't tell the truth, I will let Entei spit fire to death. Believe it or not. I'll tell you." The last barrier in the young man's heart was directly frightened away by Xia Fan's angry shout, and he told everything he knew in panic. My name is Mo Fan. The 3 of them and I are all members of the Blue and White Society, an underground organization in the Chengdu region. Recently, our society has been carrying out an operation to capture the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. In order to prevent outsiders from disturbing us, the society planned a Pokémon riot to seal off Yuanzhou City and cut off contact with the outside world. Currently, the 4 of us are among the people responsible for isolating outsiders from coming in. Xia Fan nodded. And what's the status of your efforts to capture Ho-Oh? I heard from others that your president has found someone who can summon Ho-Oh. Is this true? Xia Fan's words stunned Mo Fan. He didn't expect that he knew that the president had found the person who summoned Ho-Oh. The next second, Mo Fan broke out in a cold sweat again. If that was the case, then the guy in front of him was here specifically to cause trouble. Hurry up and tell me. Seeing him hesitate, Xia Fan stood up and jumped off the hood of the car, grabbed a handful of mud from the ground, walked towards the other 3 people, covered their ears with the mud, and then returned to the hood of the car. I will ask them the same questions I asked you later. If any of you say something a little different from the others, I will let all of you feel the fire of Entei. Don't doubt it. I'm a ruthless person and I can do it. After saying this, Xia Fan snapped his fingers. Soaring in the sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared again, falling from the sky. This time it landed just 1 centimeter in front of the young man's eyes. He was so frightened that his soul left his body, and a foul smell spread all around. I'll tell you everything. I won't lie to you. The last bit of thought in the young man's mind was shattered. The only thing left to capture Ho-Oh is to get the rainbow wing on Suicun. With this feather, our president will be able to get Ho-Oh's approval after capturing him. Suicun is currently near a critique city, and the president is personally urging people to capture him. As for the people who summoned Ho-Oh, our president has indeed found them. There are 5 dancers. They have the clear bell that summons Ho-Oh. As long as they climb to the top of the bell tower, use the bell, and perform their songs and dances, they can summon Ho-Oh. So where's Suicun in a critique city now? I heard from others that it appeared in the northwest yesterday. Xiaohuan, the part about us in their memories has been deleted. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan said as he looked at the 4 unconscious guys on the ground, with Mew sitting on his shoulder. It has been deleted. Mew said, Okay, let's go find Suicun now. Do you want to enter my Poke Ball or stay in the car? It's so boring sitting in the car and being in the ball. Mew covered his mouth with a grin. Xia Fan smiled, agreed, put Entei back into the ball, and drove away with Mew. 5 minutes later, Mo Fan was the first to wake up from his coma. What's going on? Why am I lying on the ground? He covered his dizzy head and looked around in confusion. After a while, I saw 3 words on the ground. Pantheon. An hour later, in a dense forest northwest of a Critique city, Xia Fan and Mew rode on Entei's back and traveled through the dense forest. As it was difficult to drive in the dense forest, Xia Fan abandoned the car at an intersection in the dense forest and then released Entei to lead him to find the location. Entei, jump to the top of that tree. It'll be easier to find us from up high. Xia Fan, who had been searching for a long time without any clue, quickly gave the order after seeing a huge tree that was estimated to be more than 20 meters high. Entei nodded, then took Xia Fan and Mew and ran along the giant tree. In 4 or 5 steps, they reached the top of the tree and looked out into the distance. Looking down from a high place, Xia Fan soon saw a rolling mist coming from somewhere. Go that way, Xia Fan said without hesitation. Entei let out a howl, then leaped into the air, stepping on the flames and heading in the direction Xia Fan pointed. A minute later, they arrived at where mist was just now. The scene here is somewhat different from what Xia Fan expected, as there is no scene of a major war. Xia Fan and Entei hid in the dark and saw a dozen Pokémon and a dozen guys in blue and white uniforms staring at a hole in the ground. Their expressions were somewhat raging, as if they were cursing something. In order to hear clearly, Xia Fan transformed himself into an inconspicuous caterpie and crawled over. I really can't stand this beast anymore. I've been chasing it for so long, but I still don't even have a chance to throw the ball to it. It can really run. If I catch it in the future, and there's a chance that I could be alone in a room with it, I'll definitely feel the pain of breaking its legs. Otherwise, I'll have to endure the rage of eating shit from it these days. It's more than just being able to run. It would be great if it could give us a chance to fight it. With one roar, all our Pokémon were called back into the ball. When a new Pokémon came up, the Suicun ran away. It's fine once, but it happens every time. I finally got a Jengar today, but this beast used Mist as soon as we met, and then Dig and ran away. Damn, at least give us a chance to use me and look to fight. I am really angry to the point of collapse. As he got closer, Xia Fan immediately heard the people cursing. All of them are rage, which is difficult to catch for Suicun. Xia Fan couldn't help but agree with them after hearing what they said. He remembered that when he met Suicun a few months ago, he was also very angry at this guy's stubbornness. This was the only time when his tricks failed, and it won't fight with you, it just runs away. Unlike Raikou and Entei, who are easily bound by emotions. Xia Fan lay on the big tree next to these people for about 5 minutes. They cursed for 5 minutes. At the 6th minute, the leader's cell phone rang. He answered the call with a flattering look on his face, and then excitedly told everyone that the operation to capture Suicun was canceled. For a moment, everyone thought that the superiors had put pressure on the team leader over the phone just now and drove him crazy. Otherwise, how could he cancel the capture of Suicun? The rainbow wing on Suicun is the key to capturing Ho-Oh, so how could the president give up? Team leader Wenfeng, what did the higher-up say on the phone just now? How do we cancel the arrest of Suicun? A young boy with a childish look couldn't help but ask. It was the president who stopped it. The young man called Wenfeng said excitedly, just now, Longshao eunuch. No, Longshao executive called me and said that the Mutwo team in Kanto region found a rainbow wing from a boy. They have already snatched it and have made a deal with the president. It will be delivered in the next 2 days, so the president asked us to suspend the capture of Suicun and focus on capturing Ho-Oh. After we capture Ho-Oh, it will be easy to capture Suicun, Entei, and Raikou. After hearing this, everyone cheered and shouted that they finally didn't have to stay in this godforsaken place and be played around by Suicun anymore. After a while, they packed up their things and prepared to leave. However, one of the fat middle-aged men saw a caterpie lying on the tree trunk next to him with its eyes rolling around when he was leaving. He didn't know if he was a psychopath or what, but he picked up a stone and suddenly threw it at the caterpie. Then a white light flashed, and the caterpie changed into a human form and caught the stone, glaring at it. F***KU. I was lying on a tree, and I provoked you. My goodness, this sudden roar scared everyone. Looking back, I found that a young man had appeared next to the tree. The middle-aged man who threw the stone just now was also startled. He sat down on the ground, holding his heart with his right hand, and said with a trembling left hand, "This guy is the caterpie that was lying on the tree just now." Caterpie becomes. Everyone's eyes suddenly changed, and there was something wrong with the way they looked at Xia Fan. I seriously doubt this is some unknown legendary Pokémon. Then they gave orders one after another. To Flosion Eruption, Feraligatr Hydro Pump, Ampharos Thunderbolt, Aggron Beam, Manectric, Blastoise. At once, more than a dozen Pokémon gathered their ultimate moves and were about to attack Xia Fan, which scared him. Fortunately, Entei made a heroic appearance in time, interrupted their skills with a flamethrower, and then stood in front of Xia Fan. "Are you okay, Master?" Entei's telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. "It's okay, just beat them up for me," Xia Fan said angrily. He was just lying on the tree thinking about their conversation and did nothing. Suddenly, that fat guy picked up a stone and threw it at his head. If he hadn't reacted in time, his head might have been cracked by this beat ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* A red light flashed, and Raikou emerged. Raikou, these guys are together with the guys who used the crystal force field power generation system last time. You are very resentful towards them, right? Now is the time to get rid. Xia Fan said angrily, but still felt unsatisfied after saying it. He looked again at the transparent object that had just appeared on his shoulder. Xiao Huan, you go and fight too. Use your real body. I want them to open their eyes wide and see clearly what kind of existence they have provoked. Meow. Mew, who hadn't been called up to fight by his master for a long time since he got NEI, excitedly emerged from the invisible contest.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.